Hills. That's Brandon from Peter and Theodore from Mark. But yeah, it's all happening. Gert goes a little bit defensive, and Lendl got a good drive there. Coming through turn 1, there's just one of the, I think the guy spun off earlier.
Coming down number 9 there. I think that is, I'm not quite sure who that is actually. As they come through there, it is Yanni Gerber. Yanni Gerber there coming through in the background, after probably having to take evasive action with the spinner, because Marcel Bluchnut was the spinner. So I had to say that probably him, Aldo Gavea and Yanni Gerber were involved in that little incident, but they're all back on track, because there's no stricken Formula V's up at turn 5. I think every single one of them managed to get going again. As they come down and complete another lap now, it's kind of opened up a little bit. You've got 3 by 3 there, and then another 3 coming down the hill. So they're kind of fighting in threes in the front end of Formula V.
Yeah, Greg, looks like Gert van der Berg and Lendl Jansen putting a bit of a gap now. Vaughan will have to put his head down, but we now done 4 if it is a 10 lapper, this first heat. So Vaughan will really have to put his head down, because you can't let Gert van der Berg get away, but at this stage Lendl's putting good pressure on them, as some of the mid-pack boys, Anton van der Merwe coming through turn 1 there.
Trying to close things down there on MD Besta is Anton van der Merwe and James Carter. Carter and van der Merwe, of course, fighting for honours in the association class. So they're all having a bit of a fight in the slightly lower ranked class within Formula V. But of course, it's the stepping stone that brings them into the National Challenge category. And slowly but surely, both of those cars have been in the top 5. And in fact, at one point, I think last year, James Carter, find it back with no brakes. Absolutely no brakes whatsoever, and goes into the slip road. Fortunately, there is a slip road ahead there of AMG Driving Academy. But I can tell you that's not where Gert van der Berg ended up, because it's given Lendl Jansen prime opportunity to get away and possibly hang on for the win.
Yeah, Greg, definitely Gert van der Berg must have picked up a bit of brake problem there, because, it looks like he was so much late on the brakes, but he had no brakes, so he just stopped it in time. So pity there. Well, I was just going to say Lendl was putting lots of pressure on him. Lendl now will be happy there, but now Vaughan will have to put his head down. And
look at this.
You can see
there's the replay.
Yeah, he's just going on straight.
He's locked up. The back wheel's locked up, but it's just going straight. It's not giving him the opportunity to turn. So maybe it wouldn't disengage. Maybe the brake locked up, it wouldn't disengage. When he eventually stopped, it disengaged and he got going again. But there was definitely some kind of a braking issue there on the car there for Gert van der Berg, which of course has now allowed Lendl Jansen and Vaughan Hills to pull away slightly from the second pack, led out still by Sean van der Linde. Schrix is on his tail, and then you got Brandon and Peter, and then a little bit of a gap to Theo van Mark.
Yeah, Sean van der Linde now going a little bit defensive up the hill here, because now he's got Schrix and Brandon Hills, Peter Hills putting pressure on him, Greg. The top 2 will be happy. Now you can actually see Vaughan. He took a bit of a breather. Someone tried to go on the inside there. Turn 5, you see 5. And 6,
Peter on Brandon there.
And then 7. Down the hill, that's the S's, and then you'll get to turn 8 here. But Vaughan Hills now closing in on Lendl Jansen. Jansen tried to get a gap, but it's all happening here with just about 5 laps to go. 4 now.
4 laps to go as they come across the line, and of course there are 3 DOE cars involved in this class. One of them unfortunately had the issues and ran wide after a late braking issue, and a brake issue had to be for Gert van der Berg's car. Haven't seen him come back around and get back onto the scoreboard there, so he might have gone into pit lane to get that car sorted out. There's a great move from Theo van Mark on the inside of Castro Corner, trying to get the drive now on Peter Hills as they come onto that back straightaway. We'll see them in the background as we watch the top 2 coming through there. There comes 3, 4 and 5. Watch in the background. Yes, Hills is through. Hills has found a way through, and it looks like Theo van Mark's going to have to work a little bit harder. Speaking of getting through, there goes Schrix, and following him goes Brandon. So Sean van der Linde opening up the door there, and Jaco Schrix and Brandon Hills have made him pay for it.
Yeah, Vaughan on the outside of Lendl here, putting pressure, but Greg, for that podium fight now, 3rd position, there's 5 cars fighting it out. You can see they know that I think they won't catch the front 2, but now they're battling it out for those final podium positions and the championship points.
Well, it's a great little battle there for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th place as they come down the hill into turn 8. Behind them it's MD Besta, who still maintains the lead over Anton van der Merwe and James Carter. Bluchnut recovered up to 11th place now after that spin. And it's Reynard van der Linde and Helder Gavea. Barry Stewart in 14th as they come across that line and complete lap number 7. So 3 to go. And it looks like the pressure is getting a little bit more intense from both of the Hills boys. Yeah, it's Brandon Hills putting pressure onto the back end of Jaco, and the same thing from Vaughan on Lendl.
Yeah, Brandon Hills, I said, putting pressure on Jaco Schrix, and he was really late on the brakes. And they're breaking away a little bit now from Peter Hills, Theodore van Mark and MD Besta. Sean van der Linde now, he's down to 5th and he's really defending. But look at Vaughan Hills in the front, they're putting pressure. But there we go, through turn 4. That's a battle with
Peter Hills
and
van der Linde. and Theo Vermaak joining the party. Theo going to try and get on the inside of Peter. Here is inside defensive line from Lendl Jansen, not giving that open door policy to Vaughan Hills to sneak up the inside. Vaughan, though, putting massive amounts of pressure onto the back end of Lendl, so it's going to be a case of either soaking it up or having to give up that position, because that's how hard he's pushing. Here we go, inside line from Vaughan. Just not enough drive down the hill, though.
Yeah, Vaughan is just showing Lendl is there with now 2 laps to go, so Vaughan maybe realizes we can possibly do it, Greg, as the rest of the guys come through turn 8, the podium battle with Jaco Strix trying to fend off Brandon is putting, so the 2 Yules brothers, Vaughan is putting pressure on first place and Brandon is putting pressure on third place. Good to see.
Fantastic effort here from both of them. And about to join the party comes Peter. Peter has joined onto the back with Sean van der Linde closing that gap down on Brandon. Brandon Hills being held up slightly there, which is why the had a Constantine effect. Oh, what a good move. Look at Peter Hills capitalizing on maybe a little bit of a misgear there from Sean van der Linde. Vaughan going left and right, trying to find a way through. Has Peter got through? Yes, he has. Brandon trying to go around the outside. Watch for the cutback here on Jaco Strix as they head through turn 4. A little bit of smoke coming off the left back there of Jaco Strix. Is that a problem? There could be some kind of an issue there. There's a bit of smoke coming out of that car, and Brandon Hills is going to try and get him on the brakes. Lendl hangs on.
All 3 of the Hills cars look like they've got very good top speed, so they put the pressure there on the inside. Now Brandon Hills and Jaco Strix, here's the leader. Now he's got the pressure. Is he going to go defensive now down the hill? We'll see, because with only 1 lap to go once they... Oh, someone went off in the background.
That was Theo. Theo Vermaak. Theo Vermaak off the side of the circuit, and he's broken the wheel off by the looks of it. So Vermaak has gone farming through turn number 6, ends up in the kitty litter. That'll be double yellows there for the rest of the race, because we're on to the final lap. So onto the final lap now. Brandon Hills has got through on Jaco Strix. Here comes Peter. Peter's got through on Van der Linde. He looks to get through now on Jaco Strix as well. Maybe make it 3 of the Hills boys in the top 4.
Yeah, so Vaughan won't know, because that happened behind him. When he gets to the top, he'll see the yellow flag. But if he's got anything, Greg, 1 lap to go, yes, you can see he needs to make a move earlier than, because by the time he gets to turn 5, he can't overtake anymore. But here he comes. You can now see Lendl Jansen going defensive. And Vaughan, and in the meantime, Brandon Hills also holding up Jaco Strix. What's all happening young.
No, Brandon went defensive there big time, slotted right across the track to block the path there of Jaco Strix as they come up the hill. Peter Hill's now going to try something under the braking point, but yellow flags there. Was there a yellow flag? I think there might have been a yellow flag, which may be going to hinder this.
The yellow should be.
Yeah, he had to give it up. You see, he saw the yellows. He realised, he put his hand out. He realised it was under yellows. So Brandon Hills went for the overtaking. Exactly what you said. It hindered his chances of making that overtaking manoeuvre because of that car on the sideline. So Lendl Jansen, very lucky there, Lendl Jansen, because I think Brandon had that overtaking manoeuvre done. But he gets the win.
Flag for Lendl. It's a pity there, because Vaughan, I think he had it set up for there, but as he came up, but the yellow flag was then, unfortunately, Greg. But awesome race here. Lendl taking the flag. Lendl Jansen from Vaughan Hills, Brandon Hills third, Jaco Strix, Peter Hills, and Sean van der Linde.
That wheel is sheared right off the hub there. So I wonder if the wheel broke as he hit the kitty litter. Confirmation, though, of those results as they get onto the back straight away. Unfortunately there for Vaughan Hills, the yellow flags caught him out for the yellow car there from First for Men and Mangaza Racing. A phenomenal effort there from him. I think he might have got through for the win had that yellow flag not come out at turn 5. So it's Lendl Jansen who's gifted the victory there, very luckily, over Vaughan Hills. Brandon Hills managed to hang on to keep out Jaco Strix, and Peter Hills also got hindered slightly there. He was about to have an attack on Jaco Strix and had to back out of that as well. So the Hills boys there, unfortunately, the yellow flag catching them out, and it meant that Sean van der Linde went from 3rd down to 6th place. Anton van der Merwe was right on his tail at the end. Good drive there from the young man. And then James Carter behind him, finishing up ahead of Marcel Bluchnout, who eventually secured a 10th place after that spin in turn 5. So great recovery there from the CIM Lubricants car down in 10th place. Looking forward to more single-seater action a little bit later on. But now we stand by for the first bit of big banger action here today. It comes from the Turbo Cup, and BMW M Performance Racing Series are standing by. Let's have a look and see what happened at the previous round of their championship at Red Star Raceway. The introduction of the Turbo Cup and naturally aspirated classes has certainly turned things around in BMW M Performance Racing Series' championships, both of them being highly competitive. However, in the Class A of the Turbo Cup, it was literally a one-horse race with Lee Thompson just showing the way around Red Star Raceway. In Class B, though, a whole different story. Fantastic efforts all the way through there as Wessel Mostert started to come through in the Moscow's motorsport machine and started to put the pressure on. Ethan Kutsia was there with him, and so was Carlo Garbini. And nice to see some real fantastic close racing in both his classes A, B and C in the Turbo Cup class. It's always awesome to watch the guys go through and around the anti-clockwise circuit at Red Star Raceway. And Josie was right on the tail there of Johan Miller, the Hey Joe transport man, taking on the magic mowing man. And at the front end, Lee Thompson just disappeared. There was no one going to catch him. And in fact, you'll see later on today at Zwartkops today, he's also the man to catch in the early stages. Problems, unfortunately, for a couple of the cars out there, including Naidu and then Theo Chetty running off as well in the Viking car. It brought the safety car out, which was the first time the safety car had to be brought into action on the day. But it brought the field back into a concertina effect, and it would be every man for himself on a singular line. You can see in the background the cars being put onto the flatbed to get them out of harm's way. Eventually a red flag was called, and that would then give an opportunity for a restart. The restart, of course, starts with the form-up lap, and with that form-up lap, they single line line astern, I should say, to start things out. It was a turnaround of note from Anton Pommersheim and from Bob Neal, but Lee Thompson eventually hung on for the victory and took the win. The one car, Renier Smith, coming through there and looking to wrap up Class B was a good effort from Wessel Mostert, who hung on just to keep out Ethan Coetzee and the rest of the pack. Class C is, of course, also going to be in for a bit of a fight, and we saw Reinhard Miller at the front end of that. The second heat, this is some big action. A little bit later on in the afternoon, as you can see, the sun was starting to set at Red Star Raceway, and phenomenal effort being put in by all of the drivers to get those Dunlop tyres up to speed as quickly as possible and ensure that they were in the running at the front end. It was a turnaround, a big turnaround from Anton Pommersheim. He had some issues in the first one, and he managed to get them sorted out, and he could run just at the front end initially. He was watching in the rear for the hard charge coming from the rest of the pack of Class A and B cars, and of course it was a big step up as well, because we saw Ethan Coetzee step out of Class B and into Class A for the first time. The battles continued, and you can see he started to put the pressure on all the way through, and then all of a sudden, big problems for the Delmont mining machine of Bob Neal. He ended up sideways in the 49 car at the bottom end of the circuit into turn 4, off camber, and with him was a couple of cars involved in that as well. Some touching there between the niche cars and Ethan Coetzee, but eventually the checkered flag came out, and it was Pommersheim who would come through for the victory. So Anton Pommersheim just finishing up there behind Lee Thompson, who'd stepped up, of course, into Class A, into the car he normally preps for one of his clients, but got an opportunity to drive it himself, and wrapped up a phenomenal day's racing for the M Performance Racing Series at Red Star Raceway. We're now standing by for them to go into the first heat, and let's catch up now with Leonard Archer from Welcome in the ACD car.
Leonard, round 3, race 1, you're starting 4th, what you expecting?
Well, it's a nice day, weather is nice, everything is alright, and I'm happy with the car. So qualifying didn't go too bad, and I'm sure I'm going to give it my best and see where I can end up.
Well, good luck, see you in race 2.
Thanks.
There's always a seasoned campaigner, is Leonard Archer. Interesting to see that Lee Thompson is down in 5th place on the grid. I don't know if that's an election from Lee to start from the back, just to give himself a little bit of a... Okay, so getting information in my ear there, he had to start from back of class because he didn't have a transponder on. So how the hell did they pick up that lap time of a 60.8?
I saw Greg, it was a discretion. He didn't have a transponder one of the practice sessions. So
in one of the practice sessions?
They missed one of the practice sessions, so they penalised him there. But look out for Lee. I was going to ask you now, is he back for good? Or is he?
He's back for good. And with that car, he also put in the fastest lap ever from an M Performance Racing Series around Zwartkops. A 60.8. 1 minute flat 0.8. And that means
out, Greg.
It is good to see that
out on the Bala. So today we're going live and out on the circuit burst. So watch out for Lee. As you said, he did a 1 minute 8. 1 minute
flat 0.8. 60.8.
1 minute 0.8.
Yeah.
So that's crazy.
That's
so
literally it's heading into possibilities of a sub-minute lap from Lee Thompson. If he gets a clear lap in here today, with the conditions being that are today, there's a possibility we may see a 59 for the very first time out of Class A in the Turbo Cup. But he's got to take on Anton Pommersheim, who comes from a victory at Red Star Raceway, Bob Neal, who's looking to turn his luck around. And we're down in pre-race with Anton Pommersheim right now.
Anton, round 3, race 1, how's the car going? You're on pole. What you expecting?
Car's going great. This morning out in quali I pulled off my best ever time with the 61-second time. I mean, I'm starting from the front, so I just have to keep it out front. Nothing more I can do. I just have to pull out some consistent laps, get through the traffic, especially once I start lapping the slower guys. So today it's all about consistency, pulling off consistent laps, safe overtakes, safe overlaps, and just pulling out some good times. That's all we're here for.
Excellent. Well, good luck. We'll see you in race 2.
Thank you very much. Most definitely.
Pomasham has got some serious confidence building ability. He came into the first race of the season and was piloting a car that was in Class B, decided to throw a couple of slick tyres on it and said, let me have a go in Class A, and has become a highly successful Class A competitor. So he certainly knows what to do in that car of his, and I think with that Eagle Granite car, he's in for the mix. We're going to be on board with Wessel Mustard in the Moscow Motorsport machine, so looking forward to seeing what he's able to do there. Possibly if you can catch Smith, who's alongside him. There's going to be some fun and games between the two of them. I think Rainier is definitely the man that he'll have his sights firmly set on in the Class B battle. And then down in Class C, we'll keep an eye out on the poleman, who's Ozbagioni, the poolman, of course, who's ahead of Reinhard Miller and Hein van der Merwe. Nicky Dix just behind them, and he'll be looking to come through there in that Curvent air conditioning machine. There is the field, ready to go.
At this stage, I think Pomashani is leading the championship in Class A. Obviously, Lee didn't do the very first round, but they can be quite lucky now that Lee's in 5th. So Pomashan is going to try and get away at the start, but Lee will try and get, obviously, through that field as quick as he can. So Lee, we know he's got the lap times in him. So that's going to be quite interesting to have a look out for.
Yeah, if Lee gets in some good laps early on and can just get through there on Leonard Archer and possibly on Oom Leon, there's a chance that he can be in the front and give Pomasham and Bob Neal a bit of a run for their money. So we're just checking out our cameraman there, camera 4 or camera 1, showing us the pit lane cameraman and vice versa. So a massive shout out to our camera crew that are out there from the Two Wheels and Planet Margate team, bringing you all of the live stream action, along with the boys from LiveX as well. Fantastic to have them here. We bring you all the live action from not only the regional side, but the national championship side of the Extreme Festival, and that's in 2 weeks' time down in Quebec, of course. So looking forward to that. Safety car is about to go out. It's a 3:30, if I'm not mistaken, this weekend, and that will be piloted by our own COC JL. We're just waiting for some recovery work to be done there for Theo Vermaak's DOE Formula V. Once that's back into pit lane, we'll then have probably a green light all around the circuit, and they can go off on their warm-up lap. But I think your biggest threat today is going to be Lee Thompson. Having put in that lap time and shown what that car's capabilities are, he's definitely in with a chance of catching those first 4, getting past them, and maybe stealing the victory by the end of this next 10 laps.
Yeah, Greg, I don't think Lee's going to have a problem. I mean, if you look at the top 5, Pomashan on a 101.3, Bob Neal, good to see him up there second, but 103.6, Leon Lopes at 104.4, Leonard Archer 105, and then Lee with that 1 minute 8.8. So Lee, I think, you just get to start going and get through. Pomashan must try and get away if he's going to do anything about Lee. But yeah, so Lee will be there quickly. And then we watch out Class B. It is Rainier Smith. He's on pole there. Smith, Mostert, Ethan Kutsia, Garbini, Bilal Ahmed, and Osby Ajoni in Class C.
So it's M Performance Racing Series Turbo Cup classes A, B, and C, making their way out onto the track now for their first heat of the day. Low-angled shot here of the Moscow's machine coming through there. Ethan Kutsia behind him. 920 car there of Carlo Garbini. In the SAF Speed machine with the coffee brand on the side of the car. So the fastest coffee maker in the world, I would have to say. I don't think he can make coffee that fast, but he can certainly drive a coffee-sponsored car really well.
I was saying earlier about Ethan Kutsia, but I see he's back in Class B. So is he back in Class B?
I'm not sure. I thought he'd moved up to Class A in Red Star Raceway, but we'd have to get confirmation of that from Bernard maybe a little later on. But let's see as they get into the warm-up lap here. The curve-end car there of number 37. That, of course, is Nicky Dix, the air conditioning man, looking to try and close things down there on Hein van der Merwe just ahead of him in the second of those SAF Speed prepared BMWs. It's a nice battle amongst the sort of brands as well in terms of BMW aftermarket race car preparers. There's a whole bunch. Fast Freddy in there, of course, with Fast Developments. SAF Speed with a whole bunch. Lee Thompson Racing with a whole bunch as well. Ethan Kutsia with his own assistants there, but being helped out, of course, by Lee Thompson. But then there's a couple of other guys that are involved in this category, and of course we'll see them later on in the Naturally Aspirated Cup, where you've got Pablo Clark with a whole stable of cars that they look after. It's really great to see how this class has grown, not only in the size and strength, because it is the probably arguably the biggest class in the country at the moment, in in terms of numbers and people that are still sitting on the sidelines waiting for opportunities to be part of this category, because they do have a big waiting list, and of course on certain circuits they're only able to run X amount of cars per race, so that's why they have to split them up into their classes. And that's why one of the reasons they decided to go Turbo Cup and naturally aspirated, so they could differentiate the two and give it a bit more of a stronger feel.
Yeah, Greg, the BMW in Performance Pass Race Series, they've got big numbers. The vehicles are beautifully prepared and turned out. They sound beautiful, and it's awesome racing. So yeah, it's, kudos to these guys. They really, they how can we say, they come up with the goods. And just look at those cars that Ethan could see, that purple and white.
Well, Ethan's got a Class B number on. He's got the B in blue there, so he must be classified as a Class B competitor. Wessel Mostert, definitely a Class B competitor, but he'll also be racing, as you can see there, in GTA in the GD Sports and Saloons in a couple of races' time. In fact, I think he goes back-to-back, if I'm not mistaken, so he'll have a chance just to get a bit of extra fuel in the car and maybe a little drink, and then back onto the circuit straight away for the 8-lapper that is, of course, the sort of qualifying race for the 200 later on.
Yeah, these guys are up for the 10-lapper. It is a rolling start, and maybe that's one thing they can still look in the future. Maybe standing starts.
You like standing starts, eh?
Yeah.
Old school racer here.
But yeah, as you can see, big field. They're coming through turn 4. They're not going that far, so guys are trying to get some heat into the tires. The brakes won't be a problem, but the tires, you want to get enough heat into those tires, and then when the lights go out, it's a go.
It's always a big go with these guys as well, especially those first 5 cars. Class A competitors are highly competitive, and they've got some massively powerful BMWs underneath them. So let's see what they can do now as they come into the starting order. You see that 330 pulling away ever so slightly from In Performance Racing. And JL will bring that car with the lights out into pit lane, handing the pole position duties over to Anton. Parmesan will have Bob Neal alongside him. Second row is Leon Lopesha and Leonard Archer. Third row, arguably the most dangerous man on track, is Lee Thompson, and there's a bit of a gap, as you can see, that they leave between Class A and Class B. Class B headed up by Renier Smith and Wessel Mostert, Ethan Kutsia and Carlo Garbini, and then a gap down to Class C, which sees Osbagioni on pole position alongside Reinhard Miller. But here we go. Under starters orders, lights are on. As soon as they go off, we go racing, and it looks like Pommersheim might have caught them napping. Anton Pommersheim has definitely pulled away and has got a great hole shot. Same thing from Renier Smith as Wessel goes defensive on Ethan Kutsia going into turn 1 and tries to hang on to the back of that car as they come through turn 1. As they head down towards turn 2 now, we stand by for the action coming out of Cashel Corner. And big issues coming out of Cashel Corner. As you can see in the background, a whole bunch of cars getting up close and personal right from the word go. We go on board here with Wessel Mostert as they come out of turn 3, Cashel Corner. Out of 2 into 3, I should say. And it looks like Wessel's got some work to do to try and catch Renier.
Yeah,
Lee Thompson's already 3 up to 3rd by the looks of it.
Yeah, Wessel Mostert was second there, but let's see, Lee, like you said, Pommersheim got a good start. Let's see now. He knows he has to actually pull a gap if he can. And let's see who's that coming through there. That was it Bob Neal? Where's Lee?
Bob Neal, then Lee.
What happened to Lee there?
Lee's in 3rd. Lee's in 3rd.
Yeah, Lee's up to 3rd, so we're watching the progress of Lee, but there's number 1, that's Renier Smith. Also, there's Lee with a move on the inside, coming down in 8. Yeah, Bob Neal won't fight him too hard. And now Lee's going to go chasing after Pommersheim.
5th to 2nd in the space of 1 lap. So that's just shows you what that Megastar Group BMW can do. It's a BMW GT3 M3, if I'm not mistaken. If that's the classification, if I'm not mistaken on that one. M3 Turbo.
GT Turbo, yeah.
And pushing hard to try and get to the front right from the word go. Renier Smith with a bit of a gap over the rest of the pack of Class B competitors, including Ethan Kutsia, who's second, who's found a way through there on Wessel Mostert. So Wessel Mostert losing out ever so slightly. Further back in the pack, we can see the 46 car there of Garbini coming through and looking for a chance to close things down. And then the rest of the field coming around. Carlo Garbini putting away slightly now from Osbagioni. So a little bit of a change up there between the Class B competitors as we watch.
And that was Nicky Dix on the inside there.
Hein van der Merwe losing out to him.
Yeah, so good stuff. It's a big fielder coming through. Greg, and like Pommersheim was saying, he knows that later on, in the second half of the race, they start catching, they catch the back markers. So he's trying to pull a gap, but Lee's coming.
Yeah, Lee's coming big time. Let's pull that up slightly there so we can just see the rest of the field, because the Class A, we know the first 5. They're easy to spot. Let's just so we can get the Class C competitors. Yeah, I was going to say, it is going to be Arnold Naidu and Salvi Guterri fighting with Nicky Dix for Class C honours as they come through there and pushing hard as they come down into the breaking point for turn number 1.
Yeah, that's Osbagioni going through now through turn 1. Little bit of dust you can see on the track as well. But there's Nicky Dix. He's trying to make some moves. He's up to 12th overall, but he's third in class, correct? So Nicky Dix has moved up to the podium there in Class C.
As they,
yeah, we'll have a look, see what's happening in the front here. If Lee Thompson is catching up, we'll look at us. Yeah, Lee's already, lap times are coming down. Pomershan lapping at a 102.3, Lee in a 101.3. So Lee is a bit quicker and he's catching up definitely. Then it's still Bob Neal, Leon Loubser, Leonard Asher. As the guys come through, see through turn 1 there. There we go. That's Bob Neal.
Yeah, Bob Neal looking good for third place. Not going to be able to catch Lee Thompson, I think, but he should still be able to keep Leon Loubser at bay. And then behind him will be Rainier Smith coming through the field pretty rapidly.
Yeah, Lee Thompson in front of Bob Neal. Bob Neal and Leon Loubser. Leon Loubser, used to be the man. There we go. Let's say Lee now already putting pressure on Pomershan there, going up the hill. And at this stage, so Pomershan now, you'll look in his mirror, see Lee is there, and he'll have to defend. But Lee is just going to take it easy. We only on lap. Oh,
somebody's off.
Someone's gone off there.
It's Pomershan. Anton Pomersham's off. Pomershan has gone off.
Well, now that's the second call we've seen there at the top.
Yeah, running out of brakes by the looks of it. I think he's just ran wide out of turn 5 and gone into the wall, which is a bit of a pity.
So maybe Pomershan just, I don't know if he had a look behind him, but he also went straight in. It looks like a braking problem. But there we were inside. There's Rainier Smith going to fit Ethan Kutsia, and there's one of them.
Here we go. This is Pomershan under brakes into turn 5 with Lee Thompson putting him under pressure. He's just run wide on his own. He's trying to go too late on the brakes, run into the kitty litter, and he heads straight towards the barrier. I think he's going to hit the barrier. Or does he just miss out? I think he might have just missed out there.
Yeah, Ethan Kutsia now going through turn 2. Yeah, so I think that pressure, he looked in his mirror and he saw Lee coming and he was just too late and he ran wide. Pity there for Pomershan because he needs to try and take it to Lee. But now we're in car with Wessel Mostert here coming through turn 4. He's on the outside. Someone in front of him there. Let's see, it's Ethan Kutsia. So there's a fight. Yeah, Ethan Kutsia and Wessel Mostert. And but Wessel slowing down. Big problem there for Wessel.
Wessel Mostert slowing down in the Moscow's motorsport machine. And it's now a little bit of pressure coming onto the back end of the final Class A car there. That's Leonard Archer, who's been closed down by Rainier Smith.
Yeah, Rainier Smith leading out Class B. Now it's in Ethan Kutsia in second. And he'll try and chase down on Rainier Smith. As you can see down the hill they come. There's Rainier Smith with the number 1. He's obviously the overall champion from last year. We've got a yellow flag. I don't know if a safety car. We'll just
possibly safety car. I don't see the. Yeah, the safety car board's out. Safety car board's out. There we go. So everybody's going to slow down now. They're going to have to get some cars recovered. I think it's going to be Anton Pomersham's car that they're worried about more than anything else. Mostert's coming into pit lane as well. So some kind of issue here for the Moscow's motorsport car. As he comes into pit lane, that's not what he wanted to do, that's for sure. There's another car at the top of the hill as well. The 67 car there of Salvi Guterri, who's had some problems in the Autostyle Sav Speed car. So I wonder if he was caught out maybe with a bit of the debris that came onto the track with a couple of the guys taking a bit of strain.
Yeah, you can see there actually on the outside of turn 6 there's lots of marbles and sand. But I don't know if turn 5 is catching out a few guys today there on the brakes, but already lots of action here in the Turbo Cup of the BMW in Performance Race Series. Lina is here in the front. Okay, we've done 5 of 10 and the safety car laps do count. There's a bit of smoke coming out of a
Kyle
car.
Badia's car smoking there big time, yeah.
But let's see how long we're going to be under this safety car condition. But it's all happening here.
It certainly is. As it stands right now, Lee Thompson leads out. Bob Neal second, Leon Loubser third, Leonard Archer fourth in top 4 in Class A. It's Rainier Smith, Kutsia, Miller, Dix and Mostert who unfortunately pulled in. So Mostert out of Class B, so there's only 4 Class B competitors. And then Class C headed out by, I don't think it's Osbagioni anymore. I think it actually might be Hein van der Merwe who's got ahead. I'm just going to double check. No, Bagioni's got back at him. So Bagioni tucked in behind Nicky Dix and Reinhard Miller.
Nicky Dix leading out.
No, Reinhard Miller.
Reinhard
Miller,
yeah,
Miller ahead of Dix. Then it's Wessel Mostert, who's gone into pit lane. Bagioni, so we'll probably see him drop through the... Yeah, there's Mostert in his pit box right now. Good confirmation of that from our onboard camera. And then it's Arnold Naidu, Benny Late, and Alan Hilligan in the 27 car. So, yeah, we were battling a little bit there with the screen kind of going on and off. I did send Paul a message, so hopefully you saw that, but it looks like it's all cleared up. And we're now absolutely flat out and just waiting for this safety car scenario to be cleared so we can go back at it for race 1 of M Performance Racing Series.
Yeah, they've done 6 of 10. They will be on lap 7. Sorry, you were saying, Greg?
No, I'm saying a pretty decent start. That's for sure.
Good stuff. Now, okay, pity now. Lee's going to be on his own. Bob Neal will be happy then second. As I can just see one of the back markers, number 30 in there as well. So in front, Class A is Thompson, Neal and Loubser. Class B is Renier Smith, Ethan Kutsia, Reinhard Miller. And then Class C, it is Miller, Biagioni, Nicky Dix. So Biagioni's got a bit of work to do. He had to pace in qualifying. So the other thing now, Greg, okay, under safety car conditions, not going very fast. Tire temperature will cool down.
Yeah.
But as you sit there, all you want to do is you want to go. Especially if you're still making up a few or looking for a few positions. You don't want to be too long on the safety car. You want to go, especially this mid-pack here. So let's see how quickly we can get rid of this safety car, and then we'll have 3 to go next time. But the guys are keen to go racing, but they'll just have to keep an eye on their tire
temperatures.
Yeah.
Now, once those tire temperatures drop through a sort of heat cycle, it takes a little while for them to get back up to the full pace again. You watch Cam Christie going through there in the Palace car. Right behind him is one of the SA Auto Tune Tech machines. Great to see Michael Krobler back into the mix as well. Pest control man, being a pest in the middle of the pack there with Josi, and looking for a chance to try and make their way up slightly higher than what they are. Varish Gunpath in there as well. And we did mention Carlo Garbini, but I think some work to be done there from his point of view. He wants to move up into that top 5. There is the recovery being done on Anton Pommersheim's car. It doesn't look like he hit the barrier though, because there's no damage on the front end of the car. So maybe he just couldn't get out of that kitty litter. And we do know the kitty litter here at Zwartkops is pretty deep. You don't want to get into that and try and spin your way out, because you'll just dig yourself even deeper. But
let's hope Pommersheim can get his problem sorted for race number 2 later, to try and take it up with Lee Thompson in the front and the rest of the field. Yeah, nice to see Michael Grobler. At one stage I saw he was selling the car, and then he came back, but I think he's enjoying his racing again.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to be in for another lap here under safety, so at least another lap to go before we clear. Maybe a 2-lap sprint race to wrap it all up for the first heat of the Turbo Cup aspect of M Performance Racing Series.
So the marshals are really working hard, and just heads up, or kudos to the marshals guys. Those guys in the orange there, they do a great job, an awesome job. We don't always mention them as much as we should, but they'll be clearing up the Pommersheim car, and hopefully if we can get going next lap in, it'll be 2 laps to go.
So as they come down into turn 4, we'll pick them up again, but an awesome effort there from the marshals, as we said. Great effort from all of them out there to ensure that we can get racing as quickly as possible. And a shout out as well to, of course, our race control, who are controlling things from our office alongside us to ensure that we stay on track with the way things go overall here on the race day. Working from that cockpit of the safety car is our current COC for the circuit as well. So he's having to do dual duties today. The overall COC and pace car driver for M Performance Racing Series, but of course Aldred Diedrichs is the COC for BMW M Performance, which is why he can sit on the sideline and dictate as to how things go from here. So we've actually got 3 of the top COCs in the country with us today, in Aldred Diedrichs and JL, and of course Eric Schultz joining us, along with Leon Peters as well. Great to have him here, one of the youngsters coming through, showing that there is some progression happening in the progression planning for the race control office that has to be looked after on numerous occasions.
Yeah, the safety car will go slowly as he can to try and get as many laps as we can. So, but don't know if it's going to come in this. Yeah, we've been losing our screen a little bit, but it looks like the safety car is going in there, Greg.
Yeah, so safety car's in now.
Lee 2-lap sprint,
Lee Thompson will be dictating the pace now for the restart. Craig Herbst in the background as well. Watch out for him as they hit the pace, and of course they're catching him on the restart. So the Victron Energy car must have had some kind of issue there on the safety car laps that he's dropped so far back. But Class A now heads down towards turn number 2 with Lee Thompson got the drop over Bob Neal. Leon Loubser all over the back of him, and then an Archer. It's kind of the elderly statesman having some fun and games there between the top three, and for second, third, and fourth place in Class A.
Yeah, the guys will just have to watch their brake temperatures on this first lap now after the safety car. You know, Lee's okay there, but there's podium battlers on there. Neil, Loubser, and Archer. And then look at it, Class B, Renier Smith now, and he's got who's behind him. Yeah, Ethan Gutierrez. So Ethan Gutierrez use that safety car. He must put a lot of pressure there on Renier Smith as the Moscow car of Reinhard Miller goes through. He's in class.
And that's a change up for Reinhard Miller as well, because he was running in Heijo and what they called. He had another team sponsor, but he's joined Moscow's now as part of that team, as you can see with the livery running on the side of that car. So that's a new car. He's also one of the only drivers, I think of two drivers that race both in Turbo Cup and in the Aspirated Cup. So we'll see him a bit later on. He drives the Fireball M3 box-shaped BMW in the Naturally Aspirated Cup. Here's a move from Garbini on the inside of Hilligen. Makes that stick with no problems at all. And Lee Thompson comfortably on his way now on the final lap. And he's taking it easy. He eased off slightly there.
He's taking it easy. The guy who's just giving Bob and them a sniff there. And let's hope he's just taking it easy. But Lee Thompson coming through now on the last lap here. Maybe he's just saving his tires and everything for heat number 2 later. But Leon Loubser is just trying all he can up the hill to try and take that second position away from Bob Neal. But there's Lee Thompson coming through turn 5. So just 3 corners there. Look at Leon Loubser putting pressure there, Greg.
Well, the pressure's on from Leon, that's for sure. But Bob Neal soaking it up. He's not going to give this one away. He's going to turn his luck around after that off-track excursion at Red Star Raceway. He's going to come through for second place behind Lee Thompson. Take nothing away from Lee. He rolled out of it on that last lap, that's for sure. Getting down into sort of the 105s or 106 lap times as opposed to the 101s and 1 minute flats he was doing in qualifying. Leonard Archer will come through for fourth place in Class A in the ACD Velcom BMW. And it's Gutierrez who comes through for the win. Ethan Gutierrez snuck through in the closing stages and got past on Renier Smith. Reinhard Miller comes through for third and Nicky Dix will get fourth. Class C looks like it's gone to Reinhard Miller. Miller getting the drop there and just squeezing through. Brilliant stuff there from him. And wins out over Nicky Dix and Hein van der Merwe. Osbagioni comes through for fourth, and then it's Arnold Naidu wrapping up the top 5 there in Class C.
Yeah, that safety car definitely helped Ethan Gutierrez there. So he managed to sneak the win there in Class B. So good stuff there. But awesome stuff from the BMW M Performance Race Series Turbo Cup. Pity about the safety car. But at the end, there's the positions as they
unofficial. Lee Thompson, Bob Neal, Loubser, Archer, Class A. Class B, top 2, Ethan Gutierrez and Renier Smith. Garbini down in 12th overall, getting the third place in Class B. And then a good effort there from the rest of the field as they come through. As we stand by now to go into the first heat of the GT 111 Sports and Saloons, proudly brought to you by Digit FMS. They have joined us, and of course they are part and parcel of today's ATS Zwartkops 200. And of course this race is part and parcel of that as well, because it's kind of taken as the sort of qualifying race for the Zwartkops 200 later on this afternoon. And of course that happens at about 5 to 5. We go into the evening, we go under floodlights of course here at Zwartkops for the Zwartkops 200, and it gives us a chance to go and have a look and see how this field has been spread out. And it is a pretty big field because we've got 111 GDs, we've got Sports and Saloons, and we've got Super Hatch all combined into one big class of cars that's about to go to battle. And then of course later on there'll be a couple of drivers that'll be sharing cars. Let's have a look at the 111 highlights from Red Star as we stand by to go to race action here today. In the 111 GD Sports and Saloons, it was a battle of note at the front end, literally with the field of cars going at it all the time. And unfortunately my screen's gone blank, so I can't see there. Well, I can let you know there was a big battle amongst the usual contenders at the front end, with Jared Rousseau coming through and putting the pressure onto the front end of the field, along with the usual contenders in the 111 class. The GD Sports and Saloons, of course, made up of the 111 Sports and Saloons classes A, B, C, D, and E, and then GTs are now split into classes A and B. The Bat Lady and Batman were going at it at the back end of the field with young Keegan Nathan. He had a bit of a fight of note, and at the end of the day's proceedings, it turned out to be pretty much the usual contenders at the front end, with a couple of battle cars out there, the Pragma Polo being one of them, but some action all the way through. And it's non-stop here with the 111 GD Sports and Saloon. Let's go down and have a quick chat to Mel Spur. As you can see, the action that's happening here at Red Star Raceway, but about to kick off here at Zwartkops.
Melanie, round 3, race 1. How's the car going? What you expecting?
Obviously, we always want to win. Expectations hopefully match that. Yeah, we've qualified third. It's for the sprint race, and then we've got 200k later. I'm going to be sharing with my long-suffering partner, Bota. So hopefully we bring that one home. So key is keep it clean, finish out front, and get the 200 done as well.
Good luck. See you in race 2.
Thank you.
Well, looks like we've got the action that's just unfolded at Red Star Raceway still happening in the background as we chatted about that. And of course, there was great action there between Mal Spur and Tiaan van Rooyen. Tiaan van Rooyen having a fantastic little battle of his own there with Mal Spur in the closing stages. But it is a big field that we contend with here. Of course, we're looking at over 40 cars participating at Red Star Raceway, as well as here at Zwartkops today for round 3. And remember, as I said, this is basically just a warm-up for the 200 kilometre that comes later on this afternoon. And 200 Ks around Zwartkops is pretty daunting. Some of the guys and girls have gone with single competitor entries, where they'll be doing the entire 200 Ks on their own. But there are a couple of cars, as you heard now from Mal, that will be shared by partners and teammates. And teammates, of course, there with Mal will be Wouter Roos. Piet Potgieter had a pretty decent outing at Red Star Raceway. He was fighting with Wayne Labotsky pretty much throughout the day. The dice of the day actually ended up going to be, they kind of call it the dog fight of the day, is what we have to work out, and it's something that you and I have to keep an eye on throughout the day, Leon. Actually turned out to be the bat fight of the day, because it was the Bat Lady against the Batman in the closing stages, and of course it was a phenomenal effort from the two of them as they won that award from the ATE, and from ATS I should say. So great effort there from all the drivers at Red Star Raceway, and you can see them standing by now to maneuver into some great race action that they always provide, as this incredible Digit FMS 111 GD Sports and Saloon cars, including Super Hatch, are about to go to battle.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, later, looking forward to the Zwartkops 200. So the guys and gals now, and we've got quite a few lady races. It's nice to see in this category as well. Mel Spurs there, Elke van Vleerde. So, and then also in the BMW race series, we've got the youngsters, the ladies that's there. But they need to look after their cars in these two sprint races. Not too much action. It's almost a warm-up for them later for the 200, which is the one the big one, the Zwartkops 200. We've got someone in the pits there, I think Craig Priestley.
Craig, round 3, race 1, starting on second. What you expecting?
Let's see how we get to a good start. Hopefully hold it if we can get to the front and try to hold it there. The track's warmed up a lot now, so a lot better than qualifying this morning. But yeah, out there just to have fun, first of all. Really looking forward to it. Thanks a lot.
Okay, and the car going well, yeah?
Going perfect, John. No worries. Everything's working well.
Excellent. Good luck for race 1. We'll
Thank you so much.
I think Craig Priestley is looking forward to this one, I can tell you. You can see even the smile through that helmet. We don't usually catch him just before a race, so I think he was caught a little bit off guard there by our pit lane presenters. But needless to say, he's looking forward to the challenge and going at it with Tiaan van Rooyen and Mal Spur. Maurits Leroux and Johan van Heerden, of course, will be fighting for honours as well as we get ready to go for this first heat.
Big crowd out on the daar by Walle. Al die manne by Walle, al die mense by Walle. Hallo julle. Ja, daar so saying hello as well. Ek mis my mense by Walle, Greg, but it's good to see. It's quite a good crowd, yeah. Awesome.
Also just picked up on, which I didn't realise, and I've only just realised it now, this is only the GD Sports and Saloons, the 111s. It's not the GT class. So this is only the 111 GD Sports and Saloons as opposed to the GTs. So Super Hatch combining with the Super Saloons, or with the saloon car category. The GT class will be later on. So I didn't realize that until I saw that there was no GT cars there in the pre-race area. So they've decided to just split them up and give them a chance. But it's good because there's a really competitive field of GT cars that are here this weekend, and a couple of guys who have already broken out and moved themselves up in the class, which is fantastic. One being, of course, Keith and Monkeys, who's also stepped up in that little Renault Sandero of his. So watch out for him as he's broken out and going to be moving through the field and up into the higher class. It's kind of how it works with these categories that are time-based. Give an opportunity for the youngsters that are in those classes to just get better and better. And as they get better and better, of course, they get to fight against cars that are on a slightly higher scale than what they would have been previously. But it does show you that they've got the ability to run with them. And as they get faster and faster and more competitive and a little bit more racecraft underneath their helmets, they can go at it and hopefully get a chance to bring some phenomenal action to the track, which they always do here in GD and, of course, the 111 Sports and Saloons.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, there's a 111 Sports and Saloons, including Super Edge now. So it'll be Class A, B, C, and the Super Edge guys. And then later, the GTs, Sports and Saloons, will have their own race. But then later, obviously, everybody joins each other for the Zwartkops 200. Zwartkops 200, so all the spectators, make yourself ready for a long day and an early night, yeah. Not going to go home early. The 200 will be after the sunset.
Yeah.
And that's going to be a very interesting race. Looking forward to that, Greg.
Or possibly at sunset, I think, because it's 5 o'clock this afternoon that we kick things off with that. So
yeah,
about sunset,
we'll go into dark.
Into the dark, under floodlights, which is going to be really cool. And looking forward to another great battle amongst those cars under floodlights, because last year's one turned out, I think it was about 3 or 4 seconds between the first 4 cars by the time the checkered flag came out. So look forward to that one later on this afternoon. But we got Pretoria Toyota out on track, which means we're about to roll cars onto the circuit for this first heat, the first sprint race of the day for the Digit FMS 111 Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch.
Yeah, so Greg, now as a racing driver, it's a tricky one for you. If you know you're doing the 200 later, you want to, on one hand, you want to look after your car, but you also know how it is. Once you put a helmet on and the red flag goes, or the lights go out, you want to go racing. So for some of the guys, they'll use it almost as a test session, but for some of the guys, I still want to win this sprint race, 8 laps. So
Digit FMS 111 Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch, rolling out. It's a nice big field that are about to roll out here as well. There is Keith and Mikey's, the car I was just mentioning a little bit earlier on. And as they come through there, it's good to see Ishmael Peck involved as well. The Mzansi man has joined us here today. He's got a whole bunch of seasoned campaigners right on his tail, including a couple of the top contenders in that Super Hatch class. Brilliant to see that there is some maneuvering happening in Super Hatch as well as in the 111 Sports and Saloons. We're on board with Mel Spur. She'll be looking forward to, of course, a battle with Craig Priestley, along with the rest of that front pack, and trying to catch Tian van Rooyen. Those three literally had a phenomenal dice at Red Star Raceway. And there'll be more of the same here today, I think. We'll keep an eye out on the Bat Lady and the Batman, see if they resume that bat battle that they had to win the best dice of the day. Dion Mudley will be looking to try and get things a little bit higher up in the Super Hatch class and mix it up in amongst the usual contenders in 111s, classes C and D. Also keep an eye out on Keegan Nathan, who had some big manoeuvres in that first race at Red Star Raceway. Came through nicely, fighting hard for honours at the front end there. But Mal Spur now on board with her as we head down the hill and are about to come under starters' orders.
Yeah, and Greg, there's quite a mix of older and modern cars. You know, you've got BMs and Polos, and then you've got the old Golfs, Hondas and so forth. The Pretoria Toyota will take them for one more warm-up lap. Next time around we should go for start. You look in the front, there's a BMW, and then we've got, it's a Polo. We've got Golfs in there. So the modern cars and the older level cars. So it's, you know, it's quite a mix, and the guys take it to each other. So there's Polo, Golf, there's Honda Balladas, there's Alpha in the mix. So everybody in the mix here. But yeah, looking forward to this 8-lapper. Next time around we'll get a rolling start. And then it's all about Digit, FMS, 111 Sports and Saloons, including the Super Hatch.
So I got a call from Graham Nathan, and I think the reason for that is because Troy Starr is actually in that car. It was Keegan's car, but of course Troy Starr going to be piloting that car there, and that's the reason why I was hoping we'd get a close-up shot of it, because I couldn't get it. And there you go, confirmation. Troy Starr driving. Thanks, Graham. Big G gives you a heads up there that it's actually Troy Starr driving that car. It's
we picked him up now. He's number 31.
Yeah. Usually
good
piloted
stuff.
by Keegan
Yeah,
Nathan.
Keegan now is in the ATE VW Challenge. So
Correct.
good to see him concentrating just on that formula. Now he's giving that
Troy Starr. Yeah, he's getting a chance to get into the car, get a little bit more seat time, get some valuable seat time, because in front-wheel drive polos, seat time is vital to learn the finesse on how to drive a car that is powered by the front, turned by the front, and the majority of the work is done by the front end of the car. You have to know how to get the balance right amongst all of those components in a race car. The BMW, of course, that is on pole, is a rear-wheel drive machine, so it makes it a little bit more different driving style that you've got to play with. Priestley will be looking to try and sort that driving style out from the word go. He's able to find a way through on Tiaan van Rooyen in that 125 of his. But Pretoria No Toyota pulls off the circuit, and we are now under starters orders for the first heat of 111 Sports and Saloons.
Yeah, we know Priestley's going to be racy. He said he's happy with the track conditions. Cold this morning qualifying, but track conditions should be good. But let's see what Tiaan van Rooyen is going to do there from pole.
Martin Leroux will be a man to watch out for as well in that Martini Racing coloured Golf 1 behind Craig Priestley. He goes to dive on the inside of Priestley through turn 1. He has a little look but can't quite get there. The door just gets shut on him firmly. Keith and Mikey's diving on the inside of the Batman, looking for a way past, and Henry van Vleuten had to go defensive into turn 2. We're on board with Mel. She's going to force that Golf 1 slightly wide out of turn 2, Castrol corner, and slot up into third place. But look at that, around the outside, Mel Spur being hounded big time there by the Golf 1, and looking for a way right from the word go was Van Heerden.
Yeah, but Johan van Heerden actually got a good start, and he had a look there, and he's past Mel Spur now. So he's gotten past, but he was really racy there from the start. And there's the Origin sponsored car, number 18, that goes through as well. That's Ernest Heather in that car. But look at it, on the inside, Priestley, he told us earlier in the interview he's racy, but he's gone for it on the inside. Tiaan van Rooyen had to do it on the outside, Greg. But look at Johan van Heerden, he's right in there as well.
Ernest Heather running wide out of turn 5 as well. Here comes Henry van Vleuten, driving on the inside, finds a way through on Pete Borgieter. Borgieter's now got Keith and Mikey's all over the back of him. Looks like Mike O'Sullivan coming through there as well, just ahead, and looking for a way through early on. In fact, no, it's Rob Clark. It's Rob Clark who's up there. So Rob Clark in the Honda Ballard, starting to mix it up in amongst those hatchback category cars. Now as they come through there, Charles Veyers starting to close the gap down, bringing along for the ride first of the non-hatchback cars there. I think that's Lindsay Kleur.
Yeah, he's actually got Louis Scholes in the Triple Car Clinic car. He's putting the pressure there on Charles Veyers in the Opel there. So, these guys are going for it. In car with Mel Spur there. Good to see the in-car footage here, Greg.
Heading onto that back straightaway, trying to close the gap down now on Van Heerden. Johan van Heerden in that Martini Racing coloured Golf 1 heads through turn 4. Mel, little clip of the curb there. You can hear those tyres squealing as she comes through there, but Tiaan van Rooyen has dropped down behind her. So Van Rooyen must have made a mistake dramatically somewhere on circuit, because he went from the front end of the field and he's about to get outgunned by Charles Veyers under the brakes into turn 5, and it's done. Van Rooyen's got some major issue on that BMW. Oh, Scholz onto the dirt, keeps it buried, and comes straight back. The car care clinic man just keeping it buried out of the dirt and back onto the black stuff. Brilliant stuff there from Louis.
Now, Greg, I don't know if turn 4, 5 up the top, it's a little bit slippery today. It's been catching out 1 or 2 drivers. But I was going to ask you, is that Johan van Heerden, is that the old George Economidis car?
I think it might be. I'm not 100% sure, but it certainly looks that way.
Yeah.
Troy Starr now ahead of Rob Clark, pushing hard to try and stay ahead there of the Honda. And then behind them is Freckleton. It's Mikey's who's just ahead of them, so Troy Starr going to try and close onto the back end there of that Renault Sandero. We'll watch once again as Lindsay Kleur is being caught by the Car Care Clinic Honda Ballard of Louis Scholz, who's also looking to try and close down on that Origin oil machine. 2 sponsored cars out there, of course, are Mel Spur, and the second of them is Ernest Heather.
Yeah, Tiaan van Rooyen, he fell back down to 5th now from his pole position, so he had a problem with 2 initial laps. And the man actually looking racy, Johan van Heerden there, and there is Veyers now putting pressure again, and this time I think on
Mel Spur.
On Mel Spur, yeah. So Veyers, there's Tiaan van Rooyen trying to recover, but Charles Veyers looking very racy, number 97. And he says, yes, Mel, I'm here. And you'll see Mel going down now through the S's, down the hill, to turn 8. Hard braking corner here, it's a bit sharper than you think. It's a difficult corner this, Greg. It is a place that you can possibly overtake. And Charles, still look in the mirror and see Charles is right there, and Tiaan van der Rooyen as well.
It's a similar kind of look that she's had at Red Star Raceway, except it would have been Tiaan van Rooyen and Johan van Heerden that were all over the back of her. But slightly different manoeuvring here as Malsberg hangs on to what is now, I think, third place overall on the track at the moment. So trying to fend off and still maintain a podium position. Lindsay Kleur losing out one position there and being closed down by his teammate there, Piet Potgieter, one of the Golf 1s going into pit lane as we go further back there to pick up on the action in Super Hatch. The 44 car going through there in Super Hatch and fighting for honours, of course, is George Aldrich. Aldrich having a good run so far and leading, I think he's either leading or second place at the moment in the Super Hatch T2 class. Then you've got Ishmael Beloy, who's I think at the front end of the Super Hatch class, ahead possibly of Mark, Class A, that is Ishmael Beloy. He's ahead of Class A's Josh DeToy and then Divian Moodley, I begin. So Dian Moodley, who's there into the third spot for Class A. There's so many categories in this class. We've got a Class X, A, B, C, D, Super Hatch T1, Super Hatch T2, and Class A and B of Super Hatch as well. We'll try and keep an eye on everybody. We'll try and do the best we can. The Bat Lady is under big pressure there. Look at that. It's like a Golf 1 battle of note there, closing onto the back end of Ishmael Peck from Mzansi Motorsport in the Monster BMW. As he comes through there, runs similar colours to the old hooligan colours.
Yeah, Greg, like you said, there's so many classes, different categories. But there's Troy Starr going through in the Polo and number 31, so he's enjoying it there. But just look at those Golf 1s behind him, having a very good. But this is Troy Starr in the Polo. Yeah, the Nathan Polo. So he's enjoying it there. And yeah, there's Ishmael Beloy in the Honda coming through. He's Super H Class A. It's number 361.
That's Josh DeToy.
Yeah,
so Josh DeToy is second at the moment in Super Hatch A behind Ishmael Beloy. He's not too far behind, in fact. You can see Ish in the background. Oh, somebody running wide out of Castrol there, putting a wheel on the dirt. That'll give Josh a little bit more of a sniff to maybe make his way up slightly higher up. Are we going to see an overtaking maneuver here, possibly into turn 8? No, Mel shuts the door. So Mel keeping Charles Veyers at bay for now, but she cannot see the top two. Craig Peasley is going to 110.5. That's breakout, baby. He is going to be dropped down out of the contention there. So it means that Johan van Heerden currently leads and Miles Spurs second, Charles Veyers is third. So this is the fight for second place now.
Yeah, so Craig Priestley, Greg, he's broken out, but it means he's going to go up to GT class or what? Or is he just...
I think they're allowed one breakout and then they get demoted to the back of the pack for the next race. So I don't know how that's going to work in terms of his qualifying for the 200 later on, because it's going to affect it big time.
Yeah.
But his breakout time means that he is in trouble, because remember, the 111 here is actually a 1 minute 11 around Zwartkops. That's what dictates the class here. So you're not allowed to do 1 minute 11s only, not faster. So half a second quicker is unfortunately going to demote you out of the class and get you disqualified.
That's Lindsay Kleur on the inside of Louis Scholes. Louis Scholes recovering from his earlier, so there's a good battle there. There's Scholes, the car clinic car, Lindsay Kleur, so they're looking racy there, and they're fighting out for the Class B podium. Looks like, well, okay, Lindsay Kleur is actually Class A. Louis Scholes is running second in Class B there, Greg.
Yeah, closing down on the leader of Class B. I think that's Ernest Heather ahead of him.
Yeah.
So the Wix and Origin oil car, Wix filters and Origin oil on that Polo, being closed down by the Honda of Louis Scholes. Oh, was there a little tap on the back end of Miles Spur? Or was it just maybe the catch-up of the camera? No, it was the catch-up. Miles Spur is fending off the intentions of Charles Veyers and Tiaan van Rooyen, but it looks like she's broken away ever so slightly, so she's given herself a little bit of breathing room there for potentially what could be second place here on the day.
Yeah, only 1.5 laps to go here, Greg, so the 8th lap, someone went off there, someone's off. They will pick up name now, number 42.
Johan Willemse, JP Nokia. It's JP Nokia that went off there, unfortunately. So he's had to pull to the sideline. Back on track, though.
Johan Willemse. Yeah, so 42 there, Johan Willemse. He went off, headed off. There's Ishmael Beloy, number 66, on the inside through turn 1. And behind him, the Toyota behind him, there's the Honda Ballada. Is that Rob Clark? 32 is in there, Leon Brennenkamp. And Ishmael Beloy now trying to...
I think it's Ashton David. Oh, there's Van Heerden. Van Heerden off at turn 4. It's Ashton David, I think, who's behind Ishmael Beloy in the Toyota GR Yaris. So that Yaris tucked in behind Ishmael Beloy is Ashton, if I'm not mistaken. So some nice manoeuvring there, but unfortunately we got a car off at turn 4, which could hinder anybody's chances of an out-braking manoeuvre or an overtaking manoeuvre through turn 4 for the next couple of laps. And we have got, this is the last lap. So we're on to the final lap now.
Yeah, the leader's on the line. We're not sure now if he lost it on his own. He maybe had a problem, or maybe he just went into hot. So we'll have to find out from Jan. He was doing a very good race there, Greg.
007 Quinton Costa, I should say, about to be caught by the leader in the Audi.
But here's our leader, Priestley, coming just through the last few corners.
Rubbing's racing, baby. Rubbing's racing.
Yeah, but he knows he just needs to bring it home now. So 1 or 2 problems here, but yes, it's going to be Craig Priestley. He's going to bring it home for the win, and then Mel Spurs a little bit further back. But there we go. Craig Priestley, he's going to take the flag. Checkered flag there for Craig Priestley, Class A.
Yeah, but he might get that penalty for breaking out. So, I think he's definitely going to get the penalty for breaking out. Depends on what they're going to do now for that 200 later on. Because, as I said, this is kind of setting the sights for the qualifying for later on. So let's see what they do. Priestley comes through to take the flag, but Mal Spur will actually get the victory. Charles Veyers will take second place, and Tiaan van Rooyen will take third. Class B will go to Ernest Heather. He beats out Louis Skoltz and Piet Potgieter. Class C goes to the Batman. Henry van Vletter beats Rob Clark and Troy Starr. There's our Digit FMS girls. And then further down the field, Class X goes to Freckleton. And then the first of the Super Hatch categories is Leon Bredenkamp, who wins out over Class A's winner in Super Hatch, Ishmael Beloy. So a whole field of triple ones and Super Hatches combined are now completed. And we head into the rest of the day, as of course they will be only out later on this afternoon as we kick things off for the Zwartkops 200, including Super Hatch, Triple One Sports and Saloons, and that's a 200 kilometer later on. Up next, we go into some more hatchback race action from ATE Volkswagen Challenge, and they'll be standing by down in the pre-race area in a few moments' time. Craig Priestley, as I said, with a 10.5 around the circuit is a breakout over and above what's allowed in the 1 minute 11 class. So Mal Spur will get the victory ahead of Charles Veyers and Tiaan van Rooyen. Class B, as I said, Ernest Heather, Louis Skoltz and Piet Potgieter. Class C goes to the Batman, Henry van Vletter, Rob Clark and Troy Starr. X goes to Freckleton. T2 goes to Keith and Mikeys. Good run there from the youngster. And T2 second place, Leon Bredenkamp. Super Hatch Class A, Ishmael Beloy, all the way down in 20th place overall in a 40-strong field of cars. So nice battles and action right through the pack throughout the entire race. There are a couple of cars that are stricken out on track that may need recovery. So we'll be catching up with a couple of guys down in the pre-race area, I'm sure, before we get our first ATE Volkswagen Challenge class out on track. And we'll also get to give you a little bit of the action that happened in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge as we kick things off here. That man there, just interesting news. He's got a new sponsor, Ocean Marine Village, OMV. And of course, they sell and service boats. But the reason he's got that on the side of his car, he has just come back from international duties in a fishing competition in Mozambique, where he ended up coming second overall, and won the second biggest fish of his category, 117 kilos. That's a monster. That's a shark, but that's a whale that he pulled in. So Ant Lessing, not only a seasoned campaigner when it comes to the sport of two wheels, which is where he started, then came into Super Hatch, and then came in, of course, into ATE Volkswagen Challenge, and from there has become a massive, massive contender. Another big contender is this man coming out of Volkswagen Rookie Cup and now into ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Let's catch up with Josh Moore.
Josh, round 3, race 1, how's the car, what you expecting?
Round 3 of ATE, going into this round, we've had a few technical issues with a lack of mid-range speed, but overall it's been a fun event so far, just trying to get back to where we were at round 1 here last time. So yeah, hopefully we can have a good start and make up a few places and get back to the front.
Excellent, well good luck and we'll see you in race 2.
Thank you.
Just showing you how well that Volkswagen Rookie Cup program works. Coming from karting into Volkswagen Rookie Cup, Josh Moore has now stepped up full-time into the Astron Energy Polo Cup as a competitor and seasoned competitor at the front end of the field, but he's now using ATE Volkswagen Challenge as a learning curve and, of course, some valuable seat time for front-wheel drive polo drivers to get their eye in, learn the racecraft that's required to race these cars, and potentially become a front runner in this class as well as in the Astron Energy Polo Cup. Speaking of front runners, this is a man who's on pole, of course, and coming from fishing, he goes straight into four-wheeled action. Anthony Lessing.
Anthony, round 3, race 1, how's the car and what you expecting today?
I didn't have much expectations from this morning. We missed practice yesterday because we were on our way back from a fishing competition in Mozambique. But we went out there, the car feels absolutely brilliant. It feels like it's on rails. We managed to qualify pole, only 0.1 one off, qualify second, 0.1 off pole. So I think we can do it. If I can try and hold the position, it would be nice if we can take the win, but I think the goal would be to try to hold the position for the day.
And the car going alright, yeah?
Car's brilliant. Car's absolutely brilliant. I can't fault the car at all.
And a good team.
Yeah, no, they put really, we chopped off almost 0.8 of a second in the last two Wednesdays that we've been practicing here. So we found a lot of time, and we found that we gel with the car. We found our rhythm with the car really well now and works, and Dion has got the car going well, so I can't complain.
Awesome. Well, yeah, good luck, and we'll see you in race 2. Yeah?
Thank you very much.
Certainly have to agree with that. Works Motorsport has done some amazing work on the front end of most of the Polo Cup classes in the country, and Dion and his team doing an amazing job there on Anthony's car. Unfortunately, Ant is a little bit under the weather. He picked up some kind of a lurgy on the way back from Mozambique, so he's not 100% fit. So we'll have to wait and see how that affects his ability in the car, because as I said, I mentioned he was on pole, but I apologize. He was not on pole. He's on second place, as you heard there from him. It's Chris Tate who is on pole position in the King Price car. So he'll be the man to try and outgun the rest of this pack. 12.4 and a 12.5 are their qualifying times, so there's nothing in it between the two of them, and they're certainly going to give us a great bit of fun and games at the front end. Let's go and have a look at the previous round at Red Star, though. In this class, Ian Walker, the stalker from Cycles United, Melavella, of course, is a seasoned campaigner and certainly knows what to do in the front end of this field. He was going to be the man to give Chris Tate a bit of a run for his money, along with Josh Moore. And you can see trying to come from the first row of the grid. Unfortunately, he got outgunned slightly there by Lessing, who came through to take second place away from Ian Walker. Then it was Class B and Class C who started behind that with the separate starts that they have for the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Tate led things out with Lessing right on his tail, closing him down, looking for a chance to maybe get the way through right from the word go. But it wasn't going to be easy for him because they were pushing so hard and they were so evenly matched. Unfortunately, Nathan and Maxi Corbett coming together, going through turn 1, which brought the safety car out. Keegan Nathan would have to get that car back into pit lane and hopefully in time for race number 2. But Maxi Corbett's day looks like it would be ended right then and there. Then you had the field just behind that of Stelio Nusias coming through for the first time. Josh Moore trying to make his way up in the Photon Trucks machine and trying to fight it out there with them was Drickus Duplessis as well as Mighty Mfana and Francis Aldrich. So Class A is certainly hotted up here in the ATE Volkswagen Challenge. And at Red Star Raceway, we saw some phenomenal race action. And Josh Moore putting massive amounts of pressure onto Aldrich. Aldrich soaking it up, using the sort of experience he's had. Slightly more experience, I would have to say, than the youngster who's come out of karting and then went into what was the Volkswagen Rookie Cup Championship and came through there for second place. The win eventually going to Chris Tate. So he would wrap things up at the front end. Mighty Mfana having a fantastic effort as well to come through in the mid-pack. In the second heat, it was more of the same. Although there was a slightly diminished amount of cars after a couple of cars that were involved in the incidents earlier on didn't quite make it out. One of them, though, definitely made it out, though, was Keegan Nathan. So he was back into contention and fighting for honours in Class B. Class A started to heat up right from the word go as Lessing had some big problems from Josh Moore. It didn't take too long, though. Unfortunately, Keegan had to pull the car to the sideline, so there was definitely some kind of terminal issue on that car at Red Star, and they would have to get it sorted out in time for today. Bryce Pillay having a phenomenal run. He would come through for 2 wins in Class C. It would be 2 wins for the King Price car in Class A for Chris Tate. So just extending his lead ever so slightly in this championship over the rest of the pack, and also in the overall championship, having a good run for his money. Chris Davison, of course, always a great competitor to watch out for in the mid-pack, and he's down there, of course, in the GSI car, and it looks like we're going to have a quick chat with him there as we go to the man who's going to provide the lights later on this afternoon.
Chris, round 3, race 2, How's the car? What you expecting today?
Everything looks good with the car. The team's done a great job. I've got the young Brat Pack in front of me at the start, so yeah, got to try and keep up with them and see if I can carve my way through them. But yeah, we've played safe and see the best we can do.
The car going well, yeah?
All very good with the car, yeah. It's running great, yeah.
Excellent. Well, good luck and
thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, guys. See you now. Ciao.
Now, Greg, one man I see that's back in Class A there in third on the grid, Stelio Nusias. He's back. He's been out for a while, so
yeah, he came back at Red Star.
And he's in third. And then, but one man missing today, Stuart Mack in the AutoZone car. I think he had a bit of problems with the car, so he didn't make it to the grid.
Pity to lose that car. Very good competitor in this category for sure. Just picking up on Chris Davison, though, he's the only man who runs a Opel engine in that car, by the way. No, I'm only joking. But he does have a big GSI down the side of his car from the Opel Cadet Superboss days. Big fan of that man, and of course had a lot of great dices with him in the past. And he, of course, has got the original as well as the replica of Michael Briggs's Opel Cadet. Up next, it is ATE Volkswagen Challenge.
Yeah, Greg, and as they go out to do their warm-up laps, well, we're going to be a standing start here. We've got the three classes. But it's nice to see that actually Class A at the moment is almost the biggest class in growing. So Class A in the front. And there was a stage where Class B was the class to be in ATE VW Challenge, but now it's Class A. And then you've got B and C.
They've worked really hard to try and sort of get the numbers back in, get some more drivers involved in both Class B and C. Remember, with this class, they've got it's based basically on the engine derivatives of the cars, and of course, then the drivers, as they get quicker and quicker, can start to make their way up and have aspirations of making Class A eventually in their racing career. Or if you just want to stick around and have some fun, you play in Class C. But there's some seasoned campaigners that have come through this class and have gone on to bigger and better things. If you look at the current crop of Masters category drivers in the Astron Energy Polo Cup, they all came out of Volkswagen Challenge. Your current Polo Cup champion, Rory Atkinson, out of Volkswagen Challenge. He's now moved on to Super Cup. So this is a great stepping stone for a lot of drivers in their racing careers if they want to go on to bigger and better things, or if they want to just stick around and have an absolute great time in the race car. It's not a bad class to start your race career in and stay in.
Yeah, Greg, like you say, they're trying to get the numbers back to what it was once. In fact, there was some big changes in Class B. Class B used to be a 2-litre 8-valve engine, which basically fell away. They brought in, I think, the 1-litre turbos. So this class used to be so big, they also used to have to split it. But now the numbers are growing again. And like you say, it is a stepping stone. So we'll see what's going to happen here. It's also a 10-lapper.
Yeah, the committee's been working hard in the background as well to try and get things sorted out in terms of the numbers as well as the people back into the front end of the sport, and hopefully get a chance to grow it to its optimum strength. At one point, this class was as strong as M Performance Racing Series is currently. There were about 40 or 50 cars in Volkswagen Challenge at one time in its career. So we're in for a bit of a battle, I think, in Class A. We're going to be keeping an eye out on Class B and C, try and bring you all the action that we can. Not always easy to do when you've got three classes that are just as hotly contested as each other. But, of course, our team downstairs will be making sure that all that action comes to your screen to try and beat this man in the King Price Extreme car, Christopher Tate, who's on pole.
Yeah, one thing I just want to mention, we'll watch out there in Class C, Andy Gosman. You'll see he's got a yellow card. He's carrying 30 extra kilogram and a yellow card for a little bit of how can we call
ungentlemanly behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's good to see that Eric Schultz is not taking any trouble from any of these guys, and put the yellow card down into place almost instantaneously after Gosman was involved in an incident at Red Star Raceway. And he's just shown that he's not going to be taking any nonsense from these drivers, especially when they're so competitive and so evenly matched. I mean, if you look at the lap times for the first 5-6 cars, it's about a second that splits the first 6 cars. And these guys are not full-time professional racing drivers. So that's the difference. There are a couple that, of course, are making careers out of their racing in the form of Josh Moore. But stand by as the lights are about to go on. It's Tate from Anthony Lessing, Stelio Nusias and Ian Walker, the second row, Josh Moore and Francis Aldrich, Drickus and Mighty Mfana. Top end of Class B will be Keon Duomo, and then Keegan Nathan and Sebastian Bulliart, with Maxi Corbett looking to turn his luck around after we saw him go off at turn 1 with Keegan Nathan in race 1 at Red Star Raceway.
Yeah, stagger start for these guys. Class A will be now. Class B will be up next. Looks like a good start there from our third place.
Sebastian Bulliard.
Bulliard had a very good start. And then we wait for Class C to get away. There they go.
Chris got off the line nicely there. Looks like Class C headed up by Chris Davison. Or just, sorry, not by Chris Davison. It'll be by Stuart Koenig and Dimitri. And the two of them are going to be fighting hard. But as we go back to the front of Class A, it's already pressure coming from Anthony Lessing onto the back end of Chris Tate. Tate hanging on for now, the King Price man, taking on that newly sponsored car of Anthony Lessing. Lessing now, of course, picking up the OMV boats sponsorship and trying to find a way through there. Muscling left and right. Tate holds the inside line. Got slightly better drive from Lessing. He gets on the inside. A little touch. Oh, they're starting to rub already, and it's only lap number 1 of 8 as they come through there. Absolutely no holds barred there from Lessing as he tries to find his way through right from the word go.
Yeah, Greg, Tate opened the door a little bit and Lessing said, I'm going for it. Open the door. Oh, someone going off, unfortunately.
34 car. The 34 car, Maxi Corbett. It's Corbett again. He's
Corbett,
having a really tough time of it. There's Max Corbett. But as they come through here now, through the lefty, into turn 1, Walker the Stalker up in a 4th place. Top 2, just getting away ever so slightly there. Josh Moore holding Walker up in the Photon Trucks car. That Melovelo Cycles and SRAM and Garmin car on his tail. And then it's Stelio Nusios, his teammate, literally all over the back of Stalker. So Walker and Nusios going to be working hard to try and find a way through, as Chris Davison put it, on the Brad Pack.
Yeah, so Josh Moore actually had a good start, but there's Bulliard going through turn 2, number 64. Beautiful turnout car. He's just behind Nathan, and there's Chris Davison in the GSI car. Yes, as the rest of Class B field go through turn 3 flat out.
Class
you come
B
up
leader.
to turn 4.
Kian
Lessing is
Dwyer.
taking the lead here. Lessing has gone to the front, so he's looking really racy. Not only fishy, but racy.
Kian Dwyer taking the lead of Class B as well as we go on board with Davison now in 4th place as they head up the hill towards turn 5 into the AMG Driving Academy turn. They'll go past the GR Racing Academy on the left-hand side, but Duomo hangs on ahead of Nathan. Bulliard in 3rd, and then you can see in the background there the GSI car of Chris Davison. Davison's got Martin De Beer and Jonathan Koenig behind him, but it's a bit of a way behind him. As you can see, there they come. And De Beer being closed down. I think that's by Elna Cruiser, if I'm not mistaken. So Cruiser coming along for the ride.
Elna Cruiser is in Class C. Greg, she's in here in Class C this time. We know she's also in the Polo Cup sometimes, but she's in Class C. I saw Elna there. But there's a nut and bolt car coming through. But Lessing leading out from Tate. And Josh Moore up to 3rd after a good start. But there's Class C coming through now as well. 73 will be, I think, Bryce Pillay.
Pillay leads out over Koenig. Koenig over Cruiser. That's the first 3 there. And it was actually Robbie Kasani that I was picking up on earlier on. So apologies on there. I thought it was Elmer, but it's actually Kasani who's in that mix-up with De Beer and Koenig for 3rd place in Class B. This is the Class C's down into turn 2, Cashel Corner. Stuart Koenig looking for a way through on Pillay. And then behind them it's Gossman.
Yeah, Gossman, as I said, he's carrying 30 kilogram extra weight. And he's going to amp you a little bit here. And back, it looks like this is our leader, is it? No, is it?
No, that's mid-pack. Coming back to Class C.
Yeah,
they
Corbett,
come. So they're closing down there. That would be on Max Corbett.
Yeah.
As you said, Corbett having gone off track earlier on. This is the C bunch closing in on him. And it looks like Koenig looks pretty dangerous. Watch this. Stewie Koenig looking for a way through, but defensive driving coming from the leader. As Bryce Pillay just places his car into the middle of the road. Forces Koenig wide onto the rumble strip. Little touch between... Oh! A little touch sent into a big one. Yeah. The Design Lab car gets sent into the kitty litter there by Koenig. Northern Bolton Tools Polo says, I'm coming through. And there was an attempt at a defensive maneuver there from the lead car, but unfortunately it's been sent into the kitty litter. They might have to have a little chat with the COC after this for that maneuver.
Bryce is not going to be happy with that one. They touched a little bit, but as Bryce turned in, was it Koenig?
Koenig, yeah.
Koenig said sorry. There's definitely going to be...
they'll have to have a chat with the COC. Let's have a look. Here's the replay.
Yeah.
Koenig comes off the rumble strip. He catches it. He's got some room. Bryce takes his normal line, but doesn't realize that Koenig is there. I think that's going to be deemed a racing incident, because Bryce has come back onto his normal line and hasn't watched the mirror. And with that, Koenig has gone and taken the normal line and has touched him slightly. And then, well, I don't know if he... The problem that Koenig's got is he didn't back out. He just kept it buried to send him.
I'm going to be honest, Greg.
Safety car.
Safety car.
Yeah, that's because of that stricken car.
We get a safety car.
What do you think?
Belay knew he was there.
Exactly.
He knew he was there. They both.
No, he came across to take his normal line and realized that he's going to possibly in a bit of trouble there. So Koenig, well, it's kind of 50-50, I would call it, but let's see what the COC has to say about it. Let's have a look at it one more time. There you go, running wide. Watch this. He comes back on, he gives him room. There's plenty of room there. Bryce comes across on him.
A little bit.
Yeah, but he comes across him and stays there. Doesn't give him any room to play. There's nowhere for Jonathan to go, or Stewie to go, I should say. And Stewie, unfortunately, had to take the one line only, and that was through the back door.
Okay, Greg, they'll both have to report with the in-car footage.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes.
And, that's one thing about our rules in this class. Remember, whenever there's incident, you have to have your in-car footage. But it's a pity. It was a good
check this maneuvering
there
from our marshals. How quickly do you want to recover a car? Take the strapping off the front end of the Land Rover, get it onto the front of that tow strap that Bryce Belay's the line nab and Technic SA machine has got, and get that car out of harm's way as rapidly as possible. They'll probably pull it onto the track and they'll start at the back.
We've already done 4 of 10 here. The laps are going about, but Bryce Belay's actually been the man to beat lately in Class C, Greg.
Double winner Red Star. So he's certainly the man to watch out for at the front end. So somebody had to find a way through, even if it was, I don't know, it could be deemed as an illegal or legal move. We'll have to wait and see what the COC has to say about that.
That's the type of thing you usually see in race 2, but these guys already added in race 1. But yes, as you said, the marshals, ever hard-working marshals, get to the towing hook now. He's
got to dig for it.
The kitty litter these days are quite thick here at Zwartkops.
There you can see how thick that kitty litter is. Yeah. How deep do you want to have to dig to find the tow hitch?
Yeah, he's got a towing hook. You'll just have to look for it. There's a nice-looking car there, Lessing.
A nice new livery on that car. It was all white at Red Star, so that new sponsor looking pretty good in OMV boats. And taking on the King Price man out the front. Behind that, it's the Photon Trucks car of Josh Moore. Then we've got the Garmin SRAM and Melavello Cycle United machine of Ian Walker the Stalker. Studio Nusios behind him. He's run there from studio as well. It's great to have him back involved in the class that he's had absolutely an awesome time with in the past. So I think joining his good friend there, Ian Walker, and to come and have some fun and games. Definitely a man to watch out for. They're ahead of Aldrich. Trickers Du Plessis also running with new colours. NF on the side of his car. That nitro, whatever it is, fuel that comes through, I think it is. So nice to see the NF boys getting behind Hulle weet nie wat ons weet nie, man. Trickers Du Plessis.
Yeah, so now, Greg, one thing as a leader of the race, you don't want to see a safety car because it gives the guys behind you opportunity to try and jump you on the start. Behind, not so bad. Safety car, you
can work out. Can certainly work out.
Jump the leader here. So they now done 5 of 10. Let's hope this lap this time they'll be in.
Also, just getting some information. You mentioned Stuart Mack at the beginning of the race. He just sent me a message. Thanks for that, Stewie. Engine management issues yesterday couldn't fix. They worked on the car till 10 o'clock yesterday. Unfortunately, didn't get any joy. So he'll only be back at the next round. So you are definitely missed, Stewie. Hope that AutoZone car gets well and better soon, as we get the AutoZone logo in the right-hand corner for you. That's right on cue for you, Stu. Hope that helps, buddy. But yeah, thanks for that information, Stu. Coming through on WhatsApp, just telling us that there was a bit of engine issues there on the car, and unfortunately couldn't get it. There's Bryce Pelay back on track, back of the pack. Just exactly what it was, but he's a lap down.
Yeah, he'll be a lap down.
So he's a lap down, so he's going to have to just try and salvage something out of this. At least get himself into the points in Class C, so he still scores some points.
Yeah, he should be able to score some points, Greg, but believe me, under the helmet he'll be fuming. The red mist will be out. He won't be happy with what happened there, but there's race 2 later. So I think the safety car will be in this lap, and then we've got 4 more to go.
Yeah, let's have a look and see. Safety car is in. They're about to complete lap number 6, and we'll have 4 to go, as you said, Leon, 100%, as Class A comes through for the restart. Line astern restart across the line, no overtaking until you cross that finish line where the green flag is shown. Little gap being held up there slightly, as you can see, by Kian Dwamu to keep Keegan Nathan and Sebastian Bouliot behind him for Class B's restart. And they come through there just ahead of John O'Koenig and Martin De Beer for the top 5 in Class B. Top 5 in Class A are out of Castrol.
Chris Tate had a very good start here. Lessing wasn't up to speed there. So Chris Tate jumped a little bit of a gap. As you can see the in-car footage now, but Lessing will try and close in, but Josh Moore putting pressure behind Anthony Lessing here. In the Class A, guys, as you can see, their lights are on. It's also a rule in that class, you have to have your headlights on. just when you do catch those Class C cars.
Yeah, well, they won't catch them now again.
Yeah, not
that's
now
the only,
anymore.
That's the only
but-
cool thing about the safety car coming out halfway through, is that possibility of catching the back end that Lessing was hoping for. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen now because they're going to be too far ahead, and there's not enough laps to close in on the back end of the field.
But we also know that Lessing had good speed before the safety car. He'll be closing in. He'll know where he can be a little bit maybe quicker than Tate. Try and close in, and we'll still have 3 laps to go. So it's all still on here in the last 3 laps of Class A of ATE VW Challenge. But there, the Polo, Ian Walker goes through. The podium fight there between Josh Moore, Ian Walker, and Stelio Nusias definitely on.
I'd like to see what happens between these boys in Class B, because Keegan Nathan now seems a little bit more fired up with 2 to go. To try and find a way past on Keon Dwamu. And on his tail, Sebastian Boulard also looking to try and close that gap down slightly. He's lost a little bit of ground there to the Nathan's Motorsport man as they head down towards Cashel Corner. And Chris Davison is closing on the back end of Boulard. So Sebastian Boulard's days could be numbered there as that GSI car starts to close things down on the back end of Boulard's machine.
Dormo went a bit defensive there. Nice to see Dormo's really doing well, like, right? Up and coming, but he was going a bit defensive, and Nathan was quite late in the brakes. He had to lock up.
One thing you can say about Keon Dwamo as we watch him just up the road there from Chris Davison's onboard here, he's definitely taking what he's learning in the Rookie Cup and putting it into practice here. So using the Rookie Cup to learn the strategies of what you're going to do outside the car, and then putting it into practice in Volkswagen Challenge inside the car. So that's the difference that we're seeing here as they come out of turn 7 down towards turn 8.
Yeah, so there we go. It's still Christopher Tate. Well, I think he's got the pace, but Lessing will try as hard as he can. But there's the podium battle. Walker going through. Behind him, Stelio Nusias. Aldrich is in there as well. And they'll now see 2 laps to go here for the leaders.
Aldrich trying to close the gap down ever so slightly there onto the back end of Walker. And looking for a way past Onion Walker. He goes defensive into turn 2. And cycles United, Melavella, SRAM and Garmin car. He has a change up. I think that's Bryce Pillay around the outside. Yeah, coming through on the 24 car of Demetrius Virio. And I know that Feathen and the family are watching. They're probably here at the track as well. So big shout out to them as Demi goes through there. Trying to stay with the pace now of Bryce Pillay. Couldn't be a bad person to stay behind to learn the racetrack, is to get behind Bryce Pillay and see where the lines are, where the braking points are. It has moved, of course, I think Stuart Koenig up into the lead of the race for Class C. But that will be pending, of course, all the action that gets taken later on, if there is going to be off-track excursion to the COC's office, which I think there's going to be between Stewie and Bryce Pillay.
Yeah, Greg, those two will definitely take a trip to the COC's office. But Koenig leading out from Elna Cruiser in number 5 in Class C, Dimitri Zafiro. And Andy Gossman also, I think he's
gone in. Gossman's had a problem early on. He went in earlier on. He was one of the cars we saw just sneaking into the pit lane there. I was trying to pick up who it was. Right, so we're coming into the closing stages. About to start the final lap for Class B. Here comes the Class C competitors just in the background there. The grey car with the black bonnet is Stuart Koenig, leader of Class C on the Cruiser in the ATE Brakes machine. Our overall sponsor for this class as well. In second place as she starts her final lap. And trying to close down on Maxi Corbett, who wants to make up some big ground. He had not such a great start to this first heat of race action from ATE Volkswagen Challenge.
But there's our Class A front runners, Christopher Tate. He's had a flawless race. Lessing trying to put as much pressure on him as he can. And on the last lap, he's quite close. He'll still keep the pressure on. It's never over till it's over. But actually a good race driven there by Christopher Tate from Lessing, Josh Moore and Ian Walker behind them.
Yeah, I think that's how it's going to settle. Unfortunately, there's just not enough space there and not enough time to make up the space that's been opened up for Chris Tate to be beaten. And Anthony Lessing will have to settle for second place, like he did in the fishing competition. Not that he settled for it. I was expecting to sort of open the window and throw that fishing line out and reel him in. Didn't quite work out. Maybe we'll get it in race 2. But well done to the top 3 there. Coming through was Josh Moore for the 3rd place. Then it was Walker the Stalker and Stelio Nusias ahead of Francis Aldrich for the top 5. Here comes Keon Dwamu. Great drive here from him. Just ever improving as this young man behind the wheel of a Polo with Keegan Nathan on his tail. And 3rd place going to Bulliard. And then it's Chris Davison, I think, who came through for the 4th spot there. Heading out on John O'Koenig, yes. Still waiting for Class C. It should be Stuart Koenig. And in the background, we'll probably pick up on this Bryce Pillay. So I think Koenig's already gone through. He's gone through to take the victory for Class C ahead of Elna Cruiser. Bryce Pillay is going to be classified in 5th only because he's a lap down, but he managed to make his way up into third place overall after being dragged back onto the circuit out of the kiddie litter. So Pelé will definitely be back at the front, I think, in race 2. No doubt about that. But we're going to have a couple of guys outside our office waiting to see the COC in a few moments' time with some onboard footage so they can show exactly what went wrong between the two of them earlier on in this one. So, wrapping things up there for ATE Volkswagen Challenge, the win going to Chris Tate in Class A. It was Kian Duomo in Class B, and a good drive from Stuart Koenig for Class C to wrap things up in ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Up next, as you got a little glimpse there, it's Dunlop V8 Supercars back in the house here at the Zwartkops International World of Motoring, and they'll be out on circuit any second now. But some phenomenal race action as always here from the Extreme Festival and the regional side of this championship for 2026.
Yes, everybody, it's a regional Extreme Festival. I hope you're still enjoying it. For our viewers on our all our live stream or on our social networks that's following us, as well as the people at the track. We're going live out to the spectators at the track as well. As you can see now, the Dunlop V8 Supercars in anticipation. Everybody's waiting for these big bangers to come out. And I can see it's the top 3 in the championship. Not in that order, but they are the top 3 on the grid. We've got Terry Wilford, Warren Lombard, Thomas Reeb, 3rd on the grid, but he's actually leading out the championship. So it's going to be a close encounter here. Lap times are close, and we can't wait for this race to start. Always good action and nice to see these guys. And thank you to Dunlop. Okay, let's go live to Terry.
Terry, round 3, race 1. How's the car going? What you expecting?
Car's going good. You know, as you guys heard before, we've struggled for a long time. There's been a lot of effort from a lot of guys, racing guys, and we've got this thing working now. It's close. Warren is right there in quali, so I think it's just a case now making no mistakes and keep it on track. And you know, obviously we're chasing Thomas, so we got to do what we got to do.
Excellent, man. Well, good luck, and we'll see you in race 2. Yeah.
Cool. Thank you.
Nice to catch up with Terry Wilford there and, of course, see exactly the progress that's been made. Let's go and have a look and see what happened at Red Star Raceway. It was a slightly diminished field of V8s at Red Star Raceway, but the action was still pretty hectic amongst the top contenders, as you heard from Terry Wilford's pre-race interview there. He would be fighting hard with the Corvette of championship leader Thomas Reeb and Warren Lombard, of course, who was on pole position. It was great to see Franco Matteo, the Italian stallion, back into the mix for the GT1 class. Larry Wilford, of course, joining the likes of the 98 car there and doing a superb job in that 98 machine. Of course, is the competitors that come from all around the country and all around the world in V8 supercars. But Warren Lombard managed to keep them at bay for the first part of heat number 1. It was a big push coming from Terry Wilford, who only found the problem late in the morning in that Ford Mustang of his. And eventually it would start to come through pretty rapidly, looking to close down on the big black cat ahead of him. Sam Dahl, of course, is the man I was chatting about earlier on in that Mobil 1 grid car, the Ford Falcon that he drives. And then, of course, Wayne Spicer was leading things out, changing his allegiance from his original Corvette now into Mackie Adlam's old XKR Jaguar, and now putting a little bit more pressure onto that GT2 field with the additional pace that he's found in that car. The difference between these two classes, of course, is just the tyres that they use. GT1 get brand new tyres. The GT2 cars all run on old rubber. That's the only difference between the two categories. Other than that, they're exactly the same cars. So it's just the power derivative that you get with new rubber as opposed to old rubber that the guys get to play with. Lombard took the first victory, winning things out over Thomas Reeb. But I think Terry Wilford might have been playing around slightly with his strategy, because it would mean that he would probably start from the front row or close to the front row with the inverted grid, because they invert the entire field. So he was close to the front of the GT1 class behind his dad Larry, who tried to open up the door for him into turn 1, but Franco Matteo was having none of it and tried to squeeze both the Wolfords out as they came through turn 2. They're both under yellows here, of course, get green flags coming onto the back straight. That's when they can put the power down for the first time. Wilford did just that, tried to get away from Thomas Reeb. He managed to hang on with a lap to go. Thomas Reeb was in second place, and Warren Lombard, your race 1 winner, was in third. So Lombard was kind of looking for the long game here. and possibly looking to try and get as many points in the bag, realizing that he didn't have the pace to catch the Corvette. We had some really awesome close-up shots from our camera crew at the end of the day, with the sun setting in the background and the big V8 supercars in that sunset, just showing how incredibly awesome these cars still are, despite being the age that they are. Further back, unfortunately, some problems there for Reeb. Opened up the door, and if you do that in front of Warren Lombard, he's going to make you pay. So it was now Fords 1 and 2, Chevy's down into third place, and Reeb would possibly just lose his grip on the front end of the championship. But with mistakes like that, it's not what you want to be doing in the closing stages of a V8 supercar race, particularly when you've got a high flyer like Terry Wolford looking to get his first victory of the season, and right behind him, taking the overall win for the day, was Warren Lombard in the Pep Boys Automotive and Nitro car. It would be Thomas Reeb still to come through for third, so he just managed to stay slightly ahead overall in the championship for this round here at Zwartkops, and the Italian Stallion came through nicely. It was Steve Herbst who won things out in the second heat of the GT2 class. Back live now with Thomas Reeb. This is the onboard shot that he gets to see, and look at that massive rear view mirror that he gets to play with to see who's behind him, and hopefully they can try and keep everybody behind him. That's his plan. However, starting from where he is right now, down in third place, he's got some work to do to catch the lead cars. Was that Wolford into pit lane?
I think it's a safety car that's gone into pit lane, Greg. We've got... Oh, no, where's Terry?
Terry's gone.
Yeah.
Terry's gone missing on that opening lap. So they had double yellows into turn one. So we saw just how confident Terry Wolford was. Unfortunately, it looks like that gremlin looks like it might have come back into the car. And Terry Wolford has gone missing on lap one, or even before the start of lap one. So we've got Warren Lombard leading Thomas Reeb, Franco Di Matteo and Larry Wolford as they come through down into turn two for the first time. This is where we get the green flag, and this is where the race starts.
Oh, that's now a big pity for Terry. Greg,
yellow flags out of turn three. So is Terry Wolford on the outside of turn three? Just looking to see him pick up on that bright yellow Ford Mustang. It's not there. So I'm not sure why there was yellow flags through there. Why were the yellow flags through turn three? Not quite sure. Anyway, it doesn't matter. They've got there it is. That's the reason why. The slowing car.
Yeah, it's a pity for Terry, and I mean he's had bad luck, especially at Zwartkops, and he was just saying how everybody pulled together. But in the meantime, back to the front, Lombard, Reeb, and Di Matteo putting pressure now on Thomas Reeb there. But Terry, that's championship points that he can't afford to throw away now.
Thomas Reeb going to try and close things down now on Warren Lombard, his arch rival. They had a phenomenal championship last year, literally coming down to the final race of the season to wrap up the title, which Warren Lombard, of course, took and put the number one plate on his car. But that Cafe 9 Automotive Corvette certainly looks like it's up for the challenge. And around this track, particularly, the Corvette, I think, will have the nimble ability as opposed to the straight line speed that the bigger cars like the Jaguar and the two Mustangs, and, of course, that Chevy Holden that Larry Wolford's in. So the ability of these cars, of course, being tested today.
Also good to see that in-car footage, Greg.
You see how wide he ran?
But the in-car footage, because, from the outside it looks so easy. But believe me, it's hard work on especially these big V8s with those big, lots of weight and those big tires. So nice to see some in-car footage. But look at Di Matteo closing in there on Reeb. So championship
with
leader.
These V8s, they've got a lock diff on the back, so it's literally a big V8 powered go-kart. So they get 140 k's an hour in first gear. And at Zwartkops, I think they only use second and third. They don't even get up to fourth gear. So they play around just in second and third the entire time. Reeb watching those rearview mirrors, that big one right in front of him that we can see from our onboard camera, and making sure that the Italian Stallion, his good friend Franco Di Matteo, doesn't sneak through.
Yeah, and Greg, turn one must be hectic in a V8, the Dunlop V8 supercar. It's a fast corner. It's a tight, fast corner. But in the front, Lombard now pulling a little bit away from Reeb. Oh, there's Terry Wolford's car.
Sure.
Let's just hope he can get it back later. But he's just had bad luck lately.
Stricken on the sidelines there. The man on pole position. Did not work out for him. It's gone from hero to zero there, unfortunately, for Terry Wolford. But it's opened up an opportunity here for Warren Lombard to close the gap down on Thomas Reeb in the championship and possibly steal the victory here for the first heat. Remember, the second heat will be an inverted grid, and I think it's a couple extra laps thrown into the second heat as well for V8 supercars. No, the same amount of laps, 12 and 12. They normally give them oh, there we go. Wolford's got it fired up again. So whatever the issue was, he looks like he's sorted it out within the cockpit and has been able to fire that car up yet again.
We know Terry had the pace today, but just whatever that problem was, let's just hope they can sort it out. They will see him come back from the back of the grid later in heat number 2. But in the meantime, back to the leaders. Lombard's gone through, Reeb, Di Matteo. And Alan Ryan is leading the GT2 class. From Wayne Spicer, Steve Herbst is also in there.
Alan Ryan making a welcome return. We didn't see him at Red Star Raceway, but goes straight to the front end of GT2s ahead of Spicer and Steve Herbst. Wilford is, I think, his strategy here, with a bit of smoke coming off the front end. That's just tyre rub, I think, against the bodywork there on Lombard's car into turn 4. Wilford's strategy here to get back on track would be that he has to complete the race to get put onto the front row for the inverted grid. So that might be his what he's thinking about. And that's not bad thinking. What a move there from De Matteo.
De Matteo on the inside there of Reeb. But Greg, maybe Wilford just made his way around, gone into the pits. I'm not sure if he's still circulating. We'll have a keep eye on that. But De Matteo on the inside of Reeb. Lombard getting away in the front. And Larry Wilford trying to hang on there, fight for the podium.
5 diamonds on the side of that car. Whoa! A touch between Wilford and Reeb. Reeb and Wilford coming together there. I think there was a touch between the two of them. I think maybe Wilford had to take evasive action. Did Reeb spin on his own again, as he did in the race in the final stages of Heat 2 at Red Star? The back end of that Corvette definitely stepped out, and Larry Wilford had to take evasive action, go onto the grass. He's now moved himself up into 3rd place. Alan Ryan is now 4th, and we still haven't had Reeb. No, Reeb's just gone across the line now. So Thomas Reeb now with a massive disadvantage. He's dropped down to 5th place, and he's still not over the line. He's back on track, but he's about to...
He must have had a problem there because Larry was quite a little bit behind him. So I don't know if Reeb lost it and Larry just had to do evasive action. But not good for his championship.
No.
So it's all happening in the race number 1 of the Dunlop V8 Supercars.
Spicer up to top 5 overall in the second of the GT2 cars. So as they head up towards the top of the hill, Wayne Spicer unfortunately not able to match the pace of Alan Ryan in the Ford Falcon ahead of him. And no one able to match the pace here of the Ford Mustang of Warren Lombard.
Yeah, and Warren Lombard, lap 5 of 12. De Matteo next. And then it's quite a bit of a gap now for Larry Wilford. There's Lombard coming through. Turn number 2, putting the power down. So he'll just want to bring it home. De Matteo will push as hard as he can.
I'm sure there would have been some kind of onboard communication to him, or possibly a pit board to tell him where Thomas Reeb is. Realizing that, Lombard will know that he can now control things from the front. Doesn't maybe have to push as hard because he's got slightly better pace than what Franco De Matteo's got, although it's kind of De Matteo racing versus Gavin Wilkins racing there in terms of the two stables that prep those two cars. So the honour is in the moment in the hands of that Pep Boys Automotive and Gavin Wilkins racing Mustang, but Franco De Matteo would love to take that away from him and get back up to the top step of a podium in a V8 supercar race.
Yeah, and Reeb will recover as much as he can, Greg. And then later, yeah, like you say, heat number 2 will be inverted grid. But Reeb will bring it home now, and he needs some points to try and protect his championship lead. But there's some of the GT2.
I do like this. This is Alan Ryan in the Ford Falcon GT2 category car, catching the GT1 Chevy Holden of Larry Wilford. So nice little battle here between the two of them.
Yeah, well, Larry, after that off, he had to evade. Maybe he damaged his tyres a bit. Maybe he had to, maybe locked up. Could have some flat spots on the tyres. But like you say, Ryan putting pressure on Larry Wilford now. That's about the biggest battle on the track right now.
A Walnetics car of Alan Ryan closing things down now on Larry Wilford. Wilford looking to try and keep him at bay. Remember, he'll have the advantage of the slightly newer tyres to keep him at bay if he can, as we're about to complete lap number 7 here of the 12.
But Greg, like you were saying, if Warren Lombard, his team should actually communicate with him and say, take it easy, Reeb is lower down, because you need to look after your tyres.
Yeah,
that heat number 2.
Heat 2. Heat 2 later on this afternoon is going to be in cooler conditions, which means you're going to need that grip. You're going to need that grip big time. As he pulls away now from Franco De Matteo.
But these GT1 cars, they use the same tyres in second heat as heat number 1.
Yes, they do.
So yeah, need to look after your tyres a bit. But De Matteo, he's trying to see can he close in on Warren Lombard there. De Matteo there in second place.
Comes out of Castro corner, gets the hammer down, tries to get that big black cat flying to catch the Mustang ahead of him. This little Ford Falcon looking to pounce and find a way through here on the Holden ahead. And of course these two car bodies come from originally from the V8 supercars down in Australia. That's where the original derivative of these cars came from, where they build the molds from. The Corvette was a seasoned campaigner in V8 supercars through the years.
There's Thomas Reeb going through now. He's trying to recover. So Greg, he's had one or two offs now. One of them's got a brake issue, some issue there.
Well, there must be some kind of issue on the rear end of the car, because it's normally the rear end that steps out. You saw in the highlights he lost it through turn 2 at Red Star and then lost it on the way into turn 12. So I don't know, the back end of that little car seems to be a little bit loose, and maybe too loose. Loose is fast, but sometimes too loose makes you lose control of the car. And I think Thomas Reeb will be working on that in between the two heats as he closes down on Wayne Spicer just up the road from him. Has he got enough time to catch and pass Spicer?
He should have. Again, from that footage, I just saw him, Greg, on the oversteer. They had to correct. So, yeah, his car's definitely too loose at the back. I mean, as you turn it, you can just see countersteer.
He's countersteering. Yeah. So, unlike this Corvette, where we're not seeing hardly any countersteer from Steve Herbst. So it's probably just a setup issue on the back end of the car that needs to be tweaked slightly. And I'm sure that they'll get onto that one as soon as they can. So a full race prepped car there on the inside of Alan Ryan in the Walnetics Group Ford Falcon, trying to find a way through there on Larry Wolford. He's in the Fuchs Lubricants Chevy Holden. And for now, maintaining that little advantage that he's got over the Ford Falcon of Alan Ryan.
Yeah, the lead is done 9 of 12.
Could be a change up here though.
Ryan on the inside, yeah, Larry.
He had the line. He should have gone for it. I think he just backed out there.
Larry's actually showing him to go through. I don't know. Larry's
waving him through. Yeah, Larry is waving him through. Larry's got some kind of a problem.
Yeah.
Larry waved him through there.
Possible breaks that Larry, can't go to the limit there. Yeah, it almost Alan Ryan was a bit hesitant there to go through, but now you can see the guys behind him, Harps and
Spicer and Reeb, I think it is. Spicer and Reeb that's closing in. Yeah, Spicer and Reeb closing in on Larry Wolford. They're going to get the wave through as well. I think Larry Wolford realizes there's some kind of an issue there. He just wants to try and circulate to at least get some points in the bag. There goes Spicer, diving on the inside. Goes defensive on Thomas Reeb to keep him out. But Reeb should have the advantage in terms of the drive with the slightly newer tyres. So let's see what happens now as they get onto that back straightaway. Watch for that Corvette to find a way through.
And Reeb there will be very happy, Greg, to gain one position.
Yeah.
Over on Larry Wolford. We'll just have a look, see next time.
He's got through on Spicer through turn 4. That moves him into third place overall in the Class GT1. Third place in GT1s, but fourth overall on track because Alan Ryan is still going to get past ahead of him.
Yeah, we're coming into the closing laps. The leaders have done 10 laps of 12. We'll just see Reeb when he goes over the start-finish line. Easy in that third position in the GT class, but he'll be happy with those points. So the guys now just want to bring it home. But yes, Reeb coming down the hill. Spicer and Harps is in there. Larry will just want to bring it home and collect some points there.
That's the plan. Two laps to go for them. See what they can do.
Reeb's up to third in the GT1 class, fourth overall. So just 1.5 laps to go. There's Thomas Reeb. Yeah. You'll just have to also look at his problem because Greg, in heat number 2, you need to. Quite a few of them will have to sort some teething problems out.
Yeah, there's
sort it out for heat number 2.
There's some tinkering that's going to have to happen, that's for sure. There's certainly some tinkering that's going to be happening down in that V8 Supercar pit to ensure that they've got those cars back up to the swan song that they'd like to be in, and the ability that they can cruise around. This man, Wayne Spicer's cars, always seem to have no issues. They really are well-prepped machinery that Spicer climbs into, which gives him a chance to take victories. Unfortunately, the return of Alan Ryan, he wasn't expecting, but it is good to see another GT2 car on the grid. And it's about to be eaten up now by Thomas Reeb under braking for turn number 8. Final lap started for the top 2, and it's now 1, 2, 3 for GT1s, I beg your pardon.
Yeah, Ryan won't fight that one too hard. He'll just want to bring it home and take the victory in GT2. But yeah, top 3 now is a GT1 class. So Reeb will actually be happy to recover. But here we go.
To the line.
Lombard. He's going to take the flag.
Lombard wins out by a country mile by the looks of things over Frank Mateo and the rest of the field. Tomato's not even in the picture, and Lombard's already through turn 1. There comes the Italian Stallion for second. Stevie Herbst is going to come through for third place in the GT2 class as he crosses the line there behind Frank Mateo.
Yeah, and Greg, that's going to shake the championship up with, I think, Lombard
might have just squeezed ahead of Thomas Reeb in the championship. Reeb's third place in recovery is certainly going to help him, but it's not ideal. You can see how hard he's having to work that car. He is correcting it almost every single time he climbs on the power. So the back end seems to be very happy on that car, and it's a bit too happy for my liking as he comes down now into the final corner. Cafe 9 Automotive Machine coming across the line for third place in GT1's, third overall on the day, and your winner in GT2's right behind him in Alan Ryan, and Spicer getting second place in the GT2 class.
So pity for Terry Wolford. Let's hope I can get him back later, but there's our overall results. Warren Lombard, De Matteo, Thomas Reeb. GT2, Alan Ryan, Wayne Spicer, and Larry 6th overall, 4th in GT1. Steve Herbst, 7th overall, 3rd in GT2.
From V8 Supercars powered by Dunlop, we're going to be heading straight into the Digit FMS GT category. Our GT Sports and Saloons are in the pre-race area, and we'll be standing by to catch up with a couple of those drivers before we get into Heat 1 of the GT side of 111 GT Sports and Saloons today.
Non-stop, yeah.
So it looks like we're going to be going down into that pre-race area to catch up with a couple of our top contenders in the GT side of 111 Sports and Saloons as we stand by for the action that's going to happen. A big welcome to Mo Karodia back into the GT class for 111 GT Sports and Saloons. Proudly brought to you by Digit FMS.
Mo, race 1, what you expecting? How's the car going?
Yeah, it's going good. It's first one back for the season, so first race back for the season for me. So yeah, we're just testing the car to see our capabilities in the car and if we still have it.
Excellent. Got a good team behind you. I see they're all working on the car, making things right.
Yes.
Good support.
Yes.
Excellent. Well, yeah, we'll check your rates too.
Thank you.
Now, Mo Karodia's had a bit of a busy week as he steps up into that car for the first time, as you heard there. A welcome return to him for the Fast 5 Motorsport Man. And of course he was on duty on Tuesday night at his raceway just south of Johannesburg at Fast 5 Raceway with welcoming some international Hollywood guests in Sung Kang, aka Han from Fast and Furious. And big welcome to him, of course, in South Africa. He's down at the Gas Motor Show this weekend. But great to see Mo Karodia back in a car and now part and parcel of the GT side of the GT Sports and Saloons. A man who, of course, just missed out on winning the Polo Cup Championship only 2 seasons ago. So certainly knows what it takes to be at the front end. And in his Super Cup Polo now, he's definitely going to be a front end runner along with the usual contenders. Let's have a look and see the highlights from Red Star Raceway. Previous rounds saw, of course, the combination of the GTs and the 111 Sports and Saloons all in one class, although they were split. Kubis at the back having a little bit of issues there in the Pragma Polo, had to drop right to the back of the pack just ahead of the change-up in a couple of the cars. But in this GT class, there are some serious contenders that are slowly but surely making their way to the front and becoming part and parcel of that front-end battle. Voterus had to jump into Lindsay Kluer's car for the weekend because he had some issues on his car, similar to what he had yesterday. And unfortunately, we won't see Voter out in this class at the moment in the Origin Oil car because he had some problems with the engine and has to step out and will only join Mal Spur as part of the 200 kilometer later on this afternoon. But battles raged right the way through the field as per usual, including a spectacular one between Wayne Robb and Voter. The Digit FMS Ford ST and Voter in that Golf GTI having a fantastic little fight for what would be about 2nd, 3rd and 4th place on the road. Jared Rousseau would try and hang on for the victory, and he did so. He had a little bit of issues there because he was playing around with slick tyres in qualifying, which is why he started so far back. He had to put semi-slicks on, which kind of changes up the dynamics of that Super Cup Polo ever so slightly. but he managed to sort of work around it and come through and still be in the hunt at the front by the end of the first heat. In the second heat, it was more of the same at the front end between Rousseau. Mark du Toit, though, got a phenomenal start and tried to hang on to the lead. Unfortunately, Rousseau was in the lead, and then that happened. Got it completely out of shape, going out of turn 4, ended up down in the kiddie litter and alongside one of the big hay bales on the side of the circuit. So we were expecting him to come through there. Marius Tuta was another man to watch out for in an equally quick Super Cup GTI, and came side by side, and eventually the flag came out with a very, very close battle between the top two, and eventually ending up there with Mark du Toit up in those overall positions as well. Phenomenal effort coming out, of course, of Sean Stoutgat for Mark as well in his BMW M235i, and then in class GTB, Vota taking the GTBs. There were 3 heats on the day. Eventually we'd see Mark du Toit try and run for the front end and stay there, and that's exactly what he was expecting to do. But all of a sudden we had Sean for Mark stepping into the role and making it a two-way BMW fight at the front end of the GT class. Vota losing out to Marius Tuta and then eventually to Jared Rousseau, but he would try and hang on for the GTB side of the championship. But as they came through there, the fight was still on, and there's still going to be an epic battle, I think, today. Wayne Robb eventually would try and hang on and take the victory for Digit FMS in their own sponsored car there, the Ford Focus ST that he pilots. 1.5 tons, that car, incredibly, fighting against slightly less heavy machines at the front end of the GT class. Truta came through nicely, 1 out, and it was for Mark and du Toit who were top 3, with Rousseau coming through for 4th. The GTBs 1 out by, this time, by Wayne Robb, and the rest of the field coming through there to wrap up a spectacular day's racing at Red Star Raceway for Digit FMS 111 GD Sports and Saloons. This is back live now with Jared Rousseau on board with him. And Rousseau, of course, also still playing around with some tyre options there. I believe he tried to get some Hoosier tyres at the back of the field. Nice to see a couple of welcome returns in some TVR Chimeras. I think one of those might be piloted by Neil Lobb, if I'm not mistaken. So nice to see those 2 TVRs at the back of the pack. And I think the other one is Richard Benningfield, yeah. So the 2 Chimeras there. Neil Lobb in the 27 car, and 88 will be Richard Benningfield in those Chimeras. But it is the Fast 5 Motorsport Super Cup Polo of Mo Karodia who will lead them round and start this first heat of racing at the front end, dictating the pace for the rest of this field. He will have, I think that's Mark du Toit alongside him. No, it's not. Mark du Toit should be on pole.
Sadiq, yeah.
It's Fado Sadiq who's in 3rd. So du Toit is not there. Mark du Toit is not there.
Du Toit is further down, Greg. You know,
he's further down. There he is, yeah.
Karodia is on pole.
There we go. Karodia is on pole.
Karodia, Sadiq, Peck, Rousseau, Truter, Falls, Rob, Holzhausen, Jonathan Pfister, and yes, Mark du Toit is down in 9th. But there's a start now from Jared Rousseau inside into turn 2, and it's a tight right-hander. Then you put a hammer down, and there already in front of you can see someone trying to overtake a Speck and Fado Sadiq.
Yeah.
But yeah, good in-car footage. In the front you can see Karodia trying to pull away, and look at Rousseau now with Speck going a little bit defensive already into turn 4.
Trying to keep the rest of the pack at bay. Then you've got JP Nokia coming through there. Watch out for him with Mark du Toit closing things down with them as well. By the looks of things, Sean Holzhausen in that little Honda Civic. But the Fast 5 man out front doing an amazing job so far. And a big welcome return there for Mo Karodia into Regional Championship 111 GD Sports and Saloons.
Mark du Toit there behind JP Nokia. He's trying to put a lot of pressure. There's those 2 guys you mentioned earlier in the back.
Yeah, Benningfield and Neil Lobb in the TVR Chimeras. I think they're just here to have some fun. They weren't really into it. Oh, Sean Holzhausen with a big moment on the inside of JP.
Yeah, Holzhausen was late in the brakes. JP Norkidis closed the door and he almost touched him. But in car with Jared Rousseau again. Hard on the brake shaft for turn 2. This is a slow, hard braking corner, Greg. There's Norkia. As you can see, Mark du Toit trying to fight his way back down from 9th on the grid.
He's going to come through the field and try and get to the top end if he can. Not going to be an easy task for him. Behind him, he's bringing along Victor Diaz, of course, in the Honda Ballard. Then you got Quinton Duvenacher out there in another Golf. Neil Lobb is the first of the TVR Chimeras. Looks like Truta's gone missing. I don't think Truta started though. Marius Truta wasn't there, neither was Jonathan Visser. So the 2 of them had some issues there in their 2 Volkswagen Polos, respectively. But a nice start there from Mo Karodia nonetheless. This is a battle we're going to kind of keep an eye on though. as Jared Rousseau goes to push the pass mechanism. You see those hazard lights come on, and it's Charlie Fouts who's all over the back end there. Chuck trying to find a way through, and looks like that Subaru has got his work cut out for him. Behind that is that Wayne Robb up ahead of Sadiq. It is. Wayne Robb has made up one position and got through there on Fado Sadiq, so he's dropped him down one position and moves himself up and continues to lead things out. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it would be JP Nokia leading Class B.
Now Ishmael Peck's going to miss there. He was second early on. He's dropped down. Maybe he had a problem. But let's see. This is the battle. I think Holtzhaus there. The toy now on the inside of Nokia. And behind them is Victor Diaz.
Now Victor Diaz second in Class B's behind the first car there of JP Nokia. So that N4 Autocraft, the bright yellow car, the Golf 1, that's the leader of Class B. Nice to see the step up here for Digit FMS. And of course Wayne Robb broke out, so it means he goes into slick tyres, or semi-slicks I should say, into the GTA class, and he gets to fight it out with the usual contenders in GTA, which he's not used to fighting with just yet. He's normally been fighting a little bit further back from these very fast cars, but needless to say, he's holding his own there in, as I said, a 1.5 ton Ford Focus.
Yeah, Mark the toy looking on the inside there, as we see the JP Nokia car on that bright yellow. You can't miss that car, but the toy putting pressure on Holtzhausen in front of him to come down the hill here to turn 8. It's 4. It's going to be halfway through this race, Greg. Remember, these guys are out later, and tonight in the latest afternoon.
No, they're not in the one tonight. GTs don't participate in that triple ones. There's only triple ones, sports and saloons, and the super hatch. So they've got 2 heats. That's why they've split them in the 2 heats today, to have them separate heats for the GT class.
Okay, so they're just going all out for the win here.
There might be some drivers that'll share cars, but there won't be these cars won't be in it.
JP Nokia runs a little bit wide, and then behind him Quentin Divenacher trying to put pressure on JP as they come in the back straight. There we go. You see JP getting a little bit sideways.
I do love the array of cars that you've got here as well. So you've got a Super Cup Polo leading things out. You've got a Honda Civic in second. You've got a Volkswagen Polo in third. You've got a Ford Focus ST. You've got a Subaru Works Impreza. You've got a CRX Honda. Then you've got a BMW Z4, a couple of Golf 1s, and 2 TVR Chimeras in this field. That is a massive array of manufacturers involved in the GT sports car class.
Yeah, so choose your favorite, who you support. But JP Nokia's got, but in Jared Rousseau again, going through turn 1. Nice to see some in-car footage. There's Wayne Robb going through in the Digit FMS car. And let's just see, is that Ishmael Peck behind him?
I think it is. I think it's Fado Sadiq behind him. I think it might be Fado who's behind him, or is Fado dropped to the back? I'm trying to pick up on which one. No, I think it is. It's Fado Sadiq behind him, and then Ishmael Peck. So that's how it goes,
Yeah, Wayne Robb
closing on the back end of Jared Rousseau. And there's that Peck behind them. Yeah, it is. Peck in the BMW. Peck's in the BMW, the pink and green liveried machine. That's it there, 63 car.
Yeah, so Peck, he's moved back up to 5th after he had a problem earlier, but there's the Jared Rousseau. And Rousseau, Robb and Ishmael Peck.
He's also one of the drivers that are doing both classes today. So he's driving in GDs, and he's also driving in the Triple One Sports and Saloons as well.
Okay, but Rousseau looking good in that battle. That's Ishmael Peck, number 63. Rousseau, Robb, Peck, as they come through into turn 1 now. 5 of 8 complete, just 3 to go. So and there's that battle, Mark the Toy and Sean Holtzhausen. Yeah, Holtzhausen just still fending Mark the Toy off, but there's that number 74, Mark the Toy. Coming into turn number 2 there was, I think,
Charlie Fouts.
Yeah, Fouts.
In the Subaru.
Mark the Toy this time on the inside, late on the brakes. And he says, thank you, Sean.
I like the way they're chopping and changing those two, eh? Yeah. Very similar, evenly matched cars, similar driving style as well. Bit of room given by each driver to play nicely. There's no rubbing there. Once again, push to pass mechanism coming on, or was that, no, that was just the left-hand indicator that Jared Rousseau put on, saying, do you want to pass me, you're going to have to go around the outside. You don't have to ask Wayne Robb twice, or let me tell you, if you give Ishmael Peck an opportunity to drive around the outside, he will.
Yeah, Robb trying to put pressure on Jared Rousseau, but Ishmael Peck is there to pick any pieces up as we go to
Faru on the back end of Mokarodia. 6 done, 4 to go.
Yeah, so listen, Sadiq is actually closing in on Karodia.
In fact, 7. Beg your pardon, 7 done and 3
7
to go.
7 done, 3 to go. So Sadiq is not letting
but he lost it up into turn 2.
Yeah, little bit too late on the
too
brakes.
hectic into turn 2 there from Fado.
That's going to give Mohamed Karod a little bit of breathing space again. He was closing in, but he braked a little bit too late. Oh, it's
Final
8
lap
lap,
time.
so the last lap, yeah.
Final lap now. Final lap now for Mokarodia. Welcome return to Mokarodia if you can hang on for the win, that's for sure. The Fast 5 Motorsport man looking to try and get a victory on return. Fado Sidika is the man who's tried to give him and keep him as honest as possible. Hasn't been easy to do, but looks like hasn't really lost touch with his abilities behind the wheel of this car of his. And if this is the case, hopefully he can get this car built up, as we saw with Jared Rousseau. Came into this class first, cut his teeth in this class, and then went on to National Championship Super Cup class. So I think that's possibly what Mokarodia is thinking of doing. Learning the car, learning the racecraft that's needed to drive this car, take checkered flags like he's just done now, and then possibly step up into the Super Cup class later on in the season and in a full welcome return season next year.
There's
what
a
a
late
move.
brake maneuver, yeah.
Peck
Ismail
on the
Peck.
inside.
Last lap, last corner, and he's pulling it off. So Peck caught Rob out there.
Wayne Robb caught out there by Ishmael Peck, a late dive in the BMW to squeeze through and to get that one done. Then it was Charlie Fowles who comes through, beats out Mark Totoy, Sean Holtzhausen behind them. The 5 car coming through there of Victor Diaz, and then JP Nokia looks like he's going to take GTBs. Diaz takes it, in fact. No, Diaz takes GTBs, beg your pardon. So the Honda Ballard there of Victor Diaz getting the win over JP Nokia for Class B in the GT category. Not a bad start there from GTs, I've got to tell you, that's the way to go. Nice little battles all the way through, and fights right to the end. Karodia taking it from Fado Sidike, and Jared Rousseau, your top 3. And then GTB's Diaz, Nokia, and Benningfield getting the 3rd place overall in GTBs in that TVR Chimera. A bit further back in the pack. Nicely done from them, considering they joined the party right in the closing stages and weren't really going to be involved. But both Benningfield and JP Nokia having a bit of a fight at the end. Quinton Nieuwenhager in the Golf in 12th place overall. Up next, we head to BMW M Performance Racing Series. It's the Turbo Cups. And that's your aspirated, sorry. There's a good possibility we get Craig Herbst coming to join us, but if that's the case, that might give Leon a chance to go and get some lunch quickly if he needs to, because it's naturally aspirated cup that's up next, of course. We did have Nick come and join us, but of course we've only got 2 microphones, so he kind of waved at the door and then waved and ran away. So I'm not quite sure if Craig is going to stick around. We'll see if he does. But it's awesome to have such a big field of cars and split into 2 massive fields of competitors as well. Remember, the naturally aspirated cup is made up of classes B, C, and D. So there's 3 separate classes in this one that'll be making their way onto the track pretty shortly. And they too also had a pretty spectacular outing at Red Star Raceway.
Now, Greg, they've got Andre van Vieren on pole. He is a man, actually, I think, leading out the championship. I know it's quite close in that championship. But, yeah, the normally aspirated cup. And looking forward to that one.
Let's catch up with the boss man now, Bernard de Gavea, and see what his plans are for race 1.
Excited for the race? What you expecting, and how's the car going?
Yeah, no, all excited, and yeah, it's a bit tough now. Top 5, we're 0.8 of a second apart, so it's going to be quite tough this year. It's getting nice and tight in Class B, so yeah, good luck to all the other drivers.
Excellent, and the car going well, team?
Yeah, no, car's going good, so no complaints. I haven't fiddled with it, it's going lacquer, so just leave it.
Excellent, well, good luck.
Thanks, man.
I think that's the standard option for a racing driver. If it's not broken, don't fix it. And it certainly wasn't broken at Red Star, so Bernard de Gavea are looking to do more of the same here at Zwartkops International World Motoring. Let's have a look and see exactly what went down at Red Star Raceway at the previous round. As we saw in Turbo Cup, a big field of competitors in the BMW M Performance Racing Series, and some big battles expected at the front end as well. Richard Gernholz was a big surprise to be on the front row in the box-shaped 325 IS, and he had some battles of note to sort out right from the word go. Then there was some off-track excursions for Tiaan van Rooyen, who also was doing dual duties, as he did in race number 1 of the day today, as we saw him stepping up. Craigie Herbst is going to come and join us for commentary. So, Leon, you can go get some lunch quickly, brother, as we get into the naturally aspirated cup highlights of race number 1 from Red Star. And that race, of course, ended up with a big moment for the 7-7 car. and parked on the sideline there. Had to be a safety car scenario because, unfortunately there, for Eddie Rodriguez, he got stuck on one of the hay bales. It looked a lot closer to the track than what it actually was, so fortunately for him, they were able to get that car off the hay bale. And what it meant, though, unfortunately, was it was a couple of laps under safety car, which is not quite what they wanted. Fantastic to see the Gunston Racing colours back in. They brought all the cars back into pit lane initially, but they would bring them out pretty rapidly straight afterwards and get going again, which would see Paolo Cavalieri into the second race, now try and fend things from the front end, as they called the first race under red flag. They've done enough laps to make the decision to create a final results. And right from the word go, it was the Moscow's boys up against the Pablo Clark boys, and the two of them ending up on the dirt and eventually coming back on track, but dropping right to the back of that front pack of cars. In the mid-pack, great little battles amongst the development drivers, including Ken Swartz in the Auto Trader car, also out of Pablo Clark Racing, fighting along with Chloe Stewart, Morgan Jacobs, and of course the big fights at the front end from the rest of those competitors. And they got in amongst the usual contenders as well, which was great to see. Gernald's eventually finding an opportunity to try and come through at the front end, but eventually things would be wrapped up and come to a closing stage. Troy Cochran having a good day in the saddle, along with Paolo Cavalieri. And at the front end of the field, the man who's alongside me here, Craig Herbst, also looking to have some fun and games. And he saw exactly what I did. We're back live here at Zwartkops, and it's green flags all the way around. Craigie, you want to join us on the mic there, buddy, and give us a little insight as to how things have gone between Red Star and today?
Yeah, fantastic. Well, certainly from my perspective, it's been a little bit miserable, so we won't dwell on that too much because I've gone from hero to zero.
I was about to ask you, because we saw the Victron car slowing in that final race, so what actually went down?
Yeah, it's a mechanic issue. I need to fire my mechanic. That is me. So yeah, I had a turbo issue from Red Star, which took me way too long to get to the bottom of. And once I'd sorted that out, put the engine back in, and it turns out that I left an earth bolt off. So yeah, I've been battling with all manner of ghost errors, and hopefully I've got those under control now.
Well, hopefully
so I'll be back for race 2.
You're back for race 2. I was about to say, hopefully in time for race 2, because that's the most important thing. Especially when championship points are up for grabs. We're kind of going into that crucial part of the season where we have to look at options of whether or not it's going to be a case of, do you score points and have a slightly ailing car, or do you just not go out and chance the bigger issue on the car?
Yeah, indeed. And look, and I mean, that was kind of my strategy in the last one. So I got out, and I came back into the pits and I loaded some different software again. Solving the wrong problem. Went back out just into the safety car. So effectively, it allowed me to just circulate without putting any stress on the car, and I might have bagged a point at the end of the day for at least getting enough laps done.
Well, strategy worked out well there for you. Let's see if it's going to work out now for these guys. Andre van Vuuren seems to be really large and in charge at the front of the championship and looking for a chance to sort of maybe steal that number 1 plate away by the end of the season. But there is some big improvements coming out of Ignis, and some big improvements as well from the likes of Richard Gernald, who we saw on pole position at the last round. So he certainly knows what he's doing in that little boxy of his.
Yeah, shout out to Richard. That's not an easy car to pilot. The boxy chassis is shorter wheelbase. It's a tough and unforgiving little car with some really good power under the bonnet there. And you can see when he comes out of turn 8, that car just squats and shoots. It's an absolute beast. And Richard is doing a fantastic job of keeping it pointed in the right direction and delivering the kind of times that he's doing. So definitely a man to keep an eye on.
Other big factor, of course, when we take into account the BMW family, there's a massive family involvement here. You've got the likes of you and your son. The Moscow's team have brought in a massive input to this series as well. I think they're up to 7 or 8 cars now, by the looks of things.
Yeah, I think they've got to change the name to the Moscow Mob. Certainly, they dominate kind of half the pit lane. So no, really big turnout from the Moscow guys, and they've got a great spread of cars. They've got everything from the really trick E46 modified car of Vessel down to more humble E30s and a Z3.
And I see they're stealing a couple of the competitors as well. Reinhard Miller stepping into those livery as well.
Yeah, I wonder what they had to do to get him to move across.
Exactly. All right, standing by for race start now as we go into Class B, C and D of the Naturally Aspirated Cup or M Performance Racing Series. It is Andre van Vuuren who will dictate the pace as the lights go out down towards turn 1. Good start there from him. Ignis du Plessis going to slot into second. Watch out from the back though, that Rampage Racing car and the Roof Surgeon car certainly need to improve on their qualifying times, because we normally see Olerato a little higher up than what he is today, and he's in the Rampage car. We go on board with Bernard de Gavea into 4th place, slotting in behind Gernholz as they go through turn 3.
Yeah, keep it nice and clean there. Obviously getting through 1 and 2 is critical, and it looks like the guys got through without changing any paint, which is great.
That's hopefully what they're going to be doing for the rest of the time as well. Let's see what happens as they get up to the top of the hill for the first time now. We go back into turn 4, and Olerato has just stayed ahead of Trevor Long in the roof surgeon BMW, but doesn't have any answer yet to that Gavea consultant's machine at front there, and Bernard is keeping him at bay for now. He doesn't have an answer though to Richard. Richard seems to have a little, as you said, that little squirt out of the straightaways seems to keep that boxy ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. And you'll see it get squirrely from this angle from Bernard's car. It'll be very nice to see him coming out of 8 now if the cameras stay on the back of Richard.
Here we go. We're going to stay on Richard as we go out. There you go. Typical of that 325 or 325, the 32
plenty.
Yeah, the 32-ish body, because we used to see it coming. Oh, spinner at the back.
Oh, that's the mule car of Henry Platt, is it? Yes,
yeah,
it is.
It's the mule car. Yeah. So that's a big pity.
Oh, sorry, Henry Harbour.
So he falls out right at the back, unfortunately, there, but gets back on track and continues to fight it out, but they've got a lot of work to do. Who's in the track taxi this weekend?
I missed the name, so I'm sorry. Come unprepared. I'm not sure who's driving taxi today.
Mandy Vecker is, I believe, the lady who's behind the wheel of that car this weekend. Van Staden trying to close things down there and looking for a way through.
Yeah, so Van Staden has got a brand new engine in that car. He's actually gone for the later generation N52 engine, and it's looking really great. So I think there's going to be a lot more cars looking at that engine going forward.
If it's a competitive car and it's in the background someone's gone spinning. Is that Reinhardt? I think it might be. Is that the Fireball?
I think it is.
I think it might be Reinhardt Miller. Yes, it is. It's the Fireball car. He's got out of shape coming out of turn 3 and he's hit the barrier. Let's see if we can get the car fired up again. No pun intended there. If not, we might have to require the safety car to be out on track. But here we go. Across the line is Van Veeren, leading things out over Ignis du Plessis. Bit of a gap now down to 3rd and 4th as well. Kind of equidistant between these top 6 cars in Class B.
There's no real movement there. And to be honest, I'm going to back Ollie to start putting Bernard under pressure at some point. He's a very composed driver. And he extracts a tremendous amount of performance there. He's a little bit outgunned compared to the other guys. I think Olerato's running an S50 engine in that car, so he's a little bit under the S54s of the guys in front of him.
Yeah.
But that guy can drive, and I've been so impressed at his progression over the past year or so.
Okay, safety car will just concertina the field up, so we'll have to do it all again as they wave that yellow flag and drop that SC board out on the side of the circuit. So it'll be 3:30 into the circuit, and that's the reason why. Unfortunately, it was Reinhard Miller in the Fireball machine who got a little bit out of shape coming out of turn 3. I'm not quite sure if he's helped out or he did it on his own. We didn't quite see it. It was in the background and there was just a lot of dust once he'd gone off track. But as you can see, he's climbing out the car, so there's no issue with the driver. He's okay. It's just probably a little damage to the ego there from Reinhardt's point of view, because he's one of the only drivers. In fact, I think he is the only driver this weekend that's driving in both classes.
Yes, I think you're right. Yeah.
So it'll be a case of getting that car back onto the circuit, hopefully get it back into pit lane and ready for race 2 later on this afternoon. But needless to say, we're now under safety car. And with that, of course, it just concertinas the entire pack back up again. There is a big gap that opened up between Class B and C.
I see that, and that's pretty weird.
And Nick is leading things out. So
correct.
Nick leading things out in Class C over, I think it's Claudio.
Yeah, Claudio, and then is that Tian in 3rd?
Tian in 3rd, yeah.
And then
Karabo
is straight behind him.
First of our development drivers there, out of that development program that comes from Pablo Clark. And it's a long way down to the second one of those cars.
Yeah, we are missing Kent at the moment. The team were working frantically trying to get...
he had a problem in qualifying, eh?
That's right. So clutch failure, release bearing failure. The team only got the parts about half an hour ago. But I see, was that Kent that's just on now? But he has got permission to start from the pit lane, and the guys were very close to getting that car ready. So I hope he has managed to find it on track, and he'll be very happy if...
Chloe's out. She is just ahead of Platt.
There we go.
And I think
I think there's Morgan too in front of Chloe.
Yeah. Morgan Jacobs just ahead or just behind there. So nice little run from the 2 lady drivers in the M Performance Racing Series and development class from Pablo Clark.
Yeah, and I think that's Justin Brown in between the two of them, yeah?
It is. Justin Brown, and there goes our recovery vehicle down towards turn 3 to try and get that box-shaped BMW of Reinhardt's out the way. There is Kent, who's 100% right.
There we go, he's found his way on, that's great.
So he's made his way onto the track now. going to try and do what you did, probably just come under safety car and hopefully get enough to score enough laps to be classified and get some points in the bag.
Well, Kent's going to have fun because, as you say, things are going to concertina up, and he's racy. So when things do get going, he's going to look for every place he can get. His mind won't be on points. He's just going to like to race and get past people.
Try and find a way past people is probably the most important thing to do right now. All right, so 2:46. Here's Morgan Jacobs. Young lady driver, of course, stepping out of Silver Cup and into the M Performance Racing Series. And I've got to tell you, the work that's done behind the scenes from your guys' side of things in terms of your social media platforms and profile is pretty hectic. But when you throw in what Pablo Clark is doing to add to the mix, it's pretty spectacular, the footprint you're creating around social media. It really is good.
No, it really is. It's super cool. And to think that we really are just this novice weekend warrior race series, and yet we're just building these layers of quality and class into the overall experience.
For sure.
And it's nice to really see the evolution, and not just measured by numbers of cars on track, but the depth of the series as a whole is just absolutely fantastic.
I see that the doctor's car went down there as well, just to give a double check on the driver. They didn't require the recovery vehicle too much, just to pull the car out of harm's way, I think was the most important thing. But once again, a massive thanks to Don and to Hunley and the whole team down in the medical centre. They are one of the top medical teams in the country to look after any of our Extreme Festival events that happen up here on the Highveld. And sometimes they even get brought into the coastal region events as well. But right now, we're on board with the boss man. As he looks up the road, he's got 3 BMWs he'd like to be ahead of, and he's hoping that 330 will hold him up enough to give him a chance to get a slightly better start on the restart now. And I think we might be going for that if we can just pick up on the lights on that front car. No, lights are still on for now.
Yeah, look, I think Bernard's going to have one eye on Richard in front of him, but certainly one in the rearview mirror looking to see what Ollie's up to. So he's going to have to be absolutely on it as they come through turn 8 and get underway once the safety car does go in.
And I think it might be going in.
Lights off.
There it is, confirmation. So we are now good to go for a restart, which means Van Vuren and Duplessis they will dictate the pace at the front end. But it is a line astern start. And according to me, the rules are no overtaking until you've crossed the finish line where that green flag is shown.
Correct.
So you've got to just try and hang on. I think that's exactly what Ignis is trying to do here. He's not going to let Van Vuren get away here. He tucks right underneath the wing and brings that Moscow car into the back end of the Corvette machine out front. Gernard's got caught out ever so slightly there.
Yep.
A little bit napping from his side of things. And I think De Gouveia was trying to keep Olerato at bay. So he didn't want to go to try and catch the front three. He just wanted to go defensive on Olerato, who was looking to pounce out of that restart.
Yeah, those restarts are super tough because you've got this concertina effect. It doesn't matter how much you're focusing. Everybody's got this split-second reaction delay from the car in front of them. So by the time you're 4, 5, 6 cars back, unfortunately the gap does open up, and it's really hard to keep on top of it.
No, it's not an easy thing to do, particularly when you're going line astern. Here they come across into turn 4 one more time. Olerato's cooling, pushing hard and trying to close the gap down there. Ken Swartz, he's back on track, but from the looks of that gear change, it didn't look like it was too smooth.
No, not at all. It looked like he was really going slowly there.
Yeah, it's definitely not firing like it should.
It looks like he's looking for parking.
Yeah, he's definitely having a bit of an issue there in the Auto Trader side of that Pablo Clark team. His teammate in the BMG and Liqui Monte car, Karabo Malamela, closing on Tian van Rooyen, and possibly looking to try and squeeze things up ever so slightly in Class C's on us. So Trevor Long leads out in terms of that battle, but he's not Class C, he's Class B.
Trevor's at the back of
Nick,
Class,
who's leading Class C overall.
Yeah. Nick's leading Class C, and Claudio is looking very, very racy. Claudio's got great pace. He just really has ongoing battles with his brakes, and so as the race carries on for a little bit longer and he gets a little bit more heat into those brakes, he does start to battle a little bit to hang on. But for now, he's trying to keep that gap to Nick as small as possible.
And then it'll be Philip Mostert Jr. leading out Class D, down in 15th overall. We've got a black and orange flag being shown. I can't see what the number is, but certainly somebody could be in it might be for Kent, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's possibly for Kent. Look at Morgan Jacobs. Oh, this is good to see. Young lady giving it a great bit of stick out of Castro there, and staying ahead of the 96 car. So no answer from Justin Brown right now. Justin Brown has had a couple of chopping and changing from different classes, trying to get a little bit extra seat time to learn the race strategy and the racecraft of his race car, which is good to see.
Yeah, he's in the ex Reinhard Miller E36 M3. That's a great car that he's got under him, but I don't think he's really found his sea legs yet as far as getting most of that out of that car is concerned.
Looking for a chance to squeeze through there is one of the Moscow's cars. I think it meant Mustard Senior or Junior squeezing through there. It's Junior. And coming along for the ride, Morgan Jacobs getting a nose cut off. The last time ladies went through there from the Pablo Clark team, it ended up in tears for Chloe. So
that's right.
She'll be sitting back slightly going, okay, hold on a second.
There was a Chloe and a Justin Malarkey, and that's Shane Cobbler right up in front of Morgan there. Now Shane drives a very aware race. He'll know exactly where Morgan is and what he's doing. If she's in the right space to have a look, he'll give her the space that she needs. But she wasn't quite close enough for that one.
Platt under attack there. The Dragon Ball Z3 having some problems of his own with the likes of Chloe Stewart in the auto zone and Pablo Clark car. Now under attack from his teammate. So there's a bit of an in-house fight amongst the mob as they come out of turn 2. Do like that. I do love it when they start to get up close and personal and give each other a run for their money.
I guess no team orders there, huh?
And it's a family battle as well, because it's Craig, I think, that's with him there in the 222 car. So it's Henry and Craig who are fighting for honours there big time.
No, that's when things definitely get interesting.
That's what I used to see with you and your son, sir.
Oh, come on, we never did that. I always let him win.
That's it. Yeah. Until the trophies came out, and then you had to have lunch the next day. Dad, by the way, that manoeuvre you pulled in turn 4. Anyways, it's good to see this. Right, we are into finishing up lap number 8 of 12, if I'm not mistaken, for these guys.
No, this is their first start, so I think we 8 of 10.
It's a 10 lap, sorry, 10. 10 lap for this one. So 10 lap race, so we're into the closing stages here, and it's basically a case of Tion trying to catch the back end here
of Claudio.
And Claudio looks like he could be in a bit of trouble because he's lost ground there to Nick. Nick's pulled away nicely.
Yeah, and again, I suspect Claudio's brakes are starting to go off a little bit again. And once Nick gets the bit between his teeth, he will run away. He's been a good half a second quicker than anybody else in the class for this weekend. So he's been looking good.
The Bat family are coming into Sahausen in the middle of commentary here. Hello, Bat Lady and Batman. So flying into the closing stages here. As you can see, it looks like a little bit of a mistake there from Platt. And it looks like there's some big problems coming in the form of Karabo Malamela, because he's getting a bit sideways through some of the corners. Final lap started now for Van Vuren though.
Yeah, so I mean, Karabo will know that there's only a handful of laps left, and he's probably going to be giving a big push now. He's going to want to make up a position or two.
So it is Class B on their final lap. Van Vuren, Ignis du Plessis and Richard Gernholz. I don't think there's going to be change up between them because they've kind of been equidistant apart there. De Gavea still in the 4th spot, and he's kept out Olerato. But maybe is there a last-ditch effort from Olerato's point of view? How far back was the gap there between the two of them? Olerato, half a second.
Yeah.
So Olerato's right. We can't see the rearview mirror. I wish we could. But he's going to be right there with Bernard de Gavea up the hill. Let's have a look and see if we pick it up now on the camera. There goes Gernholz. De Gavea should be the next car coming through there. There it is. And Olerato's right there with him.
Yeah,
I think he's too far back though.
No, absolutely. And there's really nothing to give between these cars. I mean, they've just maintained these gaps between them. Clearly, no one's able to move away and nobody's able to close in. It's really, really tough.
Well, in the pre-race interview, which you missed as you ran up here, Bernard was saying I think the first 6 cars had 0.8 of a second between them. So there's nothing to match it. Checkered flag is out.
The flag.
Van Vuren takes it. Du Plessis second. Gernholz third. De Gavea 4. Olerato Sakudu in 5. And Trevor Long will maintain that 6th place overall. We'll stand by for Nick Herbst to come down for the win in Class C. There he comes, ahead of Claudio. So he's been able to hang on only just to keep out Tian van Rooyen. Van Rooyen did the same thing, fending off the attack coming from Karabo Malamela and Mitch Kutsia.
Looks like Tian's pretty happy with that result. I know, he's got his hands full this weekend because he's involved in the endurance as well. So I think he's on.
Check this out! Late dive from Morgan Jacobs, trying to find a way past. Is that for the win? It could be. Oh my goodness!
Whoa.
How's that? Come across the nose there, big time, and just slammed the door shut. There was no having any of that from Philip Mostert Senior or Junior. Junior was keeping Jacobs out no matter what.
Wow.
And right behind them was Chloe. So Chloe Stewart and Morgan Jacobs and Mostert Jr. for Class D honours literally split between the 3 of them by 1/10 of a second. That is phenomenal finish.
Fantastic racing. But sure, I mean that was a bit of a interesting move at the end there. I mean, if
he did firmly shut the door.
Absolutely, and if she was in no place to be coming over the line next to him anyway. So yeah, not terribly sure what that was for, but yeah, that was that would have given her a bit of a wake up call.
Interesting. Craigie, so much thanks for joining us as always, buddy. We'll catch you a bit later on, hopefully, for the second heat, and that'll wrap up our class for the naturally aspirated side of M Performance Racing Series. Andre van Vuuren taking the win in B's over Ignis du Plessis and Richard Gernholz. Nicholas Herbst taking the win over Claudio Jardim and Tian van Rooyen. And then, as we saw, Philip Mostert Jr. slamming the door shut in both ladies' faces, Morgan Jacobs and Chloe Stewart, to wrap up Class D. Man alive. That was amazing. Right, we are supposed to have a small break in proceedings right now, so hopefully that's the case. And if that is, we'll be back in a few minutes' time with action from DOE Formula V's, partnered by CIM Lubricants, and they'll be back on track for their second heat of the day here at the Extreme Festival of Motorsports Regional Championship, Round 3 at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
On you, Dave.
It looks like we're having an interesting conversation here, ladies. Tell us about your day at Zwartkops.
Oh, it's so nice to be here all the time. We actually come quite often, and even though we come so often, It never gets old. Honestly, like amazing. So fun.
Not so old. That's the word. And
Not
have
so
you
old.
enjoyed yourself today?
Every single time we come here, there's never dull moments. Always enjoy myself. Today I've enjoyed myself immensely. So no, like honestly, if I could spend the entire day here, every single weekend, I will do it in a heartbeat.
And tell me, who do you get people back? I mean, have you got drivers you like?
We do. So we backed Morgan Jacobs and
She had a good run now, eh? She had a good run.
She had a great run. And Chloe Stewart and actually all the guys from Pablo Clark. We support them all. Amazing.
I suppose you're the same.
Oh,
aren't you?
100%. Like we're part of a whole.
Yeah, no, we are fans.
Have to
Proper
support and
fans.
be loyal to our team completely.
Yeah.
But they've done amazing so far. We're proud
Very
of them.
happy.
Well done, because Pablo Clark put a lot into this, so it's fantastic.
they do a
And they
great-
did a great book launch there the other day at Pablo Clark.
Yes, they did.
You probably were there.
I was there. I was there.
Well, ladies, well done, and great to see you here.
Awesome.
Let's see if we can find anybody else here. Guys, let's have a chat to you, shall we? Tell us about your day at Zwartkops. How's it been going?
Oh, very nice. Love the driving, some spin outs there.
Motorsport's dangerous, that's what happens.
Oh, no, very dangerous, yeah.
And you got any favourite drivers here?
Actually my first time being here, so enjoying it so far, lots.
And are you going to stay for the endurance race, the 200k? Or will it be a bit late?
What time is that one? Actually, I don't know about that one.
Starts at 5 o'clock.
5 o'clock. Yeah, maybe stick around for that.
Probably be in the pub.
Either that, down a few bottles already, should be fine.
And what do you think of the whole scene here? I mean, this is not even this is a regional race, which is all sorts of classes. Is that an appeal to you?
Yeah, it's quite nice. I mean, listen, having something, close by, enjoying a weekend, watching some good cars, sound really good. And it's of course BMW, so that was the big one to come today for.
And those big V8 cars.
Yeah, it was pretty beautiful. What a shame for the one Mustang though, but it's all right. It was great to be on the side, listen to them as they come past as they fly by.
Well done, guys. Enjoy your day.
Cool, thank you very much.
Let's just walk along here and see what's going on with these guys. It looks like they're refueling. I don't know, they're just refueling. Graham Nathan is refueling. Graham, just tell us what's going on here with this refueling. Are you the pump jockey?
I am the pump jockey at the moment. I'm just taking fuel out of the big containers to stuff we can handle, so that when we're on the pit lane, it's manageable, and getting ready for the ATS 200, or what's this thing?
Yeah, it's ATS 200. You got it right, Graham.
I got it right.
Can we get you in the commentary booth a bit later?
There's a very good chance of that.
And we'll speak to Maloney and get you in there.
Absolutely.
Well, that's Graham Nathan. He's got his own team here.
Only unbelievable Nathan is coming to commentate with me.
An unbelievable race is going to come and commentate with Greg Maloney. We've got a couple of drivers standing over here. Let's just see what they've got to say. This is the Pablo Clark team, and it is lunch break, so you can relax. How's it been going?
Good day, yourself. It's been going well. We're making some improvements on the car, and the car's getting faster and faster each session.
And the weather-wise, been great, eh?
Now it's been a lovely Zwartkops race day. Luckily, there's no clouds in there or anything, so should be good for this afternoon too.
And Zwartkops for you, nice track?
Yeah, I love it a lot. I had a crash here last year. So yeah, it's one of those tracks that I love. But
Let's get
it's
another comment here.
lovely
Come on,
race.
come on. Come on. Nice track. Have you enjoyed your day at Zwartkops?
No, absolutely, definitely enjoyed. Awesome day. The weather was keeping fine. Initially, we thought it's going to be a cold weekend, obviously, but everything is looking up. We're happy.
Any encouragement here?
Yeah, no, you must just keep at it and then, focus and then each race at a time, obviously, and enjoy the car. I mean, that's the most important thing. Enjoy being
Great to be
here.
part of that Pablo Clark setup.
Absolutely. One of the best teams we've experienced so far, honestly speaking.
Well done, enjoy your day,
Thank
and
you.
good luck for later on.
Thank you.
Right, let's see what else we can find along here. This is a bit of a Brundle pit walk. Don't even try and compare us, but we'll see what else we can find here. I do see something over there. Gareth, if you can just point towards, looks like that guy's come to the wrong race. This is not an off-road race, but some of the drivers have been a little bit off-road today. And we're just going to speak to some of these spectators here. This is not the Brundle pit walk.
We don't know all the answers. No, we know none of the answers.
You know that, what's his name? Kardashian, just ignored him. So you can ignore me if you like.
Oh no, I won't ignore you. That's a bit rude.
How are you enjoying today?
It's been amazing. I just got here, but it's good so far.
Okay, and nice weather as well.
Yes.
Why are you so late, by the way?
Because I had my nails this morning. Kardashian.
Kardashians. Let's just go over to the rest of the Kardashian family here. I see an interesting mix of cold drinks over there.
Peterlee's.
No, definitely not.
Not yours.
This is my drink of
Oh,
choice.
is that your drink?
Absolutely.
So whose is that?
That's
Point down there,
mine.
Gareth.
That's just a good
Take a look at
choice.
that. That looks like rum and coke.
It is indeed.
Captain Morgan.
Jamaican rum.
I'm pulling your leg, of course. But are you enjoying yourself here today?
Yes, we're having a lovely time.
Unbelievable. The crowd's amazing. The racing's great. So yeah,
Noisy cars.
beautiful. Loving
Right.
it.
It's a pity there's no motorcycles. There is one here, though.
You can take it if you like. To her husband.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's an old 300 this, by the way. I can see
But
it's
it
a
does
very
the job.
old.
It's fantastic.
I've had about 4 of these things. And mine are all in better condition.
Are they?
Yeah. But I've crossed over now to Husqvarna, so.
Great brand.
You know, let's have a look at this bike. It's a 300 TPI. Does he ride it? Does he ride it a lot? 300 TPI. I think he's at the wrong race. Just a wide shot of these ladies here. Wow. Stelios. You're looking on curiously.
I'm not.
It's about time you get your bike a clean, eh?
Yeah, it's going to be ridden tomorrow, that's why.
Oh, is it?
That's
It's going
right.
to be muddy anyway.
Yeah, tomorrow.
Let me guess where you're going.
Where am I going?
You're going to De Volt.
Yes, that was a great guess. Well done.
3 fences. They call it 3 fences because why?
Because there's 3
toll gates.
fences and 3 different toll gates that you pay 10 rand every single time to go through it.
But it's been 10 rand for about the last 20 years. So
No
it's not
inflation
too
there.
bad.
It's the only thing that hasn't had inflation.
How's it been going today?
It's been rough, it's been difficult, and I definitely don't know how to pull off with this car. The turbo boost and just wheel spinning everywhere. But the boys are good. The boys are flying, so it's going to be a good transition for me today.
It's not your car. I mean, you borrowed the car.
Correct, correct. So I think in the next race, one more pull off and I'll be able to master it.
Good, Stelios. And nice to have a good day here with you. The weather's turned out fantastic. It's just been a great day, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been unbelievable. Great spectators.
You brought all of
great
your
friends.
girlfriends along. Just pan around there, Gareth. All these ladies are
All of them.
Stella's girlfriends.
They're only human, Dave.
Nah, only you. That's fantastic. Let's ask this young lady. Tell me how it's been going today. Have you enjoyed yourself?
Yes, thank you.
What's your favorite thing here today? The big noisy cars or the little Formula Vs or what?
The big noisy cars.
The big noisy cars. Okay. Any favorite drivers apart from Stelios?
Uncle Ian.
Oh, Ian. Okay. Well, he's a good driver though, hey?
Yeah.
Okay. And his race went quite well actually.
Yes.
I think he came 3rd, was it?
4th.
Okay, so he came 4th. Come over here, young man. Talk to us. We'll make you famous on television. How old are you?
10.
Going to be 11. If they let you.
I'm turning 11 next year.
And are you going to start racing shortly?
I do mountain biking. I'm just here with my friends.
Okay. And have you had a good day?
Yeah, very fun.
What's your favorite thing here? Noisy cars or
The noisy cars, yeah.
the smell of burnt petrol?
Yes, definitely. Yeah.
And is this the friend? And do you support?
Ian's son.
Oh, is this Ian's son? Okay. So has he been going okay today?
Yeah, his car's doing some stuff to him.
Ah, okay. Well, it's just not performing, you mean?
Yesterday was fine, but today, every time he touches the brakes, it's like skidding into the corners.
Hopefully he's working on his car right now then. Or his mechanics are.
Yeah, he probably is.
Have you had fun? Oh, is it Mario?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's got no chance. Tell us how it's been for you guys today.
It's been really good. We've had lots of fun.
And are you going to stay for the late race at 5 o'clock?
Yes, we are.
Well, I hope you enjoy that and nice to talk to you. Cheers. So that's just a reminder. We're going to cut away from the pits very shortly, but at around 5 o'clock we're going to have this 200k race, which will last approximately 2 hours with pit stops, etc., etc. So please be sure to join us for that 200k race. But we've got a whole afternoon going forward of all sorts of racing. You've seen the categories taking part this morning, and we're just looking forward to a great afternoon of racing.
It's back to race action now with the DOE Formula Vs as they make their way around onto the circuit. One of their big sponsors, of course, is First Race, and it gives me great pleasure to tell you all about a brand new product that First Race is bringing into the country, all the way from the United States of America. The Dime Performance Systems Incorporated maneuvers have been pulled by First Race, and they have the Dime Pro Spec and Fat Boy no nut quick release systems and high flow thick wall AN and ORB fittings now available at First Race, along with the Rattlesnake toolkit, Methodox seals, custom hose assemblies, and of course all of that you can get at First Race in about 4 weeks time. These are the same parts and parcels that are being used currently in NASCAR, Top Fuelers, and in the NHRA drag cars as well. So big up there to First Race for their support of this category, and also to their brand new brand that they brought in from Dime Performance Systems Incorporated. Right, we've still got a bit of a flicker on our screen here, but we'll try and work through it if we can. It is DOE Formula V, partnered by CIM Lubricants, back on track for their second race of the day. And Lionel Janssen will be looking to capitalize on now his pole position for this race, as opposed to where he started in race 2. In race 1, where he had to come from the second row of the grid. So the man who leads the championship, the number 1 plate on his car, will be fighting with the 2 double-figured cars of Vaughan and Brandon Hills, who are alongside him and right behind him. Alongside Brandon will be Jaco Schricks on the second row of the grid, and looking to come through there for the DOE team as he partners up with Gert van den Berg and of course Theo Vermaak. I'm not quite sure if Theo Vermaak will make it back onto the circuit though. He had quite a badly damaged Formula V after a crash out of turn 6, ended up in the kiddie litter, and I think he's got a bit of work to do. That might not have been enough time between the 2 heats to get sorted out, unless of course there were a couple of spare parts hanging around, and with Formula V of course everybody jumps in to help, so hopefully that's the case and they've got Theo back on track. He would probably have to start from the back of the pack though, along with Gert van den Berg, who also had a bit of an off-track excursion right in the closing stages. So that's how they line up. We are almost good to go, just waiting for that green flag. Leon, more of the same in Formula V coming our way.
Yeah, Greg and Vaughan will try and get the whole shot here. He was looking racy. Remember, he was unlucky with that yellow flag in the first heat. So let's watch out for Vaughan Hills. Can he get the whole shot and pass Lendl Janssen? And Brandon behind him will also push hard. So watch out for those 2 luminous yellow cars. And we're in for Hamdinga once again. Another 12-lapper. DOE Formula V.
Starting slightly earlier than scheduled. We've got a little bit of time to make up here, and we have done that, which has been fantastic from our COCs to get us back on track and actually ahead of schedule. So lights go out at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and we're racing down towards turn 1. It is Lionel Janssen who gets the whole shot and heads towards turn 1 in the lead, with the 2 Hills boys tucked in behind that. Peter Hills trying to come around the outside of Jaco Schricks to make it Hills 2, 3 and 4, and I think he might have just done that. No, Schricks hangs on only just to keep him out. Peter Hills dives on the inside, keeps out Sean van der Linde, and then on the inside of that comes Reynard van der Linde. So some manoeuvring happening there, and Anton van der Merwe. So fantastic start there from them. Tucked in the middle of them, by the looks of things, is MD Bester. So MD Bester not quite getting the start he wanted, and have to do some work to get to the front end if he wants to be where he was at Red Star Raceway.
Yeah, Lendl Janssen managed to hang on to the lead, but now Vaughan and Brandon will hopefully work together and see can they pull a move on Lendl. But as you can see, line is stern, Greg, but these guys give us the best racing. Look at Brandon, they're late on their brakes. They'll stay in the racing line for now and just see where they can pressure, but they need to put pressure on Lendl. Yeah, Gert van den Berg in the back, he's got too much work to do, pity for him in the back, but it's all about these front boys and the Hills brothers. Vaughan, this time he might have to go earlier because he had that unlucky yellow flag in heat number 1.
Now, what happened there was the car was off at the top of the hill and brought out double yellows because of Theo Vermaak's car that was parked in the kiddie litter at turn 6. So by turn 5, the yellow flags were already waving, and on the final lap, Vaughan Hills had set a pass up to get through on the last lap to get ahead of Lionel Janssen, but had to back out of it once he'd made the pass maneuver because he didn't realize there were double yellows. So he backed out, gave the position back again, which is what you're supposed to do as a racing driver, and fortunately that worked out for Lionel Janssen, unfortunately not for Vaughan Hills.
Greg, Theodore Vermaak is back and he's made our 5 positions on lap number 1. He's already up to 10th overall, looking really racy. So Theodore trying to make up some possession. Peter Hills went on the inside there, I think, of Strixie.
Yeah.
Peter Hills on the inside of Strix through turn 4. And now it's the Hills
2, 3 and
2,
4.
3 and 4.
Yeah. 2, 3 and 4 there for the Hills boys. From Mark, trying to come through in the background or trying to pick up. There he is, dives through on Marcel Bluchnout, who also spun out at that corner last time out. You can see some maneuvering happening there from James Carter saying, come on, work with me. Let's get together here and work. And I think he's chatting to Reynard van der Linde, if I'm not mistaken. So the two of them are going to try and work together now to close the gap down on MD Bester, as well as on Marcel Bluchnout. But Theo Vermaak has found a way through on that CIM lubricants car and brings the DOE Start My Car machine back into the single digits.
Yes, into turn number 1 they go. It's quite close in the front. So Brandon will just sit there behind Vaughan. Vaughan will know Brandon won't do anything funny, not in the early stages. Vaughan would love to get a win here, Greg. But the guys will need to keep pushing hard. Lendl Janssen, we know he's got lots of experience, but these guys, now Vaughan, look, Vaughan putting pressure now. Is he going to go? Like I said, he's going to try and go earlier. He's got the inside berth. Later, good move.
Great move there from Vaughan Hills. That's a kind of Ian Pepper style move that you do in a maneuver there. And that being his father-in-law, he's probably learned from the best as he dives on the inside and finds a way through on Lendl Janssen. So Vaughan Hills now leads out comfortably at the front and tries to keep Lendl Janssen at bay, but Brandon Hills will like to try and get through as well, and maybe just spoil the day even more for our championship leader. And he's through. Yes, he's got through.
The 2 yellow cars are through. And like I said, Greg, Vaughan knew this time he's not going to wait for yellow flags. He's going to go, but look at him, he's already pulling a bit of a gap. He's got good pace. Now Lendl's got work to do, and Brandon Hills in second. Can Brandon stay with Vaughan?
We're having a little bit of an issue here on our screen. It's going back and forth, unfortunately. So we're just picking up on the action as it comes into our screens. But here they go, down into turn 2. Hills and Hills, 1 and 2. Can it be Hills 1, 2, 3? I don't think we've had a Hills lockout of the podium yet, to be honest with you, in this championship, since they've all come to play. And there are a couple of other Hills boys that are involved in the championship as well. So I'm not quite sure if they're going to be at the front end as well. But hopefully they'll come back in the later stages. Right now, Vaughan, Brandon ahead of Lendl. Lendl Janssen trying to come back at Brandon. He goes defensive into turn 4. If Peter wants to help Archer, he's got to get onto the back end of Lendl's car and just put himself into those rearview mirrors to send the attention of Lendl Janssen onto his car and not onto the 2 cars ahead of him. So they are literally side by side as they head to the top of the hill, but then they have to just go line astern coming into the back end of this maneuvering. And you can see just how hard it is for Peter Hills to find a way past.
Yeah, Greg, that's why Lendl's also pushing hard now. He knows Peter Hills is behind him, and he can't let Peter get past him. So he's trying to push hard to get past Brandon Hills again.
As they come across the line and complete another lap, it's now lap 4 completed by the first 4 cars. 5 cars across the line now. It's the Hills boys fighting with Lendl Janssen and Jaco Schricks. That's the front 5. MD Best is just off the back end of them. There he is. That's the 3rd of the Mungaza Racing, or 4th of the Mungaza Racing team in the sky blue colours, with Sean van der Linde right on his tail, and then Theo Vermaak closing down on van der Linde. He'd like to try and get up into that top 7 if he can, and he's got to find a way through there on that Boxberg truck machine that is currently in the hands of Sean van der Linde in 7th place.
Yeah, the top 5 just pulling away slightly now. Vaughan Hills has got a bit of a gap. He's Brandon playing a bit of a team game maybe for Vaughan. He's just holding Lendl back, but I'm sure Brandon would try and go for the win as well. But in the meantime, Peter Hills putting as much pressure as he can on Lendl, and Jaco Schricks and MD Best are just hanging in there.
I stand to be corrected, but I think if Vaughan hangs on, this will be his first victory in Formula V. So certainly one he's fought hard for in the past. He's been there or thereabouts and just been able to make it stick yet. But there's a very good possibility we can see him manoeuvring through and possibly stealing the second victory. That will move him up in the championship overall. It won't take the championship lead away from Lendl if he stays in 3rd. Lendl has to have a DNF here, I think, to lose the championship lead. But that's highly unlikely there for the Bull Securities car. So wait and see as they come across the line and complete another lap.
Gert van den Berg, he's made it up to 12th, but he's still a little bit there. He comes through now, and it's pity for him that he had that problem. So, but he's just trying to see if he can get any points in the championship. But yeah, it just shows you, Greg, how much work they've done on Vaughan Hills' car. I also think it will be his first win, but it also shows you how competitive this class is.
Yeah.
You know, on the top there, it's so competitive. It's unreal.
It really is. This class particularly is so competitive. I mean, if you take into account that we were chatting to some of the drivers earlier on, and they were saying just how close it is in terms of the BMWs at 0.8 of a second. I think there was about 1.5 seconds splitting the first 10 cars on the grid here. So that's how tight it is amongst the Formula V competitors. And it looks like Peter Hills is going to try and help his two sons out here in putting that blue Mangaza and First for Men car right into the rearview mirrors of Lendl Janssen and just get his attention. If you can get his attention, it means that he's not watching Brandon Hills, he's watching the car behind him, having to drive defensively, and that might just spoil the day and give an opportunity to get a full Hills lockout of the podium.
Now, Greg, I think Brandon now is driving a very tactical race. I think he's slowing down Lendl just slightly. He's giving Vaughan that little bit of a gap, but also by doing that, he's backing Lendl into Peter Hills.
That's exactly what he's doing.
So,
he's backing Lendl back into
Hills. He's playing a good team game there, but it could help Vaughan for a win. But maybe Peter can do something here in the last few laps.
As we see them coming through into these last couple of laps, so we'll wait and see exactly what's going to happen. Remember, this one is a 12-lapper, so we're at the halfway stage. And here we go. Oh, Lendl's back. Lendl's back. He sneaks up the inside and into second place. Brandon going to come straight back at him, though. Blue flags waving. Not much rather blue flags waving. Wow! Peter Hills from about, what was that? From probably from Dalmas. He outbraked himself there. Yeah. Trying to get through there on his son, Brandon.
Now, Lendl thought, no, Brandon, you're going a little bit slow. You're not going to keep him back. As we look at it back now from Lendl Janssen's car, footage from the rear, and he decided to go. So now Brandon's got work to do, but Peter Hill says, no, come on, son, we need to go. So, yes, we've got yellow flags now. I don't know, we've got yellow flags in one of the corners. We'll see. I hope it's not another yellow safety car. Yeah, Vaughan Hills is looking pretty, but let's see. I might have a safety car, yeah.
Safety car. Somebody's gone off somewhere on the circuit, not quite sure where. Our screen, is that Marcel Bluchland again? I think it might have been. Our screen, unfortunately, is going black all the time. It is, it's Bluchland. CIM Lubrifuel car out of turn 1. He's on the inside of turn 1, so he's caught the outside and shot across and hit the inside barrier. And unfortunately, that's the CIM Lubricants car out for good. He's not going to recover from that point, that's for sure.
Now, Greg, the other thing now, okay, there's 5 laps to go. Now, one thing Vaughan Hills don't want now is a safety car. If they do get restocked, look now, everybody slows down, Lendl closes in, and we know Lendl's got experience. So the last thing Vaughan wants now, but it could take them a bit of time to remove that car. The car that's got a wheel broken, are they going to pull it back? So it's going to be interesting here. Believe me, Vaughan Hills would actually like to see the safety car for 5 laps, but everybody behind them, they want this race to restart, and it could be Lendl's opportunity. So Vaughan, believe me, this is your moment.
If we can just, I'm going to call Paulie up here again because it's just going black all the time on us now. It seems to be an HDMI issue, just to give you a heads up, Paul. But watching that field head up to the top of the hill, because under safety car now we can sort of gesticulate as to what could happen. Vaughan has definitely had the pace. If you look at his quickest lap time there, I think he got down to a 10 dead, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And it's a 10.2 from Lendl. So he's definitely got about 0.2 of a second advantage in terms of lap times over, and a red flag eventually. Okay, so they'll bring them back to the start, and they'll start in their current positions. There is the wheel.
Yes,
is that where the wheel ended up? Is there 2 cars involved here?
Oh, we don't know.
I think there might be 2 cars involved here, unless that wheel just went bouncing across the circuit and then over turn 2. That's probably why the red flag came out, or the safety car had to be called, because...
and also, Greg, they stopped the race because it'll take too long to recover that car.
Yeah.
They'll have to put that car on Big Max. But that's also going to be pressure because it's going to be a standing.
Okay, cool. So we're going to just shut down and reboot quickly. So just hold tight for us. Okay, looks like we're back. And CIM Lubricants car of Marcel Bluchnoot. He's the reason for the red flag and the safety car being called out first and then red flag. This is the rear view of Lendl Janssen's point of view, looking straight into the eyes of Peter Hills. He'll definitely be looking to try and close down on him. Remember, he is National Challenge Champion from 2024, National Champion from 2025, and looking to go back-to-back on championships if he can and retain that number 1 plate is Lendl Janssen. But the way that the 2 Hills boys have come out firing today, they've definitely found something special between what they had as good pace at Red Star Raceway has turned into great pace at Zwartkops, for sure.
But I remember the last Zwartkops race also, Vaughan and Brandon at very good pace. Greg, watch out for Peter Hills on this restart.
Yeah, I think
this
he's a dangerous
restart,
man.
Peter's gonna
Yeah.
try and put so much pressure on Lendl, but I'm sure they're not really playing team, but Brandon and Peter will subconsciously try and help Vaughan maybe a little bit to get Vaughan to that win. Vaughan must only get a good start, whole shot. But it's going to be interesting. I think when they restart, there'll be another 5 laps.
They might give them a lap to get some heat into the rubber, though. So, yeah, that'll probably be the reason.
They'll probably go round,
They'll go once, stop and then start again, yeah.
You can
just
see
a
the
recovery
marshals
there.
show, they'll quickly...
I think it is only the one car, and it looks like whatever you've done is sorted out here. Thanks, Paulie. So they lined up on the line here, just waiting for all clear on the circuit, as you saw a couple of minutes ago. Still working frantically to get the CIM Lubricants car of Marcel Bluchnoot onto the back of Big Max. And then once that's done, we'll have a clear track, and hopefully we can get this underway.
Now, Greg, that's another thing as a racing driver you don't like now, sitting there. You know, the adrenaline's pumping. You're getting hot now, sitting there. It's hot, believe me, for them in the racing overalls. You want to get going. You don't like delays. You don't like to stop. Yeah, in a way, okay, they would have seen that car, I think, broken down. Driver will be okay. But you want to get this race going. Vaughan's going to have pressure. Lendl is already thinking, where can he make a plan? But all Vaughan needs is a good start. You stay on the inside for turn 2, and you try and get to drive out 3.
Yeah. So a bit of work to do. And for the marshals here to clear of some of the debris that would have been brought across the track, I'm sure, as the CIM car went flying into the inside. Basically what would have happened there, and of course we've seen it on numerous occasions, and if you're trying to work out what possibly went down, is Marcel was probably on the outside of turn 1, put a wheel on the dirt. The wheel caught, spun him, and he had to go oversteer to try and catch it. Probably didn't catch it and went straight across the track and slammed into the barrier on the inside of turn 1. So that's what we can surmise what happened, because we've seen that on numerous occasions. If you go wide on the outside there, just put a wheel wrong, it just sends you straight onto the outside of the circuit, and then from outside to inside instantaneously. You don't even have anything to do with the steering. You can't even try and make a plan to stop it.
Yeah, turn 1 is one turn, Greg, where you go off. You're either going to hit the barrier on the outside or the inside. It's a circuit where it's a fast corner. It's a lot faster than it looks. But there we go. The marshals and hard-working guys.
Good recovery. Yeah.
Quick recovery, and we should get going. So it's all action here, and believe me, these last 4 or 5 laps, we'll just double-check when they do restart. But it's going to be all action here. So we've got in the first 3 Hills boys in the first 4 positions, and Lendl's got it all to do. But I hope for Vaughan's sake actually can keep it together. It'll be good. I mean, you can see they put hard work in. Car's got good speed. And, yeah, we'll see. Behind him, Jaco Strix, MD Bester. Let's see where... Gert van den Berg's all the way up to 11th.
Big scorer here is Theo Vermaak. Remember, he started from the back of the pack. So starting from 7th now, going to be a little bit easier for him to come through the pack. And hopefully they'll get a chance to get that second Start My Car machine up a little closer and a little higher up than what he was. Nick Herbst is coming in. He's not going to be turned away again. He's going to be standing by to jump in here with M Performance Racing Turbo Cup afterwards. So that'll give him a chance to jump in here and have a little chat about what's happening in his class. After he walks in here with a wry smile, saying, "Yes, I won my class. Take that." By a country mile as well, by the way. We'll chat to him about that just after we finish up Formula V's. All right, so V's are fired up. I think they're probably going to get 1 lap under safety car. Yeah, they will get 1 lap under safety car for some heat in the rubber. And then they'll come to take up their positions for the restart here. And it's a 4-lap race. So 4-lapper for DOE Formula V's, partnered by CIM Lubrifuel. And fantastic to have all the associate sponsors, ATS Motorsport. They're all involved behind this category. So looking forward to all of the battles that are going to unfold now between the Formula V's and the top contenders, as we've seen.
So, Greg, are they gonna? It's gonna be a standing start. They'll
Standing
come and
start,
stop
yeah.
and standing.
Standing start,
Yeah.
They'll just bring them round for a bit of heat in the rubber, get them back up to pace, and hopefully on track for another phenomenal bit of race action to finish up our single-seater action today for round 3 of the Regional Championships of Extreme Festival 2026. All on Dunlop rubber, of course. In fact, I think the entire field here today are all on Dunlop rubber. I don't think there's anybody else that runs. That's true. I'm getting in my ear there from Paul saying that the safety car boards are out, so we might go for a safety car start, which is a line astern. So they might go with a safety car start here. Usually they bring them to the line for a restart. Maybe they're going to go for a rolling start for the restart. I don't know. We'll wait and see.
Yeah, if it is a rolling start, that's actually going to help Vaughan. You know, that'll help.
Yeah, it will.
If it's a standing start, but remember that safety car could go in. Depending on their rules, but I think it should be a standing start. You know, even if it's a safety car.
According to my understanding, it should be a standing start for sure. But I think the safety car board was out there just to tell them that they're going to have another lap. Lights are out on the safety car, so it is a rolling start. It is a rolling start. And you can see it is because Vaughan is holding them up.
That's not going to help Janssen. It's going to help Vaughan though. But Janssen will look at him. You can see he's on the gearbox. Yeah.
Look at all of them. They're all literally a Fender trailer behind each other there.
It's up to now Brandon Hills and Peter Hills to see, can Brandon maybe try and get a jump on Lendl? Yeah, it's going to be a rolling start, Greg.
Yeah.
And
Vaughan just waiting to pounce.
When is he going to go?
Trying to catch them out here.
He's going to go now.
I heard from this man opposite us, his father, that 0.2 of a decision-making process that you've got to do when the man hits the accelerator in front of you could destroy that concertina effect completely. But it hasn't done that in the first 3 cars, as Brandon was right on the gearbox there, as you can see, of Lendl Janssen. Lendl Janssen got caught out ever so slightly from Vaughan, but Vaughan's got about a car or just over a car length distance there between himself and second place Lendl Janssen as they start the first of 4 laps to wrap up the day's racing for the single-seater side of it.
This time is Peter that's sort of holding a little bit back, maybe to give Brandon a chance to go after Lendl there, Greg, as you can see, but he'll go Strix and MD Bester behind and Theodore for Mark, yeah, like you say, coming up to 7th where he started. But let's see, Vaughan will have the pressure as they go up the hill through turn 4 now, using all the track up the hill. But yeah, Vaughan will have his mirrors full, but it's Brandon's putting pressure on Lendl there.
Brandon's putting his car into the mirrors of Lendl as well, similar to what Peter was doing earlier on when Brandon was just ahead of him, trying to get the attentions there of Lendl Janssen just to throw him off ever so slightly on his attack mode. It's not quite what he wants, but it might work out, you never know. We've got 3 to go, and 3 cars literally split by 0.3 of a second.
Lendl's quite good in that last section, Greg, so he's putting the pressure. But believe me, Vaughan now will just try and get to his prestige. Not going defensive yet, neither is Lendl, because he knows Brandon's behind him. But watch out for that last lap and a half.
0.3 of a second there between Lendl and Vaughan, and then another 3 to Brandon Hill. So it's literally half a second splitting the first 2 cars on track. We've got a spinner at turn 2.
Yeah, we've got a spin in the back.
It's the number 9 car again of Yannick Harper. Second time he's spun out. Gets going again, fortunately. So we don't have to worry about another safety car scenario. So that car's on its way down towards turn 3. And a good recovery, but back to the front end. This is MD Bester fending off Jaco Schrix and Theo Vermaak as they head to the top of the hill. As we watch the first 4 going through turn 5, it's hills 1, 3, 1, 2, and 3 at the moment.
Greg, someone's gone off at turn 4.
That's a big one.
That's going to be, let's hope he can get it
out. That's Helder Gabaya. Helder Gabaya's gone off there, unfortunately. He's got back on track as well.
Good stuff that he got it out.
Don't bring too much of that rubble onto the circuit. Don't want any loose stones on the outside of turn 4. Not with single-seaters. That's going to hurt. So, Vaughan hangs on. Lendl in 2nd. Brandon in 3rd. Peter in 4th.
Yeah, we don't want any yellow flags or safety cars now.
No more. Kat van der Berg also starting to come through the field pretty rapidly. He's onto the back end of Anton van der Merwe, looking to dive through on him into turn 2. Not quite close enough yet. Van der Berg having to do some work from the back of the pack as well. So he didn't have quite the same pace as Theo had coming through the pack after his off-track excursion in race number 1.
But yeah, both of them trying to make up some championship points. But Vaughan's keeping together. Lendl still putting pressure. And Peter says, come on, Brandon. We need to go. We need to put pressure on Lendl.
Well, we need to help your brother out there. There's a possibility if we do help your brother out, we can steal second place away and drop Lendl down to fourth. Oh, Peter's saying, all right, let me show you how it's done. Follow me, Brandon. I'll show you the way. Multiple single-seater champion in Peter Hills and multiple motocross champion before he started in single-seaters as well. So he certainly knows what to do in terms of racecraft. And he's saying to himself, hold on a second, Brandon's pace is not quick enough to have any influence on potentially Vaughan's first win in Formula V's.
Yeah, 1 lap to go. There we go. 1 lap to go, but you can see Lendl is there. Greg Lendl's putting pressure. Surely Vaughan must go defensive now. You'll see him into turn 2. Yes, he's going to stay there. Yeah, sort of half.
It's going to be defensive driving at every corner from Vaughan right now, let me tell you. He's not going to give this up.
Have to. But Lendl will put pressure. Believe me, this is the most pressure Vaughan would have felt for a long time. He can't go too defensive, still has to keep some momentum, but he has to. He has to go sort of inside. There, you can see. Look at him.
How much more inside do you want to go out of turn 3? He literally hugged the inside curve coming out of turn 3, not giving Lendl any chance to get around him.
But now it's all about that drive up the hill. Now Vaughan must go inside. Inside. Don't, yes. And Lendl will try on the outside, Greg.
Yeah, he's having a big look here into the outside. Oh, watch for the cutback. Got to close that door. He does. He shuts the door firmly in Lendl's face as they come into turn 6. Double right-hander, flick it left down the hill. One more corner to go. Vaughan Hill's looking for his first win in Formula V's. Is this going to come his way? It's been a long time of asking. It certainly has. Brilliant bit of driving here. It could have come in the first heat. Unfortunately, the yellow flag had to make him tap out, but he gets it in the second heat and takes the win in Formula V's.
Awesome stuff. He'll be very happy. Vaughan, Lendl, Peter Hills, Brandon Hills. I'm sure Vaughan will be ecstatic, Greg.
Shrixie just hangs on to keep out MD Bester, then Theo van Mark and Sean van der Linde, Anton van der Merwe and Gert van der Berg making up your top 10 in the Formula V's. What a finish to that race. Brilliant action as per usual, and well done to Vaughan Hills. I stand corrected, but I believe that might be his first victory in Formula V's, so we can call it Formula Vaughan today because he gets the win over Lendl Janssen. I think Lendl might still pick up the overall win for the day because of the amount of time allocated for both races. So Lendl Janssen possibly going to still take the overall victory, and that will mean he stays in the front of the championship overall for the DOE Formula V's, partnered by CRM Lubricants. Well done, guys. Amazing effort there. Well done, of course, to I think it's Anton van der Merwe who gets the association win over James Carter and Reynard van der Linde in the association category further back in the pack. Up next, though, we're heading into BMW M Performance Racing Turbo Cup, and they'll be out on track in a few moments' time for another 12 laps of BMW action in a few moments. So we've got cars down in the pre-race area waiting to go for M Performance Racing's Turbo Cup class. And we had a pretty spectacular outing for that first outing for the Turbo Cup class. And a man who took, of course, a victory in the naturally aspirated Cup is going to join me for commentary in race number 2. As we stand by now for BMW M Performance Racing Parts Turbo Cup. All right, so you kind of got to the door, saw Leon and I at the door and said, okay, I'm out of here, and didn't want to do commentary. But then you got accosted by the PR for M Performance Racing Series saying, no, you're supposed to be on the microphone. But congratulations on the win, first of all, and welcome back.
Thanks. I think it must be fate. We were tinkering with my old man's car, back in the pits. Unfortunately, we had a last dash attempt to get that car ready. We had a couple of fault codes that just weren't going away.
Okay.
They weren't fatal, so we said, hey, let's write a map that just gets rid of those. Literally, they're ringing the bell, they're blowing the whistle in pre-race paddock, and I'm sitting in there with the laptop writing that car, and it's and it's immobile. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. We think we found the problem, and so hopefully a better race for Craig Herbst in the second race over here.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we played a lot of let's nurse it to the pit lane in that last race.
Alrighty, so as we get ready to go now for the second heat of M Performance Racing Turbo Cup. Once again, I said to Dad earlier on, and I said to him, the growth of this class is just getting bigger and better. Some new competitors joining us for the very first time. A couple of shuffles in the teams as well, hey? I wonder how much Moscow paid for Reinhardt.
Yeah, I mean, specifically talking about shuffles, we had a non-existent Class B with, let's call it, some structural issues that, discouraged some race drivers. But right now, quick little rule introduction. Really great move by the committee to introduce that. They got a consensus vote. Says, hey, let's introduce 280 wide slicks into Class B.
Ooh.
And everybody said, sign me up.
Yes, please.
And look at some of the pace we're getting right now. That Class B action, that last little move and that tussle between Ethan and Renier Smith, incredible.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we saw Oz picking up some pace that he hasn't had for a long time as well, so it certainly proved to be a very good manoeuvre there, and a nice little introduction of a new rule for the class that's worked well. And that's, of course, the progress that happens with this class is probably paramount in terms of those little rule changes that happen. And the cool thing about it is that it's a buy-in from everybody. It's not just a buy-in from the powers that be that say, you will do this. It's not F1 going, you're going to run these cars. It means you're going to run some decent cars with some decent tires and put on some great action.
No, exactly. It's problem solving 101. They came to the race driver and said, what do we do to fix this to try and get more participation in Class B? And they said, how about this? Let's put it to a poll. And the poll was very clear. The guys wanted that kind of tie to be able to race. I mean, the guys are making big power.
Yeah, for sure.
To put that through a semi-slick tie and to try and extract the performance out of the car, it's asking so much out of a semi-slick tie. So really great outcome. A little bit of disparity though in some lap times. So we got like Leonard in Class A absolutely pedaling like crazy, but the Class B guys were knocking out some not really fast lap times.
They were.
Which I think pipped even Leonard in Class A in terms of fastest lap time. We've got a really cool car over there from Wessel Mostert, one of the fast development race cars. That moved from Class C. He was very strong in Class C. That will really give the reins over to Reinhardt, which is putting in a very strong show. And now Wessel in Class B with that car. So we're going to see some great racing.
Certainly are. And of course, as I mentioned to your dad, and also I've mentioned on a few occasions, that whole team is just boosted and bolstered. Both the Turbo Cup and naturally aspirated cup with, as your dad called it, the mob from Moscow. They really have brought in a big contingency to run in amongst the competitors in each of the classes amongst the two categories that are part of this M Performance Racing Series for 2026.
It's great to see the kind of team dynamics and the camaraderie and the kind of social element that comes with these teams that you form in racing, not just one or two vehicles, but as we saw in Team Moscow, I'm not sure. I think it's probably like 10 cars.
I think there is, I think there's about 10 cars now. There were about 7 or 8 at Red Star, and there's 2 more new ones now. So, but needless to say, not only mentioning them, Sav have brought, I think, 4 or 5 this weekend as well. So Sav Speed have also upped their game, and with the introduction of those tyres, have now given an opportunity to their top runners in the Sav Speed cars to be in there as well. I mean, because you've got Fast Fred and you've got Lee that are doing development on their own cars, and slowly but surely building up little stables that are becoming sort of the naming or the names to play with and to fight with in the little battles that unfold.
Yeah, and that's going to be the place to be. You find that team that's bringing home the silverware, and you want to say, I want to be like them. Interested to see how this race start works. I mean, we saw last some incredible qualifying times from Lee and from Anton, but unfortunately with that issue with Anton that picked up, left that completely open to Lee. Is he able to keep up with the pack now and put the competition back together?
Hopefully Anton will be back into the mix. If you do want Nick's address and WhatsApp number, just send it to me, because he'll prep you a car that goes really well in the naturally aspirated cars. Let's go. Turbo Cup, lights out, and it's the ACD Welcome car looking for a drop, but I think there might be a little squeeze through there from Leon. he might have just got to the front end and decided, no, let's have a little go here and at least get the whole shot and get my Fast Developments BMW to the front end.
Very tightly packed Class C over there. I think in Class B, a little bit of a gap built there.
Look at Lee Thompson around the outside.
Getting around Leonard Archer over there. And there goes Anton. He's around the outside of, what was that vehicle number? Vehicle 4.
4, yeah. So nicely done there from the two of them, and they're pushing really hard. I got to tell you, absolutely nothing in between them. But I love the fact that Lee Thompson just held the outside line through turn 2 and got through on every single one of the cars that were ahead of him by the time he exited turn 2 and into 3.
Look at the move that Renier's about to put onto Carlo Garbini there, and for the lead of Class B. Let's look into the entry, corner 5. Very, very tight, but Renier's going to have the grip. He's going to go down the inside. He's probably going to take the lead. And he's followed right behind it. Those Classes B cars are very tightly packed together right now.
Vessel right on the tailpiece there, looking to pick up the pieces if anything goes wrong. And then further back on that, looks like a little bit of a battle starting to unfold as we see Arnold Naidu fighting there with Oz Baggioni, and in the mix, Nicky Dix and Reinhard Miller.
So nice defensive move there by Oz, defending very nicely over there.
Yeah, this is they come through here. Here's what we were talking about further back in the pack. Watching for this little group to unfold, and here we go, 3x3 into turn 8.
Check how wide this is. Oh, that's
This
getting
could end
tight. Pushing out the Moscow car, the M240i. Craig's going to follow right behind there to go down the inside. Definitely a better race already.
He's being a pest already. Can you believe that? And
he's on the inside of Gerald Anthony there. Is he going to hold the line?
He does.
Oh, he gets past him.
Out. Just squeezes him out down into turn 2 and hangs on. But here we go, coming back on the inside line. Here comes Josie as well, jumping in. The Master Mo's car about to jump into that little pack and have a go at Gerald. Not too shabby there from that man, but yeah, no holds barred as per usual in classes C and D.
I've got only one word. That Class D little clump over there, what a dogfight.
Yeah, it's proper, hey? It really is good. Back to Class A at the front end. Parmesan.
Anton's got ahead of
second,
Bob.
I think, hey?
Yeah, so Lee's really scampered ahead.
No, third.
But we've got Leon there in second. So Anton's going to have to clear him to be able to go chasing after Lee Thompson. But Lee literally dispatched the entire field.
By Exeter turn 2. Yep. Exeter turn 2 was at the front. On the grass, but he made it stick, and that's it. So the Eagle Granite man. Oh, that's Garbini. I think Garbini on the inside, on the main straightaway there. And there's a spinner. Ethan Gutierrez.
That's a Class B incident over there. So we've got Vessel Moster trying to get himself out of that kitty litter right now. Dust everywhere. Ethan is trying to put the car in reverse. Get out of the way.
I hope he kept it running. Yes, he has. It's a battle to get out of that thick kitty litter. Ethan Gutierrez having to do a very similar maneuver that he did in Polo Cup. He spun out in Polo Cup a while back in the exact same position and could only come back onto the circuit once everybody had gone past him, and eventually he parked the car on the inside of the track. So
there we go, he's got it moving.
Oh, that's not
so
good.
He'll be able to get going again. But that's going to be a tough recovery drive. I mean, from first in race 1, this is going to be really tough. Did Vessel get off of the...
He did. Vessel got back onto the tarmac, but a long way back as well. We've got yellow flags and a safety car.
Safety car there.
Safety car.
Greg, you think that's for Carlo Garbini's car there on the pit wall?
Yeah, I think so. It's in a bit of a dangerous position, even though it's not off the... Oh, Vessel's got a problem. That's Vessel on the sideline. So that off-track excursion has hurt the BM. And that could be the second reason for a safety car.
That's really unfortunate. They have some great racing there in Class B. I'd love to be able to see a replay of what happened into corner 2. I've got to assume someone was putting in a dive, and unfortunately too many cars in too little corner.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we didn't catch it on the live stream, so we would only be able to put it out afterwards if there was a post-production show. So that's the one sad thing that has happened there with 2 cars out.
Close, also almost 3. If Ethan doesn't continue, that'll be Ethan, Carlo, and then Vessel. So that leaves Renier, the last competitor, I think, in Class B.
In Class B. He'll be the last competitor in Class B.
On our timing here, we've got Renier Smith actually ahead of Leonard in Class A. So I think something must have happened with Leonard, if our timing is correct here.
Well, they've crossed them under safety car, so those laps will count. So you're spot on in terms of that. There's only one Class B competitor left. There is Garbini's Kimbo Coffee and Sav Speed car, unfortunately, on the sideline. And that's one of the reasons that we've got a safety car being called for. Ethan Gutierrez got going. He just went past there in the shot over the wall. So Gutierrez is back up and driving. Whether or not he's at pace, we'll have to wait and see.
So we've got the full Class A competitors remaining over there. We've unfortunately reduced Class B down to one competitor left, Renier Smith. Class C, we've got Oz leading that from Reinhard Miller over there, then from Anand. So the really top competitors there in Class C. They're going to have a nice ding-dong once this race gets underway.
I have to just give a shout-out once again. Poolman has found some serious pace over the last 2 races, mate. I don't know what he's been doing to that car, but it's definitely working.
No, he's definitely been up there punching, for the silverware, and I'm sure it's giving Reynard an absolute headache saying, I've got that one extra guy to get past. Unfortunately, he's got a bit of experience.
Yeah, exactly that.
Great job from Alan Hilligan over there. Alan broke out of Class D in qualifying, did a great time in 8.7, and he's punching up and forth.
Yeah, and that was a single-digit car going in there. I think that might have been Duppy, if I'm not mistaken. So Class D's Dup, Civils, and no, it won't be. It wouldn't have been. I'm not quite sure which car went into pit lane there, but we did have a car go into pit lane as well.
Class D, I'm very happy to see Willie Cook currently leading that from Craig Herbst. Craig Herbst come from the back of the pack. Class D got past his nemesis, being Michael Grobler, and sitting in second. So a really good recovery drive right now. And you'll have Willie left to try and take the class honours. We've got Gerrit du Plessis. Good to see that car
Red
back.
flag. Sorry to jump in on you there. So they're going to bring them back to the line. I think it's probably going to be too much to be recovered in too little time to carry on with a decent race. So they're going to give them a chance to restart. If they go to 3 completed, means we're probably going to have a 9-lap restart for this one once we've got them all sorted out. But just to go back to a question I was about to say to you, whatever you did, that map's working, bud.
So we heard from a little guru that said if you connect the earth strap in the car, it works better.
Okay. There you go. Well, there you go. If you're watching on live stream, there's a little hint for you. If you want your car to go better, just earth strap that thing.
So talking about Gerrit du Plessis over there, he's brought the M240i back. Really great to see that.
Yeah.
That car was struggling with some, I think, overheating issues. Nice to see that back. And
That's the one I thought had gone into pit lane. So apologies there to Gerrit. It's actually working really well. I just caught the top of the car, so that's what made me think it might have been him. But of course, he's also part of that Moscow's team now, so he'd be in the Moscow's colours.
Yeah, there we go, coming past our screen at the moment. And that behind him, we've got Eugene, followed by it'll be the G-Man. That's the M4, Johan Miller.
Nicely done there from all of these cars, and of course at the back some work to be done for those two. Not quite on the kind of pace that they'd like to be on. Asayan Mudley, of course, a new man to the series, so he's still getting used to it. I think he's in the D as well, eh? He's in the diesel 330D. So one of, I think there's only one diesel in this pack, yeah. The other one was not available because it's still got plenty of damage, not only from the hill climb but from the last outing as well. Gary Martins, I think, is still going to have to do some work to get his car back into the pack here again.
Yeah, bring some diesel firepower back there.
How much more firepower do you want? I mean, what does he run in that thing? NOS, turbo diesel, superchargers, turbochargers, anything you can do to a car, he's done to that gas monkey
Clearly for Gary, the ceiling is not the limit, the sky is not the limit, there is no limit.
Yeah, that's exactly it. That is exactly it. Okay, well, there's one car recovered. And it looks like a couple of cars coming to the line already. They're going to just move that Sam Speed and Kimbo Coffee's BMW out of harm's way, probably to the middle of the track just for now, and then recover it after the race has come to a conclusion.
So they'll play the musical chairs game now.
This I could play for Bafana. He kicks better than most folks we saw the other night, eh?
Yeah,
so let's get that Orange Army man into Bafana.
Find the back of the net.
Yeah, you're going to find the back of the net, no problem. I take nothing away. Our boys did okay. They just had a tough time of it there, I think, against the Muchachos.
So Lendl will resume his spot then in first, it looks like. Look, they're going to play some musical chairs now, rearranging all the cars for the restart.
It's actually Ethan that's on the front there. Ethan's the first car behind, and then Lee's ahead. So I don't know if they're going to do it, because with your rules, it's now line of stern single start on a rolling start.
But that would imply that Ethan's been lapped. They should allow that car to
They should. Let's have a catch up with him quickly.
Ethan, red flag to the race, oil on track. What's happening?
Yeah, I mean, I was lying second and then I just got taken out, so I don't even know what's going on. I literally just got spun around going into turn 2, got T-boned on my right rear. So I don't know, we'll have to see what happens now, and let's see if I can make a comeback. So yeah, I actually don't really know what's going on.
Okay, well, yeah, good luck, eh? Let's see what the second part of the race has.
Yeah, thanks.
Cool.
Not a bad man to have behind him though, hey? The man who preps his cars right on his tail. So if he just lets Lee through, there's a good chance Lee could tow him away from the rest of the pack. But John, I think Ethan is not aware of what's actually gone down around the track as well. It's sometimes what happens when you get to the line. You'll have it known on a few occasions. When you get to the line, you go, why are we here? I didn't see anything on track because it all happened behind you. And by the time you get there,
a lot of question marks.
No one knows.
Look, they should have cleared the track now. We didn't have too much. I don't see any. They did have a change of surface.
Yes. No, change of surface was coming into...
I'm hoping that's just the gravel that's been
I think it was the gravel,
onto corner 2. Hopefully no fluids, no oils. but that hopefully won't mean too much of a delay and we can get back to racing.
Looks like Garrett's going to try and catch a little chat there with Lee if he gets in time, as we see some dry and environmental conditioner being put down onto the circuit there to dry up all the possibilities of fluids that were dropped.
Okay.
I don't think that's from Ethan's car.
I think that must be from Vessel. Vessel pulled off to the side.
Could possibly be from Vessel's car, yeah. This is Lee Thompson. Of course, it's Cash and Nika's car. Let's go and have a quick chat to him and see how things have gone so far.
Red flag to the race, oil on track. How was the first part and what are you expecting?
The first part is good. I only saw the oil on the safety car laps. I didn't feel anything. Sizable gap, luckily. I think we're 3 laps in, so I'm not sure how long race distance will be now. I suppose depending how long they need to take to clear the track. But yeah, we just need to do the same thing. That's all.
Well, yeah, good luck, Lee.
Thank you.
Cool, man.
So there is a bit of oil that was dropped from turn 1. Look at this. There it is.
So I wonder if is that the cause? So we've got a couple of cars going off in Class B, but is that just because somebody before that had dropped some fluids going into the corner? But I mean that looks through the entire.
That's the race line of turn 1.
That's turn 1 on the.
And I don't think it's that car, to be honest with you, unless he was dropping oil and when he hit the brakes, the oil got onto the tires, which may have caused him to go into the back of Ethan Coetzee. Unfortunately, we didn't get it, so we're not going to be able to tell you until we see sort of the footage that was recorded. But hard work being done there by our marshals.
waiting for them.
Let's catch up now with Leon and see what his plans are after this little off-track excursion and a little bit of timeout.
Leon, tell me about it. It's a red flag to the race. There was oil on track. How was the first part?
The first part was good. We were busy sorting our positions out when it happened. So I don't know what's going to happen now with oil all over the track. It's going to be very difficult, especially for the guy that's in front. Yeah. So we obviously will just follow and see what he's doing.
Okay. Well, car going well at least.
Yeah, the car's perfect, and this is racing. If you don't like this, then you must stop racing. This happens all the time, so it's no problem.
Oh well, good luck for race 2.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Certainly Leon's had enough experience at this, having been in these occasions on numerous times. So just telling us that if you don't like this, then you shouldn't come racing.
I love it. I mean, you can get so frustrated when something happens on the track. You're having to pause. You're in the rhythm. You just want to race, and now you're stopped. You're suspended. And Leon puts it perfectly. This is racing. If you don't like it, you shouldn't be racing.
Yeah, exactly. It's kind of like what they say for the TT, The guys that complain about how dangerous the TT is, and I've just come back from that, they say, well, if you don't like it, stay at home and cut your lawn.
TT, I think, is what a different league over there. I'm frightened for the guys just watching. And I think they're speeded up, but I'm frightened for them. And this gets scary enough. But Isle of Man TT, I think that's a different type of human. I think every single one of those riders should be institutionalized, and they should be checked out. So
let's go and have a quick chat to Bob Neal and see how the TuneTech and Delman machine is going.
Bob, red flag to the race. What did you see? What you expecting?
Yeah, good. I'll be happy if I can get on the podium in the second round. Came second in the first one. Let's see how it goes. I'm not sure how many laps are left. I think 5 or something. Let's see how it goes.
Excellent. Yeah, well, good luck, yeah?
Thanks.
Cool.
That just shows you that when you're in the race car, you just race until that flag comes out. No one knows who's done what lap they're on, or anything like that. The important factors that come into a race when you're watching from the outside are not taken into account when you're in the cockpit.
Does somebody want to turn the PA system up and say, sorry, Bob, there's 12 laps to this race. So I think it's a few more than
probably going to be about 9, I'd say. I think we're going to go for a 9-lap restart. Possibly even for a full restart, but I don't think that'll be the case because they did complete 3. So there will be a slight decrease in the amount of laps still to be sorted out. But once again, just a prime example of how well this Orange Army team work in terms of cleaning up big oil spills that have happened in races before. And it's more of the same here today for them as they put that concrete and dries and environmental stuff down onto the surface to try and clear up anything that could potentially hinder those Dunlops from doing the job that they're supposed to and keeping the cars on the track.
Now, talking about spots on the track that an oil spill is certainly disadvantageous. Corner 1, Greg, that's a nice, slow, easy corner, right?
9 laps, thank you very much.
9 lap, there we go. 9 lap confirmation of that from our COC.
So you got that? 9 laps to go.
Thank you for that one, G-Man, for the work down on the start line there. Vessel's car being collected and put onto Big Max. As I said, I'm not quite sure he was the protagonist, but he could possibly have been. Had he caught the oil on the front wheels under braking and then went into the back of Ethan, who he was fighting with. As I said, we're just contemplating on what potentially would happen. But there was another car that came into pit lane, as I said. I didn't pick up who it was, and Leon said there was one coming in with lots of smoke coming out of the back of it. So potentially it could be that car. A bit further back in the field that caused the issue with the oil. I don't know if it was the actual cause of the issue between Ethan Garcia and Vessel that we saw the sort of closing stages of.
Yeah, we'll play a bit of a game of deduction right now. We'll see who's back on the timing screen once everybody resumes and see what happens. But we've only got Carlo's car that went off, Vessel's car that went off. We still don't really know exactly, but Ethan did mention that he was T-boned. If he was T-boned by Vessel, he surely got some damage to the front of that car. That's where your oil coolers and all that kind of stuff lives. But that car was leaving a trail down into corner 1. So that's clearly not when the incident happened.
Yeah. As I said, I think it could possibly been of the results of the leaking oil, and he didn't realize that until he climbed on the brakes, and then the oil was on the tires, and then you're going to go sliding. There's no way you're going to stop the car, and that's what potentially ended up with him hitting the back. As I said, this is all contemplation because we didn't see exactly what happened. We only got the rear end of it as the cars came to a stop and had to take evasive action. I think what I caught in terms of that first part, and you can correct me if you think I'm wrong, Vessel was trying to take evasive action on the spun car of Ethan Garcia already. Whether or not that's the case, we'll wait and see.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough pickup over there. The car, that Vessel's car is incredibly low, so to get that flatbed to load that car up, that's going to be a tough job for the orange team. Let's hope they can get that car pulled up onto that flatbed, and I think that's the last obstruction besides clearing the concrete dust off of the track. So probably another 5 minutes, I imagine, if everything
possibly
goes to
and then of course maybe 2 laps under safety car, just so the guys get an idea of what the traction is like on the change of surface that's now being put into turn 1 and down into turn 2 as well. It will definitely be a rolling start. It'll be a line astern rolling start as well, so you can't pass anybody until you've actually crossed the finish line and got the green flag. So if you do attempt to pass, it has to happen after that and into turn 1. And I don't think there's going to be much attempts into turn 1 with the amount of oil that was dropped there.
Yeah, really treacherous corner right now. It's fortunate that it doesn't seem to be a lot into the braking zone of corner 2. Really dangerous spot to have oil on the braking zone there. But it looks like the most of this oil spill is through corner 1. Unfortunately, that's a fast corner. That's never going to make anybody's life easy. It's all on the inside over there, so there's going to be a wet line around corner 1 going ahead. I'm sure we're not going to see any lap records being broken.
Change of surface flag is going to literally remain there, I think, for the rest of the race until we sort of get a dry racing line through turn 1 again. So they'll just be well aware of the fact that there's a change of surface there for the entire time, which is going to make it a bit more tricky for these guys to have a go and possibly do the overtaking maneuvers that can happen in turn 1 on a regular basis when there's no oil dropped or any change of surface that's required.
Cool. I see some rear tyres moving over there. Hopefully they are having some luck getting that car onto the trailer now. Winch working hard, pulling. I don't think that's a heavy car, so maybe not the hardest job for that winch to pull onto that red trailer.
It's definitely not the biggest car that car's ever pulled onto Big Max, I can tell you. There are a couple of V8s down in Trans-Africa Racing Stable that have been pulled onto the back of Big Max that weigh a little bit more than that Moscow's BMW that's being rolled up there. So, yeah, I think once that car's on the back of Big Max, we can get ready to rock and roll, because it should be a few minutes more. Because I think most of the work that's been done in turn 1 and turn 2 to clear the oil is pretty much sorted. They might have a bit of blowers on them just to keep it a bit cleaner than what it is. And then get this Colt Bucky and Big Max off the circuit. And then we'll be good to go for a bit of race action once again from M Performance Racing Series and our Turbo Cup aspect of it.
So if our timing sheets over here can be trusted, it looks like they've reset the laps down to 0. And I'm assuming that has to mean that they're trying to do
If you just squeeze it up a little bit there as well, we might get to see have they allocated. No, they haven't allocated laps yet. So if they haven't allocated laps, I'm gonna say with 3 laps completed, usually they would go for a 9-lapper, and of course that's what Aldred said. So we're going to go for 9 laps of race action here. So it will bring it down to slightly less than what was planned from the first start. But also it's a case of, I mean, you're gonna fuel your car to just over above what you need. So in case of a safety car, in case of a couple of laps that you might have to do, or in case of a restart. So you're going to have a little bit of extra fuel in there just for in case of emergency side of things, and then from there be able to basically work on the lowest amount of fuel that you can put into a car to make it a little bit less weighty.
Yeah, fueling is going to be very interesting now, but also looking at the dynamics of how they evaluate that race 2. So they would typically have now a race 1 with a certain amount of time, and then race 2 with its own time. So if you pass the checkered flag and affected the timing line, now with race 2 and you had more of a gap in race 1, that can make the difference between you get a 3rd or 4th position. So time is actually what's going to dictate now your result for your race 2, not necessarily position.
Alrighty, let's get this machine off. Unfortunately, the big man behind that car is going to be a little bit disappointed with that finish. There's a little bit of damage on the front end. You can see the splitter there, a little bit lower than what it should be. And I've also got to see the sort of open radiator. I think the grill's gone out of the front of that car as well after the off-track excursion. Probably find it down in turn 2. Anybody looking for the front end of a 3 Series BMW's grill, I can potentially tell you to go and have a look at turn 2 at the end of the day's racing. Once all the cars are off track, of course. I'm only teasing. How's that dust bowl, though?
Yeah, driving today, you feel like you've got a nice dust storm.
It's going to be like, what's it, Days of Thunder, hey? Pick a line you can drive through. Because that's exactly what it looks like there with the blowers on it. Hopefully by the time they come through for race action, that dust would have dissipated slightly. There's a little bit of a breeze. It's not a lot, but it should just give us a clean line through turn 1, hopefully.
Yeah, I think it's going to take probably 3 laps. 3 laps before the guys find their feet, get comfortable with the track again, because this is not the only spot. We saw, around corner 2, they've got some dust being put down there. I saw there's still some remnants at corner 6, 7, in 6 and 7. So this track is
6, 7. Oh, it's like that, eh? 6, 7. Now he's dropping all the trending stuff here. Is Nick Herbstad? Nice, trending with the 6, 7 from Nick. So you can't say that stuff with me, but I'm going to pick up on that.
Too quick. So this track is far from healthy. So the guys are going to have an extra job today, really feeling it out, making sure they've got grip and they can get around the track at each part. Braking spots and zones are going to change, cornering lines. This is really going to be a completely new race, and I'm not quite sure I'd like to be the leading car right now.
Well, in my opinion, Ethan should be sent on his way and sent to the back of the pack, because that's where he would have been, and he is a lap down, so he should be able to resume, and he would have made up that lap on the restart. So they should send Ethan off on his way right now and let him take up his position at the back of the pack. Ethan's not quite sure, as you heard in his interview, as to what has actually gone down, but him starting from pole is not what I would say is the right place for him to be. But there's been no shuffling of him to get him out of the way there, so I don't know.
Yeah, quite a few cars out of position, it seemed, on the timing list over here. So I think there's going to be a little bit of rearrangement still to happen. I think the course hasn't been given its kind of green light yet, green flag to even resume pulling somebody out of an out of position location and back into the pack. Hopefully we'll see that in the next couple of minutes.
Yeah, they're all waiting to go here, as you can see. Doors swinging wide open just to try and get a bit of air into the cars, because there's not a lot of breathing room inside those cockpits. They try and keep them as sealed as possible so that the aerodynamics work a bit better than what they should. And nice to see a big crowd, partisan crowd here on the back straight, on the top of the hill as well, up at Zoc, and here on the pit wall, on the gallery as well. And nice to see, I think, Engine Extreme are in the house here as well with us too, which is great to see. New sponsor on board here with Zwartkops, and getting a chance to entertain their VIP guests is always important. And of course, Leon's friends down the Valla there. How's everybody doing on those back walls? Are you enjoying yourselves? You're all on camera at the moment, so make some noise. Give us a shout out if you can hear us there on the back wall. Die manne op die Valla, as Leon likes to call them. There's some dames op die Valla as well. Wave there. Yeah, how you doing, ma'am? Nice to see you there in the white hat. Thanks for giving us a wave. We appreciate it. You're on the live stream TV. Yeah, thank you. There we go. Your friend's waving. Thanks. That's what we like to see. Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for listening. You're the only two people that are listening on the back wall. Everybody else is doing whatever else they need to do. Oh, now the rest of the party join us. Thanks for that, eh? Thanks for that. The guy in the blue T-shirt was way late. So late there. I don't know what's going on. Everybody else down that back wall doesn't have a clue what's going on. Not a clue. Oh, lady in yellow coming in from the back as well. Thanks for that, ma'am. Appreciate it. How are you doing? We just caught a glimpse of you. We just caught a glimpse. Hi, how are you doing? You two are loving life there, hey? Yeah, there we go. And we pan right, then we can see the whole team underneath the gazebo as well. Oh, yes, please. Hello, ma'am. That's the way to do it, eh? Yeah, unfortunately, that we won't show that one because you didn't lift the top up enough. How's everybody doing on the grandstand there? All chilling out, relaxing on the grandstand, hey? All chilled out there. A guy in the yellow cap having a little bit of a chat there. Looks like he's going to be playing tennis tomorrow with his tennis hat on. It's nice to see. He can't hear me either, so he's probably not even listening. And his friends are looking around there as well. And then, of course, we've got some friends up in the top right there, looking in the striped T-shirt. We see you there, sir. Don't worry, we can spot you a mile away. Nice shades, bud. Nice shades there with the striped shirt. Do like your shades, bro. Are those Pit Vipers, eh? Or they're Oakleys? They're Pit Vipers. I thought they were. I thought they were. You can see those Pit Vipers from a mile away, bro. Spotted those. There we go. Nicely done. Are you guys enjoying yourselves out there? If you're enjoying yourselves, we're now moving up to, of course, to Zok. All the people up at Zok, how are you guys doing? A couple of guys with their back to us there. BMW Car Club Performance T-shirts on there. Oh, it's sun's out, guns out with that, man, eh? Shorts on, short sleeve shirt. Even though it's the middle of winter, sun's out, guns out. Those three oaks have spent lots of time in the gym. They don't do anything other than gym. They get up in the morning, they gym. They then have some chicken breasts and egg whites. And then they do more gym. And then they get to look over their shoulder and look straight into the camera with a white cap on. We saw you, sir. Yeah, we definitely saw you. That's for sure. Hope you're enjoying yourselves. Somebody's in trouble at the top of the grandstand as well. His wife's beating him up and saying that it's this big. No, it's that big. That's how big 6 inches is what he says. Down the back, Red Star Raceway in the house. Wow, that's cool. The Red Star Raceway team are in the house down that back straight away as well. That's cool to see. Thank you so much, guys and girls. And nice to see big support here. KTM in the house as well. Hello, KTM riders and drivers. Whole bunch of KTM people in the house. Little Suzuki Jimny there as well. Hello, sniperseye.com. You guys good? There we go. Thanks for the wave. We appreciate it. That's what we like to see. Back up the car and just open the rear tailgate and sit in the tailgate and have your Bok jersey on at the same time. Lekker, but lekker. That's nice, eh? Are those the 17-hole Converse Chuck Taylors that your girlfriend or partner have got on there, eh? Those are like 19-inch or 19-hole docks that she's got on, but they're just the Converse option that you've got. But it definitely works out, eh? Nice. Is that an MP car as well, eh? Have you come all the way from Mpumalanga? It looks like it is, eh? It might be. You are on camera, and we are seeing you having that conversation. It's all good. Do you like that, eh? Do you like that? Just remember, if you're watching us on your phone, which you should be, as opposed to doing anything else on your phone right now, you should be watching the live stream. Then we go back to Zok, and we've got a whole bunch of Ferrari fans eating ice creams. Thanks for our ice creams. We appreciate the support there. Thanks for bringing us ice creams, guys, eh? Yeah. Some of you going with the Magnums, some of you going with the Lollies, some of you going just with the other options of ice creams out there, checking their phones, checking the timing, checking what's going down. How are you doing, ma'am? Are you enjoying that ice cream? Is that ice cream good, ma'am? We just want to know, is the ice cream good, Ferrari fans? Yes, the two of you in the Ferrari shirts. We can see you on our live stream TV. Yeah, wave. Hi, there we go. Thanks a lot. We appreciate it. We've only been chatting to you for about half an hour. How are the ice creams? Are the ice creams good? Are the ice creams good? They are good. Thank you. We appreciate that. Nice. Looks like the kids are having a jol in the background. They're about to beat each other up and throw each other off the back of the grandstand there. So I get hold of them if you can. Because if one of them falls off the side of that thing, it's going to end up in tears. Okay, so a bit of fun with the crowd there in between the race action. Looks like we are almost good to go. And that 330 BMW official safety car with JL behind the wheel, about to roll out and bring us into race action once again. As Theo for Mark joins us with oil all over his hands and cuck all over him. I don't know what's going on. I don't know. There's something wrong with this kid. He never ever looks that bad. I mean, he's a professional model, for goodness sake, and he arrived here looking like this. It's just not right, eh? It's not right. Nice job today for all of your boys. And that was Vaughan's first win, am I right? Yes. See? Formula Vaughan, not Formula V anymore. It's Formula Vaughan today. Well done, Formula Vaughan. Great job. All right. Okay, they're shuffling them. There we go.
Bob's not getting
Bob's not
away,
going.
okay. Let's see if they get that car moving. Something not right over there. Car's moving fast.
Okay, let's get that car rolling. Little bump start for Bob.
So, one option if you didn't catch the action. BMW Club TV, post-production process on all of our racing over here, including some BMW stuff. So maybe we've got some extra footage. We catch what happened.
I hope we did.
In that corner 2 incident.
There's a very good possibility we did. So catch that on the BMW Car Club post-production. It'll be in about a week and a half's time, if I'm not mistaken. It's usually when it goes out. So check that out on their social media platforms. Ethan gets here, just rolling and letting the cars go through because he has to take up his position at the back of the pack. Exactly what I thought. Don't know why they didn't send him earlier.
Probably conserving fuel.
But he wouldn't have got in harm's way, and one lap under slow conditions wouldn't have done anything to the fuel consumption on that car. Anyway, needless to say, he's going to fall to the back of the pack. And we are almost good to go for the restart and a 9-lapper. There it is. Oh, it's 8 laps actually. Oh, they've reduced it because of time. It's timing now. Yeah, there we go.
Bush Zwartkops 200 guys. They're probably saying, come on.
Listen, we got 200 Ks to go. Can you guys get a move on, please?
Cool. Good to see Bob going there. I hope whatever issue was plaguing his car is now sorted.
I like the carbon fiber door as well, hey?
Specifically when you've got to, remove the stickers for weight saving. Great move there. Great move. I love it.
Aerodynamics as well, hey?
Of course. Got that silky carbon fiber.
Exactly. Yeah, so let's see how things go here for the second start of Turbo Cup. Change of surface into 8 already.
Yeah, you bet.
So we got 8, 1 and 2 under change of surface. And as I said, they're going to get 2 laps under safety car.
So that leaves, I think, corner 3, 4
and 5.
And maybe 5 that aren't contaminated.
Yeah. Let's have a look and see how bad it is. Doesn't look bad at all, to be honest.
That looks all right.
That looks okay. Should be able to run through there at pace, no problem. They weren't at full pace through there, but they weren't slow through there, that's for sure.
No.
Javelin just giving us an idea of exactly what the conditions are like, and Dad right behind him. So Craigie would have gone through there going, yeah, there's some grip here, we can play. Problem is, this man's coming out of turn 5.
The rest is down to corner 2.
Only coming out of turn 2.
Yeah. Maybe he started that race already. I just don't know.
I don't think Lee's holding back at all. I think the race could potentially be on. Yeah, to be honest with you, I think the race is on. So Lee's just opened up a massive margin and he's about to complete lap 1. Yes, he is. He's about to complete lap 1 here of the 8 laps that have been allocated for the restart, and he's got a absolutely mountain of an advantage over second place Leon Loubser and Anton Pommersheim on his tail.
So I thought we were slowing over there, so Reinhardt's got straight ahead of him. Almost looked like Oz missed a gear. We'll see what goes on there. We'll see Alan Hilligan going through this treacherous corner 1 now. That's Varish Gampat in what they call the Mamba. Benny Late in that beautiful E46.
Now that's a really well prepared car. Nice slick lines on it as well, and of course keeping it clean in terms of the colouring. No livery on that car yet. I don't know if Benny's decided to choose any livery, or is he going to just stick with the plain sailing factory effect BMW straight off the showroom floor. Kind of works for him, so I would stick with it. It works.
Yeah, nice and clean. Tight little battle. Benny's going to have to defend there. That'll be Nicky Dix there in that the Curve End Racing E36. Super tight over there. And right on their tail, that's Selby in his new colour, the new livery, auto-styled, sponsored BMW E36.
Yeah, auto-styling coming to the party. It's great to see them jumping in. Because, I mean, if you think about it, the amount of 3 Series BMWs that have been converted by auto-styling in the past, there's no doubt about it, they need to be in the series.
Nice little move from Nicky Dix over there. Nice into corner 5, gets the move done on Benny Late. So he takes that position, and Selby's probably going to look down the inside now, see if he's got a chance. No, backs out.
So that is lap 2 of 8 completed now, 6 to go. A little bit of dust coming off the back of the cars. Looks smoky, but it's not. It's just the cement and dries and environmental that are down on the track at the moment. There you can see, clean line. They're flat now, there's no issues at all. You said about 2 or 3 laps. Exactly spot on there, Nick, so thanks for that. And now we've got a clean line through turn 1. We can continue racing, and it can be every man for himself, except for this man. He's having a bit of a nightmare now because Kutsia is about to be caught and lapped by the man who preps his car, Lee Thompson.
Yeah, something definitely not right with that car, so probably just circulating, see if he can get the laps through, get a classification, but he might be pulling into pits right now. That really doesn't look healthy. I'm not sure he can continue with that. But we've got Anton Pommersheim 9 seconds, so he's where he wanted to be chasing down Lee. Talking about lap times, we're looking at a 106 last lap, pretty much even, half a second quicker to Lee. Leon doing a 108.9, so the guys are still, very cautious on the pace right now. There's definitely a lot of hesitation. We're probably 4-5 seconds off of qualifying pace.
Ethan holding the inside line and turn 1 just to stay out of harm's way. He is going to try and stay out there to circulate for points. But one thing you were mentioning there on lap times, and I didn't get a chance to speak to you about it in race number 1, how awesome was that incredible time from Lee Thompson this morning? A 60.8.
No, absolutely nuts. To tickle that sub 1 minute mark and be so close there it's incredible. That's really GT3 territory, and to see a BMW Air Performance Parts race car leading Class A, get to that kind of lap time, absolute achievement, really impressive. Well done to Lee in that beautifully prepared
And I know
car.
he's in Cash's car because it's basically his customer's car that he's driving at the moment. But had he been in that car at Passion for Speed, with the ideal conditions we had on that weekend, I think we would have seen a sub-minute lap. Not to take away from Cashin's driving ability. He put on a phenomenal show. But Lee Thompson in a rear-wheel drive BMW is arguably one of the most difficult men to beat on a racetrack at any time of the day.
Bob trying to make his way through the pack right now. He'll be making his way onto Craig now. Craig will be leading Class D. I don't see any Class D competitors ahead of him, but Bob obviously with that failed to get running again after the long restart. He's trying to make his way back to fight with the Class A guys. But Craig will want to keep it in. Oof, we've had a car off there.
That's at 8. Someone's run off at 8, probably under braking.
That's the car of Javelin on Sami, I think. But I think
did look like Javelin.
It'll be Nick Naidu driving that car, I believe.
So it'll be yellow flags down into turn 8, so no overtaking. There it is, Javelin. And you said Nick Naidu in the car, hey? The Warden's car.
I think Nick Naidu's driving that car at the moment because they had a couple of, switch around with the vehicles. But yeah, part of the Warden's team. I hope he's okay.
That's Mitch just gesticulating. Nick Naidu on the timing sheets and a white flag being shown there for Ethan Kutsia's car, but it was actually Mitch Kutsia saying,
a big slide by Varish Gadpat.
Well held.
The E46 keeps it out of the kitty litter, trying to defend from that, probably Nicky Dix in the E46 coming past there. Then he's got Alan Hilligan and that'll be Salvi right behind him over there, but what a big slide.
He caught that exceptionally well. You mentioned the fact that thing's called a mamba.
Oh, big slide.
He was doing a mumbo, never mind a mamba route. Just trying to get to that one.
I think this track still hasn't cleaned up. Bob was sliding the rear around over there out of corner 5, putting the power down. This looks like a drift contest at the moment.
Trying to hang on. Here we go. Inside line from Bob Neal. Will there be any room given? Highly unlikely. Not from an auto-style Sav Speed car, that's for sure. He's going to make him work double time. Bob Neal trying to go in the inside line now for turn 1. Gets it done under power. And slots through there as the 67 of Salvi Gutteri has to eventually give way to the slightly quicker BMW of Bob Neal.
Trying to slice his way through the pack, not finding it as easy because when you're out of position right now, you're fighting for position. You've got no need to get out of the way. So Bob's unfortunately going to make it work. Otherwise, he's got no right to take that place.
Lee completes lap number 6 now as he crosses the line, closing in the back markers. Incredibly closing on back markers already. And this is exactly what he'd like to have now because it's going to give him a chance to maybe put a little bit of the cars between himself and the charge coming from Pommersheim because he's right behind him. Anton was only, 2 seconds off. With a couple of cars now to contend with. He could, is that a red flag again?
It looks like a red flag.
All right, second red flag, which possibly means that'll be a call because it's 6 of 8.
Yeah,
it's enough.
They'll classify this race. So
Not how I wanted to finish this because it was just starting to heat up a bit there.
So I think I think with Nick in Javelin on Sami's car in that position, corner 8, they probably would have had to call that. I mean, I remember the last race with the combined racing cars when they tangled, went into that corner.
Correct.
A lot of recovery attempt to get those cars out of harm's way.
The Lorero brothers, we'll mention them by name just because we can. But
there you go. When you coming back, Rick?
Lee Thompson, Anton Pommersheim, and Leon Loebscher, top 3 in Class A. Class B, there was only one. It was Renier. Class C, Reinhard Miller, Osbagioni, and Anand. And well done to Class D. Craigie takes it. Whoa! Shared honours between the Herbst boys so far. It means you have to win the next race, otherwise there's big trouble at lunch tomorrow. Mike Roble in second and Eugene Goos in third. We'll be back shortly with action from the Extreme Festival Motorsports Regional Round 3 with ATE Volkswagen Challenge. And I can see that the COC wants to have a word with me quickly. I might have mentioned something incorrectly. We'll wait and see. Thanks for joining us, as always, Nick. Great job. And catch you later on at prize giving. All right, so the reason for the red flag, and of course for us to continue racing, we have to go and rebuild tire barriers at the part of the track that had the incident. So out of turn 8, there are some tire barriers that were destroyed there as Nick Naidu went off. So to rebuild those, we've got to have a clear track, and that's why the red flag came out on 6 of 8 completed, giving Lee Thompson the win over Anton Pommersheim. And Leon Loebscher, Renee Smith taking the Class Bs. Class C is going to Reinhard Miller, and Class D is going to Craig Herbst. Up next, as I said, we're going into ATE Volkswagen Challenge. They'll be on track shortly, as soon as we've got track clearance and tyre barriers rebuilt.
Okay. Keegan, tell us about race 2 coming up, a bit of oil on track. What you expecting?
Oh well, I'm expecting it to be quite slippery actually. So it was. Looking forward. I can't wait to drive. Of course, a little bit nervous with the oil, but I'm not going to let it get in my head or anything. So just go drive
and do better than position in race 1.
I'm going to try my best. I'm not going to force it and risk losing many points. But if I see an opportunity, I'm going to take it.
And the car going well?
It's driving like a train. Nathan's Motorsports done such a good job when it comes to putting the car together and setting it up. They've done a really good job.
Excellent. Well, yeah, good luck, eh?
Thank you very much.
Cool. Sebastian, race 2, bit of oil on the track. What you expecting, eh?
Yeah, going out there without any expectations. I think it's going to be all about adapting to the circumstances and trying to make the most of it.
And the team behind you set up the car nice, driving well?
Yeah. We managed to get the car dialed in and it's all to play for. So let's hope for a good result.
Well, good luck, eh?
Thank you.
Cool.
Don't forget to close the back.
Chris, it's race 2, bit of oil on the track. How's the car going? What you going to expect?
Car going quite well. Was having high hopes for the performance of the tyres, but that hasn't exactly gone to plan with all the oil. So it's going to be a bit tricky out there, but everyone's going to be fighting the same problems.
Lots of fast drivers around you. Just going to try to keep it in front.
Yeah, plan is stay in front. If they do have better pace than me, just go defensive. If I can, maybe put them onto the oil line and really screw them over.
And tell me about the team and the setting up of the car.
Yeah, so since the very first round here, a lot of work has been put into the car, getting it right, and we've been developing, and it's right where we want to be at now.
That's why you're up front.
Thank you.
Well, good luck for race 2.
Okay,
See you
thank you.
afterwards, man. Cheers.
Thanks, Auntie Sue Hepburn, joining us here quickly to come say how's it. I always love getting to see Auntie Sue Hepburn, Willie's wife, here at the track and walking around, getting to get up close and personal with the racing, but also catch up with a whole bunch of old friends. And of course, we never get to a racetrack to get together and never get to say hi to each other. But Leon, back on track again with race action with ATE Volkswagen Challenge, out again for another pretty spectacular outing, I'm sure, between these drivers. We saw a really good race for the first heat. Anthony Lessing, I think, will be looking to just up his pace slightly, see if he can try and get ahead there of Christopher Tate, and maybe just give him a bit of a run for his money. Now that he's picked up the new sponsor of OMV, the Ocean Marine Village, who are, of course, builders, sellers, and services of boats. And pretty apt that man has just come from a national and international fishing competition where he finished second in his class. He finished second in the class, unfortunately, in the first race, so you'll definitely want to change it up for the second race.
Yeah, he's going to try and put pressure on Christopher Tate, see if he can get a win. The conditions, the guys will just have to get used to it, a little bit of change of surface conditions from the previous race, but it's the same for everybody. So it's a 10-lapper coming up, everybody, so yeah, let's, the guys will be tentative, lap 1 and 2, Greg, remember that standing start here, get the heat into those Dunlop semis, and then they'll go for it. So all action coming up.
Also just heard from the COC that the reason for the little break in the proceedings there was that they had to rebuild the tyre barrier that the BMW went through at turn 8. That's why Eric came in and just gave us a heads up as to say, well, we've got a little bit of time that we need just to rebuild those tyre barriers. Incredible job once again done by Team Zwartkops to get those tyre barriers rebuilt. And then, of course, ready to go now for Race 2 of ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Class A, Class B, and Class C, each of them getting a separate start. Another man to watch out for potentially in Race 2 will be Ian Walker. There he is in the Garmin and Melavelo Cycles United car. He's on the tailpiece of that King Price Extreme Polo of the poleman, so I think Stalker might have a go there and try and outgun Lessing if he can just follow Chris Tate through. Tate and him will have the slightly cleaner line because they're going to be on the outside of turn 1 as opposed to where Lessing and Josh Moore will have the inside line, which is a little bit of a dirtier line. In big BMWs with the slightly bigger tyres, might be a little bit of an easier run through turn 1, but with a full, almost completed 8 laps of race action and BMWs going through on all the different lines through turn 1 should be clear by now in terms of oil or any debris that was left behind from that first incident in the the Turbo Cup class.
Yeah, there we go. Class A is away. Christopher Tate, Lessing, Walker, Josh Moore, Nusias, Aldridge, Driekus, Duplessis. Take a start, yeah. Yeah, Greg, for these guys, they'll just wave one lap a look and then they'll go. Class B, good start there from Bulliard, looked like, on the second row. Very good start. And then we wait for Class C. There's Class C. Don't know what happened to that brass pillar, Kenner story.
Well, I did kind of go across to have a bit of a break. And it was a bit of a situation happening with the COC between Bryce Pillay and Stuart Koenig, and they were basically coming to an agreement that both of them could have given each other a little bit more room. So I think it was probably deemed to be a racing incident between the two of them. So no further action according to the official notification that was put out. So yeah, I think that was spot on. I think that's kind of how we called it as well. Kian Duomu. Oh, but that could end up a bit of tears. That's a Class A car. That's the back. That's Stilio. That's Stilio Nusios, I think. Or is it Keegan? Trying to pick up on the car number there. I can't quite see the number. There are a couple of cars headed up to that dangerous position right now. So there'll be double yellows into turn 5.
Oh, red flag.
Red flag. Okay, red flag. Sure.
Yeah, Greg, unfortunately, it's all happening here in the second heat.
You are not wrong.
Second heat of today, another red flag.
Let's
we don't really need it, but
not even one lap completed.
Yeah.
All right, so I'm not quite sure which car was involved there. It did look like a Class A car, though, so I'm just trying to pick up on which of those Class A cars has not resumed his position. And
A61
is Stilio. I was right. It was Stilio. Yeah, Stilio Nusias, unfortunately, with some front end damage on his car, and the recovery vehicle is already there. And I think there's also a bit of a ding in the barrier because I think that's what he actually hit. I think he was trying to do an outbraking maneuver and potentially was with Josh Moore and with Francis Aldrich because I think Walker was just ahead of them. So Walker's got back to the grid. Stilio is the only Class A competitor that's not there. So I don't know if it was on his own. Unfortunately, as I said, we only caught the rear end of it. I don't know if we can pull that up, Paulie, if you can. Just the latter part of that little incident we did catch.
What
maybe we can try and work out what happened.
What turn is that?
It's at turn 5.
Oh, okay.
So top of the hill. There is the bumper. You weren't wrong. That's more than a ding. There's a bumper, and I think that might be the bonnet as well of Stilio's car, who are stuck in the barrier there. It's basically there where the old Team Red stable is. So unfortunately, some work to be done to rip that. Good luck on that, bud. Let's see if this okay. His pup this morning. Yeah, that bonnet is stuck firmly in the Armco barrier. Maybe start with the bumper.
Yeah, maybe just...
he heard us.
Maybe just...
Yeah, there you go. We heard us. Come on now, don't be scared. Try the bumper. Try the bumper. If you don't succeed,
but that's got a big impact there, Greg. Big impact.
That is a big impact.
Yeah.
If you've pulled the bumper and the bonnet off the car, you've hit that barrier hard. Going to need something a little bit stronger to pull that bumper and bonnet off.
Yeah, so the guys are working. It's all happening here, and I mean we've still got 1, 2, 3, 4 races before the 200, but all action here for the spectators. And lap number 1 here. Okay, VW Challenge usually in heat number 2 is when it happens. Then all bets are off. And
you know, you've been there.
Yeah. So, but there we go, everybody. We'll just quickly get that sorted. Hopefully, get a restart.
Yeah, so in Performance Racing Series, we've still got 1 race to go of their naturally aspirated cup. Formula V's are done. Triple Ones and the GT cars, or the GT cars have still got 1 more race to go. Then we've got V8 Supercars still to be done. And then we head into, of course, the final race of the day, which will be the 200, the Zwartkops ATS 200, which incorporates Triple One Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch all combined. So lots of race action and lots of off-track action happening at the same time. So it's just red flags, red flags, red flags all the way through so far, which kind of indicative of second heats at Regional Extreme Festival.
Second heats, all or nothing. But those guys on the embankments, 5 o'clock, they can start the second Browflash fire.
Yeah, for the dinner. The dinner braai.
Start up the Browflash fires, get the jackets out for the evening session.
So how much damage is this? Mostly on the
Greg,
Anthony Lessing just having a
the
chat to his
barrier I
team
think
there.
is okay. The barrier, I don't.
No, the barrier
don't
is
think
fine.
you
It's
need
just
to
get
fix
the
the
stuff out
barrier.
of the
Just
barrier.
get rid of the
Yeah, so
debris.
they got the bonnet out by the looks of things, but they attempted
No,
to
the
try and
bumper's
pull the.
there.
I mean, got the bumper out. It's now to try and attempt to get the bonnet out of the barrier. That's not
Just
gonna be
make
easy.
it part of the barrier.
See that hands-on effect there from RCOC as well, eh? Somebody's going to have to push the barrier, push the bonnet, and then try and rip it out of that barrier if they can. Oh, here we go. Come on now. Put your back into it.
That's Raul.
Come on. We believe in you. If you can hear us up the back there, we know that you can do this. Come on, Eric Schultz. We believe in you, bud. Get those ATS gloves on there, and let's get that bonnet off the barrier. Oh, there we go. See, it took a lady marshal to work out that you need a little bit of crowbar action to get that bonnet out. Stilio Nusias, could you do any more damage to the front end of your car, bro? Because, man, there's lots of damage to the front of that car.
But Greg, that must have just happened just before the braking zone.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe he was up
I think it was
there
just a touch and he hit the barrier.
Yeah.
Remember, you coming up there at
No.
160, 170 k's an hour in a challenge car? Easily? Maybe a bit more? I don't know. I don't know the full
So
spec.
160.
Yeah, I'd say about 160-ish. Maybe a bit more. I don't know if we picked up on that little bit of action there as it went up to the top, because we literally only got the tail end of it. Okay, so we're not going to be able to check it, unfortunately. We only got the tail end, so we can't really work out what went wrong. But we did see the after effects of that with Stilio climbing out the car. Fortunately, he's okay. Certainly no worries at all there from his point of view, because he walked away from the car.
But as you can see, turn one looks normal again.
It's clear.
Yeah, it's there's not going to be a problem with grip there. After 1 or 2 laps, it's all okay. So these guys, it's just that, remember that initial, the first lap, tires are still cold, guys are very close to each other, and these things do happen. But let's hope we can get that going shortly. And I'm sure the guys from the 200, they're looking.
Has anybody got a cutter? That'll make their lives so much easier. Need like those jaws of life that they use. When in doubt, use the crowbar as a hammer. That's what he's doing. Just trying to work that crowbar and bonnet out of the barrier. Oh, yeah. Oh, we got some maneuvering going here. Oh, it's looking good.
Yeah, it's unreal.
It's amazing how it just got jammed in there, eh?
Yeah.
It really is.
But that also shows you, I mean, Greg, remember, usually from the outside, we don't realize how fast these cars are going till you see an incident or an accident.
Yeah,
I mean,
exactly.
That just shows you. Look at that impact.
And the force of the impact. To force that bonnet off the car, rip it off the car first of all, and then get it stuck between the tire or the Armco barrier like it is.
The marshals are really working hard today, and thanks a lot, guys. You do great work. And, we'd like to get this one going, but they're just trying to get that. It's a bonnet.
I don't know if they can possibly just bend it down and leave it there.
That's what I thought. Just
maybe just get some
make
duct
it
tape
part
and
of the
just make it part of the barrier.
The
Yeah,
barrier.
make-
Yes,
Well, let's go and have a quick chat to Josh Moore, see how that first lap or so went, and what his plans are for the restart.
Josh, red flag going for race 2. Big shunt at the top of turn 5. What did you see? What happened?
Quite a hectic first lap of race 2. Going into turn 5, I think 2 cars made contact, and one went straight into the wall on the entry of 5 on the left-hand side. And it was quite a big impact from what I could see. He came back far onto the track, so let's hope he's all right.
Seems to be okay so far. They're just trying to fix the barrier and whatnot. So, what are you expecting from the second part of the race?
To be honest, I'm just trying to get a better start. I didn't really get that good of a start. I lost a position, so let's hopefully we can make up a few positions and finish on a strong.
All right. Well, good luck. Be safe.
Thank you.
Cheers.
Still battling with that bonnet in the barrier. I'm not quite sure if they're going to get that out, but to be honest with you. Okay, well, we got 3 guys on the bonnet now. And still no movement. Possibly strap it to Big Max or that bucky and just pull it out with a bucky.
They're also doing there on the left side a little bit of reparation work on the barrier itself. Trying to just, I think, pull it.
Yeah, just straighten it. Just straighten the barrier. There we go. Francis Aldrich standing by. Let's have a quick chat to the Works Motorsport man.
Francis, red flag to the race 2. There was a big accident up turn 5. What did you see? And yeah, tell us about it.
I saw a lot of dust, so yes, that was quite a serious one. So from my point of view, you could see they were 3 wide. I think the 2 gents on the inside touched and then sort of pushed to the side, which is then what triggered the big accident. So the guy on the outside essentially got the brunt of the force. Sort of lifted up a little bit, so when it landed, went straight to the wall, and that was the end of that for them. It's very unfortunate to lose a car like that. These things are quite expensive to build, so you never want to lose a class category cars, eh?
Yeah. And your car going okay?
Car's going okay, yeah. Still 1 or 2 things I need to figure out. I keep saying it this year, but I'll definitely get there. The pace is almost there. Yeah. Almost there.
Okay, well, good luck. Let's see what happens in the starter.
Thanks so much.
Cheers.
To catch up there with Francis Aldrich, as they've now got Stelio's car put onto the back of Big Max. The bumper's there. I'm not quite sure if they've got the bonnet out of the barrier just yet. We'll see if that's the case. And then we can get conditions cleared to go racing again. They were doing, as you said, a little bit of repair work to the barrier that got damaged quite badly from the first impact. And they might have probably had to just straighten it back out again to see if it's still going to hold.
Yeah, and also,
well, let's have a quick chat to Drickus and see what he knows.
Drickus, red flag to race 2. Big accident at turn 5. What did you see, and how's your car going?
Yeah, the car's going well. I think that's always going to be the problem when you have all these great drivers and all these good cars, and all these cars are so similar in speed, especially in that first lap. Everybody going for that corner, everybody going for that perfect line, and that's exactly what it was. It was on the way to turn number 5. Everybody was at a high speed. Everybody's looking to get to that corner, and they just touched at that speed. And unfortunately, Dash Racing, pretty big accident. Looked pretty hard when I guess, it was right in front of us. We were all in the same pack, and luckily nobody else was seriously injured or seriously compromised for the race.
And your car going okay?
Car's going great. Finally, we're getting to the setup we want and we've always wanted since the last car. But definitely my personal best for me yet today. So couldn't be happier.
Oh yeah, excellent, man. Let's see what happens in race 2. Good luck.
Absolutely. Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Yeah, and Greg, like Francis Aldrich said, it's never nice to lose a car like that because these cars are expensive to rebuild. Firstly, obviously, we want drivers to be safe, but it's a costly exercise. Still battling to get rid of that bonnet. Let's hope they can make a plan there. There's big Andre. And
if he can't get it out, I don't think we can get that bonnet out for it.
I say make it part of the barrier.
I'm just saying squash it against the barrier, duct tape it against the barrier, and let's go racing. That's a good possibility of... it's so badly damaged right now, you're never going to be able to panel beat that bonnet. You're going to have to put a new bonnet on anyway. So even if they cut it off, would be a plan. Kian Dwama, top of Class B so far. Let's see how his day is going and what his plans are for race 2.
Are you going to ask me a question?
Kian, race 2, red flag. How was the first part and what you expecting for the second part of the race?
Oh yeah, my start wasn't too good. I did lose 2 positions, but then on the inside of turn 3 I was able to gain them back, and then heading into 5, then I saw the crash. So my expectations is try to bring another win and hopefully get a better launch.
The car going well, obviously?
Yeah, the car's going really good. I'm feeling confident, so yeah.
And the team behind you, good support?
Big thanks to Zwartkops Motorsports for always supporting me. They set up a really good car and the environment there is the best, so can't ask for more.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the second part, yeah?
Thank you.
Cool.
Certainly a young talent to watch out for in the future is Kian Dwamu. He's got to grips with that front-wheel drive Polo relatively quickly, but he will have his work cut out for him because on that first start, Sebastian Bouliard actually outgunned both him and Keegan Nathan for the whole shot for Class B. So there's a good possibility that he'll be having to watch out and see, as he said, try and get his launch a bit better off the line.
Yeah, Greg, I actually saw it in turn 3. They were 3 by 3 next to each other there. Could have also ended up in tears, but yeah. Yeah, but that's what I like about the standing start, remember? You, in these cars, don't get too much wheel spin. You can't just put your foot flat. You have to control the wheel spin, try and get the grip. So
Get the drive.
And that's what's awesome about it.
Speaking of driving, let's see what Jono Koenig's going to do for us in his drive for the second start.
Jono, red flag to race 2. How was the first part, and what you expecting for the second part of the race?
Yeah, the first part was pretty good. I got a decent getaway. I was door to door with a few cars, some close racing, so it was really sad to see the red flag fly, but you know, hopefully more of that when the race restarts.
A car going well and the team behind you, good support?
Yeah, the team is going, the car's going really well, and Goose Motorsport really looking after us. They got this car running sweetly, and yeah, really enjoying it.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the second part of race 2.
Thank you very much.
I'll shout out there to the Goose Motorsport boys. Always doing a good job on the preparation of polos that they've been involved in the past. And of course, one of them a bit further back, they're running 30 kilos of yellow card ballast after being a naughty boy. We're going across to Chris Davison by the looks of things. And the way things are going right now, we might have to get Chris Davison's Amoinsa team a little bit earlier on to the scene, because light is fading fast and Chris Davison's still got a race to go and 3 more after him. Okay, we're not going to go to him because we just heard whistles. We'll catch up with Chris a bit later on.
Close.
But needless to say, it looks like we have got a clean circuit and we can get racing in a few moments' time as Gareth makes his way off the circuit. And we clear the grid to get race number 2 and part 2 of race 2 of Volkswagen Challenge, proudly brought to you by ATE, underway.
Greg, I'm not sure if they're even going to get a warm-up lap. Sometimes they go racing.
Look, with a standing start, is it going to be really a big difference to the tyres? I don't think so. Because as you said, you've got to try and get the drive through the tyres and not light them up. So even if you have been standing there for a while, it's even Stevens for everybody. So they may potentially go straight into the race start procedure. Let's wait and see.
They might get a green flag, yeah. Also, is it still going to be 12 laps? We're not sure.
No. This will be probably down to about 8. If you refresh there and just bring your timing monitor down, probably going to drop down to a couple of laps. Because this was supposed to be a 12 lapper. But
8.
10 lapper. It's down to 8.
8,
yeah.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so 8 laps. Yeah, I think they're going to get a green flag, come around, and then go for the start. But yeah, we still got in the wings waiting. Dunlop V8 Supercars, DGFMS, GT Sports and Saloons, and BMW M Performance, the normally aspirated Cup. And then later, the 200, Zwartkops 200.
Green flag. So they're going to get a warm-up lap.
Yeah, will be
one warm-up lap to get a bit of heat into the rubber, heat into the brakes again. Probably not a bad plan. After what we've just seen.
Yeah, it's...
One man will be kicking it about what happened there, Sebastian Bouliot, because man, did he get a good start. And I think the same thing from Bryce Pillai's point of view, because he also got a rapid start in Class C and got away from Stuart Koenig, who, of course, were 2 of the contenders in arguably what
someone
have been
stuck there at the back.
Back of the field, somebody slowed down, possibly Dimitri or Andy. I'm not quite sure of the 2. So Dimitri or Andy Gossman at the back, Dimitri Severia or Andy Gossman, just slow off the line, but I think they've got him push started. You can see shopping from side to side, trying to get some heat into those Dunlops.
Yeah, remember these guys, their grid position gets determined by their fastest lap from race number 1. That's why you'll see the likes of Ian Walker up to 3rd there. So Ian will try and get it, but it's Anthony Lessing that's going to push Christopher Tate. So there's 2 races to watch. Anthony Lessing on Christopher Tate, and then Class B there. Domo and Nathan and Bouliot. Yeah, Bouliot got a great start. You're right. He got such a good start in the first race. First start of this race. Yeah, Driekus' car looking good, and like he says, he's happier. Yeah, takes time, Greg. You don't just jump in and boom. Always looks easy from the outside, but he's getting better every lap. You know, he's
getting racecraft as well. That's the other big difference he's getting here. Learning how to block, learning how to pass, where to pass, when to pass. It's all important.
Yeah, and it's competitive racing, the VW Challenge, so the guys, you can hear the guys getting some heat into those Dunlop semis. Yeah, let's see what happens here. So like we said, it's going to be 8-lapper. And
Chris
it's all
Tate,
about the start.
Anthony Lessing on the front row. Walker and Moore the second row. It will be one position less there, as Celio's not there, but alongside Celio will be Francis Aldrich, where he should be. Drickus and Marty Mfana. And then a little bit of a gap to Marty's good friend there, Kian Duomo, who will be looking to keep Keegan Nathan and Sebastian Bulliot at bay. John O'Koenig will come through along with Chris Davison. Maxi Corbett has got a lot of work to do to try and change his luck up. He's had two really horrible outings so far from his point of view, and I'm sure he'd like to improve dramatically here in the second heat of the day and potentially be at least at the front end by the time the checkered flag comes out for Class B. Class C will be all about Bryce Pillay versus Stuart Koenig as it was, and I'm expecting more of the same there with them, and potentially joined by a couple of those Class C contenders like Elna Cruiser and Andy Gossman. Dimitri Severio, if he got going. Lights out, and we're racing with Class A. Good start coming from the fourth place man there. Josh Moore getting through the pack and trying to squeeze through between the top two. You've got a good
Class
start
B,
of the line.
oh, not a great start by, the pole sitter.
Duomo dropping back. It's actually inside line from Keegan Nathan.
Sorry, Duomo.
Keegan Nathan's got the whole shot down into turn one, and he's followed by Sebastian Bulliot. So Keegan Duomo drops to third. So not a great start there from him.
So he has to work on his starts. That
Well,
keeps
he goes
Nathan.
back to second.
Nathan's gone to the front, so it's going to be hard work for Duomo now.
Bulliot to third, and then Koenig in four. Back to the front of Class A. It was Anthony Lessing trying to go around the outside of turn four. Hold that line. He now tucks right underneath the tailpiece there of Chris Tate, who goes defensive up towards turn 5. Will we see a possible outbreaking maneuver here from Anthony Lessing? He has got the B pillar and he's got round the outside. There's enough room there to play. Tate gives him some space. As they go into turn 6, he'll have the inside line, but he has to just tuck in. Tate just forces him wide. Josh Moore on his tail.
Well done by Tate, but they're quite close together there, those last A boys. Oh, that was Bulliot a little bit late on the brakes there. Also, the guys coming up to turn 5 there the first time, Greg, after that incident, you think about it. You just have a quick think about what happened in start number 1. But there's Corbett trying to push his way, De Beer in front of him. But yes, Class A, Tate, Lessing, and Walker's in there. There's Duplessis going around.
Drickus behind Francis Aldrich, not too far off the back end there actually. So Drickus Duplessis a lot closer to those front 5 cars than what he was in race number 1. As they come out of turn 2, Castro corner, Duomo now pulling away ever so slightly. Has he got ahead? No, he hasn't. He's in second place behind Keegan Nathan. It's actually a gap that's opened up because Bulliot's going to have to go defensive to keep out Koenig and Davison.
Yeah, but Duomo's got work to do. Nathan is pulling the gap, so Duomo is going to really have to put in good laps. Yes, there was a bit of a fight with Bulliot and Koenig and Davison. Oh, someone running wide. That was
Max
Corbett.
Corbett. He's had an absolute nightmare of a start to his Volkswagen Challenge career. But he's back on track and he'll be learning every single time he gets back onto the black stuff.
Yeah, it's racing and it happens and you just have to persevere. Chris Davison in-car footage here. Going up the hill after 4. It's important to get a good drive up the hill. Then brake as late as you can. Stay on the racing line for now. You can close him. But already Tate going a little bit defensive here on Lessing and Class A.
Back to Class A as they come out of turn 8. They've now got 6 laps to go. As it's Tate from Lessing, Lessing from Stalker and Moore. Moore just ahead of Walker this time out as they come across the line. And then Francis Aldrich pulling slightly away now from the 6th car in the pack. What a good dive from Josh Moore. Late braking from Moore, squeezes out Lessing and gets the job done. Up to second place there for Josh Moore.
Yeah, good stuff there. Josh Moore saw his opportunity, Greg. He went for the inside berth. Lessing couldn't do anything. But now, does Josh Moore have the pace maybe to catch Tate? In the meantime, there's, I think it's Bulliot coming through. Class C guys.
Maxi Corbett being caught now by Bryce Pillay. Pillay, leader of Class C. We're on board with Lessing trying to come back as they head through turn 4. He goes side by side with Josh Moore. He's got better drive. He's also got the line for turn 5 as they come under braking. Is he good enough on the brakes? And with him goes Stalker. Oh, Ian Walker has an opportunity gifted to him there by Anthony Lessing as he opened up the door, and Ian Walker going to try and squeeze through on Josh Moore, and he gets it. He just gets ahead of Josh Moore, who gets squeezed out and into the clutches of Francis Aldrich.
Yeah, Greg, awesome stuff by those guys, but while they're doing that, Christopher Tate's getting away. They're fighting each other late on the brakes by Walker. He gets it sideways there, yeah. But they're fighting each other. And they're letting Christopher Tate get away, and he's smiling about it.
Well, he tries to go defensive, but he's trying to get the tyres clean into turn 1, and that's allowed Josh Moore to just sneak through on him. Aldrich going to come along for the right into turn 2, but Walker will have the inside line. Anthony Lessing holds onto second place as they go into turn 2. Behind him, the battle unfolds, and it is just Josh Moore from Ian Walker and Aldrich on the tailpiece there. Literally, it's almost like it could be like a bicycle trailer on the back of that Melavello cycle car.
We see some dust here. I don't know if someone went wide again, but Greg, as soon as Lessing's got clean air, look at him, he closes in on Tate quickly. So he's happy to get rid of Walker Moore now in that Aldrich fight. But there's Davison now on Koenig, trying to close in. Koenig just behind Bulliard.
Bulliard just trying to hang on, trying to close on to these two, the top two in Class B, Keegan Nathan and Keon Duomo. Nathan trying to maintain that sort of half a second gap over Keon. And then Sebastian Bulliard just at the front end of this pack, as you can see here from Chris Davison's point of view. Trying to get that little gap closed down between himself and Jono Koenig. Jono Koenig in that Northern Bolton Tools polo. Two of them on track, both him and his brother, Stewie, who's fighting in Class C.
Oh, once again, Tate had to go defensive. This time, Lessing on the inside. So Lessing, Greg is tired of being second in the fishing and second in the racing. He wants to get a win here. But he's putting pressure on Tate. And they've done 4 of 8 now. Remember, it's only 8 laps. So they'll know there's 4 to go. So Lessing putting good pressure on Tate.
Phenomenal effort here from Anthony Lessing. He's literally taken that fishing rod out, sent out the line, caught the man, and starting to reel him in.
He's got good top speed there.
Yeah,
there you can see Nathan quite late on the brakes. A little bit of tire smoke.
Mistake there from him. That was a big mistake from Keegan. Look at how the gap closed down with Keon.
Well, he was late on the brakes. He locked up. And Duomo, he knows also he has to go. Duomo might have a little bit more pace than him. But look at Lessing now in Class A. He's on the inside. He's got the inside berth. He's going to go for it. Yes, he's got the lead.
He's got the lead and he's got through. So he takes the lead for the first time. Anthony Lessing in the OMV machine. Ocean Marine looking like a chance here for a win. Ahead of that King Price car of Chris Tate. That is how hard they are fighting as they head down towards turn 8. We watch Class B heading to turn 5.
Yeah, but also why these two Class A leaders, they are going defensive, bringing Josh Moore back into the picture there, Greg. Look at him, he's right on. That's what you want. See the two front guys. If you go off the racing line, you do slow each other down, bringing a guy behind into play again.
Josh Moore is loving that. Thanks a lot, guys. I'll take that every day. Josh Moore now going to try and put the pressure onto Chris Tate. Those two, of course, fought all of last season in Volkswagen Challenge. Tate eventually winning the Volkswagen Challenge, Rookie Challenge, that is. Championship, and the Volkswagen rookies now fighting hard in this little pack of drivers, so showing that that progress is working hard, because you've got Keon Duomo, who's currently in the Volkswagen Rookie Cup, fighting here with Keegan Nathan for the win in Class B.
Yeah, Nathan's car, every time he brakes hard for turn 2, he locks up a bit. That's what Duomo closes in. But now we're back to Chris Davison in car. He's trying to stay with Jono Koenig. Koenig's got Bulliard in front of him, so this battle's also on.
And it's very close. Yeah, they come down that back straight away. Keon Duomo trying to go around the outside. Watch for the cutback here. He'll carry the corner speed up the hill because he's got a wider line, and then he'll take the inside line and try and get the slipstream now on Keegan Nathan as they go up the hill.
Yeah, turn 4 is all about trying to stay on that racing line, get the drive up the hill. Yeah, you can go for it. He's a little bit far behind, but you might. Nathan's also doing well. Nathan did well. They're leaving space. Duomo, maybe he's just rehearsing that. Where can he maybe go for that open date?
For sure. Look at how this is closed up as well. Bulliard, Koenig and Davison fighting for third in Class B. Bulliard hanging on as they come out of turn 7 in the background. We'll watch for them coming down on the brakes. Is there going to be a chance here for Koenig to come past? No. Just showed a wheel, tucked in behind. Said not yet. A little bit later on in the race and see what happens. Across the line they come. That's third place for Class B. Back on board with the 5th place man of Chris Davison.
Davison's fighting with these two guys for the podium, and he says you guys must battle, and he'll stay there. And there's another Class B car going through it. I think Martin de Beer.
Yeah, Martin de Beer. As he comes through there, we pick up in Class C. This is Bryce Pillay still in the lead of Class C. After the racing incident was determined between him and his closest rival there, Stuart Koenig.
Yeah, so Bryce Pillay's got good speed, and Koenig trying to stay there. So he's just got a little bit of, about 2 or 3 car lengths he has to make up, but Pillay's really looking good in Class C.
Shouldn't be too much of an issue between them. Back to the lead of the race, Lessing pulling away. Where's Tate?
Tate must
Tate's
have made a
gone missing.
mistake. Yeah.
Tate has gone missing. Chris Tate has made a mistake on the track somewhere or has broken down. We're not quite sure what's happened there, but Chris Tate has fallen out of the top 4. He has gone completely from the front end of this race, and the King Price car is missing.
Well, Greg, those two were very close. I think Tate must have made a mistake.
Last lap as well, so that's costly there for Chris Tate. Definitely in terms of the championship as well, because he's not going to be scoring points here in that top 5 by the looks of it. Because it's now Drickus du Plessis who would have moved up into 5th place overall and take down to 6th, with about 2.5 seconds.
Duomo now, last lap, Nathan locks up, but Duomo tries to go to the inside of Greg. But can Nathan hang on? But it's going to be, look at upper turn 5, you'll see. He's going to go for that outbreaking maneuver.
He's just using the normal racing lines there because he thinks he's still got the ability to keep Duomo out. As we're watching our Class A competitors through the last 2 corners, they come past the Zwartkops Club, down the hill through turn 7. 1 more corner to go, and Lessing has eventually turned his luck around over the last 2 weeks. He got 2nd in the fishing competition, he got 2nd in race 1, but he's going to take the win here in race number 2 and close that gap down in Class A's championship to the leader, Christopher Tate.
Now Lessing very happy, but let's see what happens with that Class B battle now. That's Lessing.
There is Tate.
Tate must have made a mistake, but he'll take the flag in 6. And now Class B.
Still coming down the hill, Class B waiting for them. That's a Class C competitor they've just gone through on. Here they come. Nathan holding that inside line. He's not going to give that inside line up for love or money. And comes under braking, holds on for the win. Beating Kian Duomo to the line this time out. It's Keegan Nathan who wins out. Bouliot for 3rd, Koenig for 4, and Davison for 5.
Also well done to Nathan there for keeping Duomo out. And it was a tight finish, but a good race there. And Class C should be Bryce Pillay from
Well,
Koenig.
as I say that, I don't see Bryce Pillay. That is Jono Koenig, Stuart Koenig. There's Pillay. Pillay's dropped out. It's Koenig who's going to get the win. Koenig is going to get the win, and it's going to be Bryce Pillay for 2nd.
So Pillay,
Stuart Koenig gets the win. There he is. He's across the line. So the grey car gets the win ahead of Bryce Pillay, and then Robbie Kosani looks like he's going to come through. But 3rd place, Elna Cruiser, right on Bryce Pillay as they cross the line. So there must have been some kind of issue on Pillay's car on that last lap.
So Koenig will be happy. So things changed up a bit in the last few laps.
A little bit. Well, as we look at the confirmation of those unofficial results, it's Lessing, Moore and Walker, the stalker, in 3rd place for Class A. Class B, Keegan Nathan, with a certain young blonde lady in the crowd, very happy with that victory, I'm sure. Kian Duomo in 2nd and Sebastian Bouliot in 3rd. And then it's Stuart Koenig wins out over Bryce Pillay and Elna Cruiser for the top 3 in Class C for ATE Volkswagen Challenge. Moving on to Dunlop V8 Supercars in a few moments' time. They've got another 12-lapper coming your way and standing by for them to make their way back onto the circuit. We'll be back with action as soon as they're on track. Before we get into the race action, let's catch up with Franco Limited.
So I can hear you.
Franco, race 2, what you expecting?
Well, on the reverse grid, because we finished 2nd in the first heat, so we're starting at the back of the grid, reverse grid. This is how this format is working. So it's going to be a hard one to come through, but you know what? A good challenge is always good in this race, and we're up for it. The car's good. Getting back into it properly, so let's see what happens.
And the car going well?
The car's going very well. We had niggly problems yesterday, but the car's going very well today. And we should be up there. So let's see.
So standing by now, as you can see, the Dunlop V8 Supercar is about to roll out for the second heat of the day. Stevie Herbst will be the first car onto the track. He will be starting from pole position, as he did in race 2 of Red Star Raceway's round at round 2. With the inverted grid, of course, he gets promoted to pole position alongside his good friend and arch rival in the class, Wayne Spicer. Wayne will be looking to try and keep Alan Ryan out in terms of the GT2 class, but Alan Ryan will start in third place. Larry Wolf looks like he's progressively in pole. What will be the GT1 category? And Thomas Reeve.
And Greg, I'm just having a look to see Terry. Looks like Terry is there at the back. So remember, Terry had the pole earlier, but he had a bad luck in heat number 1. So hopefully his problems are sorted, and then Terry, let's see what he can do from the back there. But he'll be desperate for some points. But let's see if his car's okay. He should have some good pace.
I think most importantly right now in terms of the championship is Warren Lombard has to beat Thomas Reeve today again to bring himself back into contention and even the points gap up a little bit more between himself and Thomas Reeve. Reeve had the advantage just by a couple of points, if I'm not mistaken, coming out of Red Star Raceway. So it'll be up to Warren Lombard, the current reigning champion, to try and bring that gap down a bit, or maybe even surpass it and get past his rival in the championship, Thomas Reeve.
Yeah, and Terry doesn't want to lose more points because he was, I think, third in the championship.
Mm-hmm.
So he doesn't want to lose more points. So he has to, he's looking for some good points.
Now, I'm going to be sticking to 12 laps as well by the looks of things, even though we are running a little late in the proceedings. But needless to say, we've got this and 2 more to go before we get into the magnificent ATS Zwartkops 200 endurance race.
Warm up. Oh, Terry's
Wilford
gone
spun
off.
out on the warm-up lap, and I think he might be stuck there.
Oh, he's lucky
he's
to get
not
out there. That's it, the top of tyres are just cold.
Turn
Or is
6.
there another problem? Possibly. He's just having bad luck.
Look at the 11s
actually.
there. You can see he just spun out all on his own there.
Yeah.
Maybe put the power down too much on cold tyres.
I was going to say his tyres still should be good because he basically only did 1 lap and not even a lap in. But now it's all about, okay, Greg, his temperatures are cooling down. The track is cooling down a bit. Not that easy to get good temperature into your tyres right now, especially these big tyres. They also run Dunlops. But for these guys, it's important to get their temperature into the tyres.
No, I think I'm not mistaken. These are either 18 or 20 inch wheels that they run on these cars. So some big tackies out there that they've got to play on. And with cooling conditions in terms of ambient, it means the track cools as well. And that track cooling makes it very difficult to get traction. So here we go. Steve Herbst and Spicer on the front row.
And I think Franco's going to be quite racy from the back. But watch out for Larry. Will try and use that pole that he inherited now to get away. But Thomas Reeve, we know he's got good pace. And, well, Thomas, Franco, Warren, they should all have fairly good pace. So
I want to know, was there a sale at the Bell Helmet Shop? Because Thomas, Franco, and Steve Herbst all have the same helmet. That's got a good deal. Bulk deal on helmets.
Now Terry swerving viciously there back. Don't know if he's
I think he wants to make sure he's got grip.
But he's worried about the grip and the
So
back.
remember, when the lights go out, it is double wave yellows until they come out of turn 3. So they will hold position until they come out of turn 3, and only then can they actually drop the hammer and go racing. So it's just to get these big cars through turn 1 and 2 without any incidents, and then coming out of turn 3, it's green flags and we go racing. And it looks like Steve Herbst has got a slight advantage there. If he gets the power down now, he's going to get away from that Jaguar of Wayne Spicer. On board with Reeve as they come out of Castrol.
Yeah, now they can put pedal to the metal through turn 3. It's quite fast. Remember, Thomas Reeve's car was quite loose, so I'll be keen to see now from the in-car footage if they sorted it out. You know, if he made it a little bit less loose at the back. Sure he did. But there, okay, good to see Terry's in there. Terry, no big positions made up yet, but they're all quite close to each other, Greg.
Now on the brakes up to turn 5, everybody stays the same. Reeve around the outside of Alan Ryan. That's the first overtake we've seen. As Reeve gets up 1 position on Alan Ryan, and around the outside comes Terry. Wow, Terry around the outside of Warren Lombard, Franco Namatoa, and Larry Wolford. 3 cars in 2 corners from Terry Wolford around the outside. Trailer Park Girl style there.
Yeah, he's got the grip now. Like I said, he will have a little bit of advantage with his tyres, so he should have the grip. And he is now going through the field. So good stuff there for Terry. You'll look for the win here in class, the GT class, GT1.
Yeah, if he can get through, he's got a chance of the win if he can find a way through on that Corvette. And
Thomas Reeb going for the lead.
Outgunned one Corvette of Steve Herbst into turn 2. He's now going to try and catch the lead Corvette of Thomas Reeb.
Yeah, Thomas Reeb also where he wants to be. So he was the early leader of the championship, very close between him and Lombard. But yeah, those two are clearing out now. So the rest of the GT1 guys, they need to come through this GT2 field. The Matteo's got a little bit of hard work to do there. As you can see, they're quite bunched up.
Wolford in the Holden holding up the Jaguar and the Mustang of Warren Lombard. And Steve Herbst being eaten up there by the other 3 cars out of GT2. Larry Wolford under attack now from Frank and Matteo. He squeezes out, and yep, there you go. Done deal. Lombard now going to come along for the ride. Try and find a way through there on that Chevy Holden. They come down into braking. Lombard switches up positions, going to go late on the brakes down into turn 8 and gets it done.
Yeah, Lombard also knew he couldn't let Thomas Reeb get away there. In the meantime, Terry was putting pressure on Thomas Reeb in the front. Now the Matteo's going to go. Larry tries to come back at Thomas Reeb. So that's your GT1 boys now out in the front, and now they can just go Franco Di Matteo. He now is going to hope that Thomas Reeb and Terry can fight a little bit, slow each other down. But Terry's got good pace here, Greg.
He has. And he's found good pace after the little niggle he had in race number 1. He's now closing onto the back end of the championship leader, Thomas Reeb. Reeb has pulled a little bit of advantage now for those top 2 away from the 3 cars behind that battled a bit to get through the slower traffic initially. But there's still a long way to go. We're only about to complete lap number 3, so there's still going to be 9 laps of action to come in this second heat of Dunlop V8 Supercars.
And as you can see from that in-car footage, Reeb's car does look for me a little bit more stable.
A bit more stable. Not so much
that twitchy.
Not so much correction on the steering wheel there from Thomas Reeb's point of view. That is for sure. So as they come down under braking for turn 8 and complete lap number 3, 9 to go. And it's Di Matteo under pressure now from Lombard heading towards turn 2 Castro Corner.
Yeah, Terry's going to sit there and he's going to pressure, but look at this pressure now that is that Lombard. Lombard putting on Di Matteo, trying to say, come on Franco, we need to get to those front 2. So putting a lot of pressure on Di Matteo. But Terry will just sit there behind Reeb for now. He's got good tyres and then look for his opportunity.
He's not going to push it until he needs to.
Yeah. But Reeb looks a lot more relaxed on that steering wheel.
Not working as frantically as what we saw in the first race, that is for sure, from Thomas Reeb. You say that, he steps the back out and puts a big 11 out of turn 5.
But you're easy with these cars. Remember, you put that power down, you'll get that rear end stepping out. And Terry's very happy where he's sitting there. He'll just sit there and wait for his opportunity. Lombard's trying to get past here. Lombard also, he's thinking about the points. So that's a good spot for him.
Done. Perfectly done. Into turn 8, inside line. Di Matteo, no answer. Lombard through. Lombard pushing hard, looking for a chance now to get that gap between himself and Terry Wolford closed down rapidly. It's, what are we looking at, about 5-second gap there? Yeah, it's about a 5-second gap. That's a big margin to make up in the V8 Supercar.
Yeah, but Greg, in these cars also you can never give up. You know, you just stay there, anything can happen. The front 2 looks okay, but yeah, Lombard with clear air is pulling away. We'll keep eye on that gap. In the meantime, Terry's just putting pressure there on Reeb. There goes Larry Wolford. He's in 5th position.
102.9s out of Reeb and Wolford, 103.8. So he's about a second off, but now he's got clean air. He can probably get down to the same kind of lap times, maybe a bit quicker.
Now that's also maybe why Terry at this stage is not fighting Reeb too hard. Trying to first build a gap, you know, you don't want to fight too hard early. You'll get the guys behind you, give them opportunity to close in. So Terry at this stage, driving a good race. He knows there's quite a few laps left. His tyres are fairly good. He's going to leave it for, I'd say, maybe 2/3. Maybe from lap 8 onwards.
Alan Ryan continues to lead out in GT1s. Here he comes down towards turn 8 with Spicer behind him. And then Steve Herbst in the background. That's your top 3 in the GT2 class. 6, 7 and 8 on the road. That Hulk Green Jaguar, basically this old car of Mackie Adlams that Wayne Spicer has now taken over, and certainly getting to grips with that car better and better every single time he climbs behind the wheel. Steve Herbst in, of course, his old time campaigner That car's been through a couple of very, very tasty spray jobs in the past. Prior Instrumentation Corvette in 3rd place in GD2s. And of course, Alan Ryan is the stablemate to Wayne Spicer for the Walnetics racing team.
Yeah, and as we can see, no problems with the surface, the track surface completely clean. But there we go. Terry Wolford now having a look there on the inside of turn 1. Tells Thomas Reeb, listen, I'm ready now to make my move. Reeb now, he goes a little bit defensive, but this time Terry almost on a crossover trying to get to the inside. But look at Reeb now. Reeb now keen to put the power down.
Back end steps out on Reeb's car coming out of turn 2, Castral corner. Reeb now trying to feed through smoothly through 3. Runs to the outside of the straight and then tucks into turn 4, carrying the corner speed in 3rd gear up the hill.
Yeah, Terry now wants to make his move. He's going to do it this time. Yeah, you get the drive, go up to the inside of turn 5. You can just break a touch later. And yeah, although Thomas...
rubbing, touching, and a little nudge as well.
Thomas nearly wanted to close the door there. But now I think Terry's looking good. He'll be happy. He needs the points. He's going to try and clear. Because look at Warren Lombard.
Lombard's closed down because the two of them are fighting so hard. They were fighting
down
so hard, it's given
4.2.
Lombard a chance to close the gap.
So see, while you're fighting, the Lombard will now actually have his sights set on 2nd position. Terry is trying to clear off, and he wants to bring it home, but they've done 7 of 12. So yeah, but let's see what Lombard can. Yeah, Lombard is visibly closer to Thomas Reeb there.
Looking at lap times on the last pass there, 102.5 from Lombard. It was 105s or 104, low 104s from the top 2. So Lombard definitely had the advantage because he wasn't fighting. And you can see it from the lap times. Oh, there goes Spicer. Little out of shape, coming out of turn 8. Hopefully going to keep that car running because Steve Herbst will be the next car coming through any second now. He avoids the stricken Jaguar. He can't get that thing fired up. We could potentially be in some big trouble there. I think the leaders should be on their way there shortly. He's got it fired up.
There will be a little bit of gravel and stuff now on the track there. Luckily he's got it going, but those guys coming out the corner as they want to straighten up.
Oof, lots of gravel. Here comes Reeb across the line, straight into that gravel. That's going to hurt.
Yeah, also Greg, just if you have a look at that in-car footage there, the way the sun is setting here, this turn 1 is almost like a sunset now. You can see the sun is already in their eyes. It's quite difficult as you get through turn 1 there.
And remember, these guys run a Perspex windscreen as well, so it's even worse because as soon as you get the wrong angle on that car, you can hardly see anything out the front end.
Yeah, Lombard now, there's that spinner. Spicer is just getting out of the way and Lombard's trying to use it, but Lombard closing in. He's really looking for that 2nd position. And then he says, okay, I've got 4 laps to do it.
Trying his damnedest to get through here, but it's not going to be an easy task, that's for sure. Reeb is going to make him work hard for it, as well as hard as he did for Terry Wilford to get through. We might have Mustangs 1 and 2 as they come through, but it'll be a late dive here from Warren Lombard if he's going to come from that far back.
You can see these guys, as soon as they're not fighting, they've got clear air. Look at Terry, 102.8. Thomas Reeb, 103.5, and Warren Lombard, 102.8. So, yeah.
Lombard definitely looking like he's the most dangerous car on track at the moment as he hunts down that 2nd place Corvette of Thomas Reeves.
Yeah, late on the brakes. These cars, remember, heavy cars, takes a lot to stop these cars there in turn 2. Sharp 180-degree right-hand turn. But you can see there, Lombard hard on the brakes. He's just trying to brake a touch later. Terry wants to bring it home now, but the 2 behind him are still fighting. Reeb wants to keep the 2nd place, but Lombard fighting hard, says, I want that 2nd place. Remember, the 2 of them, very close between the 2 of them for the championship lead.
Here we go, good drive out of the Mustang. He's going to be good enough on the brakes to get through on the Corvette into turn number 5. He's on the inside line, and he slides into him. Lombard slipping and sliding, almost like a drift session through there. Lombard gets going again, he fires up almost instantaneously, and I don't know if the Corvette got going. The Corvette, by the looks of things, might have got going, but only late. Yes, he's got going. Lombard and Reeb coming together out of turn 5.
So was Lombard on the inside?
Lombard was in the inside.
Because Reeb's not going to be too happy. No. Okay, you can go for the inside, but he obviously carried a little bit too much momentum.
And
but that's also racing.
Yeah.
Okay, that
back end.
He wouldn't have done that. That he wouldn't have done on purpose, but he carried a little bit too much momentum. But okay, they're trying, and
they are fighting.
But look at that, means De Matteo
Matteo's through, yeah.
back to
He's moved up
second.
into second.
He'll be happy, he'll be smiling.
Lombard down into fourth place by the looks of things, according to the timing monitor, but I think that might change up there. I don't know if Warren Lombard's got a problem, or did he pull into the pit lane, because Lombard has now dropped down to fourth.
And also
Reeve
great,
is in
well,
third.
Terry won't know too much about it, although he might have seen something in his mirror. But for the championship and the points, you know, Terry would say, yeah, please, De Matteo stay in second, yeah. Reeve and Lombard fighting for championship points.
Lombard's got a problem. He's dropped behind Alan Ryan now. So Warren Lombard might have had some damage on that car when he came across the grass, or possibly when he went into the side of Thomas Reeve. The Corvette has survived, and he still hangs on for second. Here's the replay. Terry Wolford coming through. Look at this. Lombard late. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. He lost it quite early.
He lost it early, but I can tell you something. It looks like Reeve lost it as well, because the tag only happened once they were sideways. It was an initial tag to spin him out. Lombard now back ahead of Alan Ryan.
Yeah, so you've got a guy on your inside, you see him losing it, you're all going to carry a little bit more momentum. But anyway, let's see how it pans out here. Terry, he wants to bring it home. He's on his last lap. And now, is that Lombard?
Lombard and Alan Ryan.
Still lapping.
He's out on track, but he's dropped down to fifth.
Greg, the other thing is Thomas Reeve is trying to get back at Franco De Matteo for that second place. You know, he'll stand for the championship points. So we'll see what happens there. But yes, Terry now on his last lap, and he's going through 6 and 7 down the hill, and he'll be very happy to see this checkered flag.
John Speed, Fuchs Lubricants and Schick car about to come across the line for the win. Turns his luck around, goes from 0 to hero this time, does Terry Wolford. And well done to him to take the win ahead of Franco De Matteo. By the looks of things, it's unless Thomas Reeve has snuck through there. No, he hasn't. So it is going to be Franco De Matteo, the Italian stallion, back up on a V8 supercar podium. Welcome return there for the Five Diamonds car, coming through to beat out the Cafe 9 Automotive Corvette of Thomas Reeve. I think Reeve and Lombard might have a little chat after this. They are good friends off track, I've got to tell you. But sometimes that red mist comes down a bit too much. And it ended up in tears for the two of them, unfortunately, dropping them out of the potential for second place.
Yeah, that was a bit of a racing incident, you know, from my point of view. You know, it wasn't, he was on the inside, he just went a bit early, guy on the outside saw him. But at the end it was Terry Wolford, Franco De Matteo, Thomas Reeve, Warren Lombard, that's GT1. GT2 went to Alan Ryan, Steve Herbst, Wayne Spicer.
Now, wrapping that up in terms of the V8 supercars, up next we go into the Digit FMS GT Sports and Saloons. They'll be on track shortly, and we'll be back for action here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring and round 3 of the Regional Extreme Festival. Here we go. Let's whip out those GT Sports and Saloons and put them back out on track. Jared Rousseau this time will be on pole position alongside Ishmael Peck, Wayne Robb, Mo Karodia, and Farah Siddique. Then we're going to look for Charlie Fowle and Mark Totoy, Sean Holtzhausen, Victor Diaz, Richard Benningfield, top of the TVR Chimera class, I would have to say, in that last one. Hopefully Quinton Duvenach has got his car sorted out, and Neil Lobb will be back out there with Marius Truter. One car that's going to come from the back, and I just spotted it now, at the back of the pack, will be Jonathan Visser in the Wex Filters and Origin Oil car. He had a bit of an issue with some subframes that had to be sorted out. And once they got that subframe sorted out, he said it should be in time for Heat 2. And it looks like they've got it just in time to get him back on track for the second heat of the day.
Yeah, Greg's 8 lap a year for these guys. Then we still got the BMW M Performance Race Series normally aspirated cup before we have the Zwartkops 200. But yeah, let's see what's going to happen here. Ignar, Peg and Rob, and they had a good fight. But Karodia then fourth. He's going to be racing here from the start.
Certainly is. Hopefully we'll have some clean racing out of these guys, clean racing out of BMWs to get us through to the awesome ATS Zwartkops 200 kilometer endurance race that will take us into the night this evening. And of course, the later we go here, the more into the night we're going to be going in terms of the finishing up of the race day. So we're hoping to get 2 good clean races and no incidents, hopefully, in the next couple of laps. 20 of them in total, if I'm not mistaken, 12 and 8 to go. So if that can all be sorted out, we can then get ready for 200 Ks around here with 111's sports and saloon class cars and super hatch cars all combined.
Yeah, the 200 kilometer race, those guys at least want to start in the lights. They don't want to start in them, but they will end in the dark. But good action for all the spectators, and guys, don't go away. Remember, please stay around for the 200 kilometers. It's going to be interesting. It's actually nice to see the cars once it does go a bit dark around the track, Greg.
I also like the fact, man alive, Charlie Phelps was a bit sideways there and a little bit wild in that work Subaru Impreza. He got it lit up out of turn 2 and fortunately just caught it. But it was a little bit wild in terms of his ability to try and get some heat into that rubber. So it is now going to be a fight on here and a chance for, of course, the battle between the race circuits as well, because we've got Fast 5 Motorsport in the house. We've got Mzansi Speedway in the house with Ishmael Peck and Mo Karodia from Fast 5 having a fantastic outing. 200 kilometers.
It's basically 83 laps.
Yeah, it's about 80 odd laps.
83.
Yeah, 80 odd laps of racing to go. It's a long way. Yeah, it's a long way.
A lot of laps.
But yeah, it's good fun though, because it turns into a bit of a fight when they start to do the pit stops. And of course, safety cars are a major factor in that race. If there aren't any safety cars, that's where they tend to try and get the advantage and use the advantage. Right, Rousseau has the advantage right now over Peck. Ishmael Peck, though, has got the inside line for turn 1. And I think Boogeyman is going to have a look to go on the inside of Jared Rousseau if he can get the drop there in the BMW. Rousseau will try and hold the pack up using that Super Cup polo of his and a little bit of race knowledge that he's gained now from being part of the Super Cup National Championship. He started his career here and he's now looking to try and get this race win underway with a good start and a whole shot by the looks of it.
And Wayne Robb wants to get one back over Ishmael Peck. There is JP Norkia going through. He's had a bit of a touch there.
Yeah. That was Wayne Robb who got out of shape and he managed to catch it.
Well done there.
Just gets back onto track. So it goes right through the kitty litter, almost the entire length, but fortunately kept that little ST Focus running and kept the front wheels rolling, so it didn't dig in. We got Super Cups side by side, Mo Karodia with Jared Rousseau, Mo on the inside, and it's Fast 5 and Lee Thompson Racing who hit the front of this field. Jared Rousseau a little bit sideways. Oh, he runs wide onto the rubber strip, nearly a little bit too wide. So Rousseau catching that car only just, and then having to go defensive, because I think on his tail, exactly that is Ishmael Peck.
Yeah, I had to go someone there coming from. That was a bit naughty there, Greg.
Yeah, Siddique sending it to the side and T-boning Fowles. Siddique on the inside, Fowles in the Subaru on the outside, and a T-bone City at turn 5.
He came from quite far back there. That was.
There was a little bit, I think, ambition running out of talent or talent running out of ambition there. Yeah. But that was a long way back that Farah Siddique was trying to make that outbreaking maneuver and stick it up the inside of the Works Impreza. Didn't quite work out because he T-boned that Impreza and both cars are out.
Yeah.
Both cars having to retire on the inside of the circuit. So it's Subaru Works Impreza and Fado Siddique out of this one.
I don't think Siddique wants to get out of the car yet because that other driver's
stay right there. He's
so
not
how
going
you
to get out.
How are you doing?
No.
Just look
There
at
it is.
that.
Look at this.
He's lost it already.
He came from turn 4 there, bud. That's where he started braking. Out of turn 4, Charlie Fowles, unfortunately, nowhere to go. Turned in on his normal line and found a Honda Civic on his inside line in the T-bone option.
Okay, but the car seems to be out of the way. Wayne Rob's trying to make up some lost ground there. There's number 5.
He's
He's
just out of
Victor
that top
Diaz.
10.
Yeah, Diaz. Diaz is up to 4th now, and Mark the Toy, he's in there. So I think Mark the Toy will be 5th position. Wayne Rob trying to recover as well. He's in a little battle there with Holzhausen, yeah.
Finds a way through there relatively easy. There comes Mark de Toy. And behind him is Dievenacher and, of course, Jonathan Visser. And then behind Visser, look at Visser. He's made up some nice ground there. Jono Visser up into 8th place overall, and I think that is 2nd in class GTB. So nice run there from the Wicks Filters and Origin Oil car.
JP Norkia there. He went just too late on the brake. Oh, and that's a bit, that guy behind him had nowhere
to go for Dievenacher.
He actually did well there. He just stopped. But JP, you saw him. He lost it on the brakes just way too late.
JP, the course goes the other way around. Yeah. That way. Yeah, that way. Pity you can't reset like on the PlayStation. Just reset right way around. So JP Nokia in the N4 Autocraft Golf with a slightly damaged door now as he came out of turn 8. Unfortunately, there was nowhere to go there for Quinton.
Yeah, these GT Sports Saloons, they're also delivering. Yeah, Mark the Toy, he's up to 6 now, and he's on the tail. Yeah, Sean Holzhausen. And there goes
Bedingfield.
Bedingfield at the back. Well, he's not at the back anymore. He's 11th.
Here we go. Have a look at this. Coming down on the brakes. That is JP out of shape. Locks it up. Gets it sideways. You think Dievenacher would try and get through on that 20-valve turbo. But no, here it comes. Bang!
Greg, when he lost it, he should have planted that frontal drive. Planted. Try and get those front wheels to pull you out.
Pull you out of the way.
But it's easier said than done.
Trying to keep the car running. And that's 3 cars with a bit of damage on them now. So Neil Lobb actually leads out in the TVR Chimera class.
Yeah, JP's going to fight
trying
back.
to come back at them.
A little bit of panel beating to do there, but he's going to fight back.
Yeah.
Yeah, and remember, it's only 8 laps for these guys. Yeah, they've done 4.
Halfway stage reached already. Neil Lobb in the number 27 car. Good number on that car, Neil. As he comes out of turn 8 and starts to try and close things down on Dievenacher. But he's going to have to watch out on his tail end because Bedingfield has been caught by JP Nokia. And if JP gets through that N4 Autocraft Golf, despite the damage, still might be able to catch the Chimera.
Yeah, he's going to push hard, yeah. JP is enjoying his racing and asked to be back in some different classes there. But look at it now. Lots of pressure there. That's Ishmael Peck putting pressure on Jared Rousseau.
Allowing Mo Carodia just to disappear at the front. These two are fighting too hard. They're actually affecting their ability to go forward. And the boogeyman now trying to find a way through on Jared Rousseau. Chaz hanging on for now, but it could be a matter of time before that BMW pounces.
Yeah, they're doing similar lap times, but Mo Carodia is gone. And these two are now, Jared's going to look in his mirror. And we know Ishmael Peck will go for that inside move. You watch him down late in turn 8. They're on lap 6 of 8 now. So Peck is pedaling with that BMW.
Well, it's a quick little BM that he's got underneath him. But Jared Rousseau, of course, has got that push-to-pass mechanism in the Super Cup car. It gives him a little bit of extra power on the straightaways if he needs it. Depends on how much power the BMW's got, and it looks like it's got enough to sort of run with him. Oh, an inside line, look at that! He just squared it off nicely. Here comes Peck. Boogeyman on the brakes, is he good enough?
Oh, well, Jared
He's late on the brakes.
Quite nice on the brakes
squeeze
there.
On the inside, Jared gives him some room.
Yeah, good stuff to give each other room there, Greg. That's what you want to do. And then you're on the inside for 6, and then 7, so, but can Jared maybe fight back?
Sorted. Into second place goes the boogeyman, Ishmael Peck. Up ahead of Jared Rousseau now. Jazz going to try and come back at him as they come down to turn 8. Not close enough to do anything about the Science Extreme machine at the back. And now look at that BM pull away. Wow, the straight line speed. Look at that. Yeah, that's incredible on that BMW.
Yeah, it's amazing. Jared must try and fight back, but yeah, that BM's got, as you see, it's got good drives out of the corner. It's amazing.
So Super Cup Polos now 1 and 3 on the road with Mo Carodia leading out and Rousseau in 3rd. Ishmael Peck, the boogeyman, in 2nd place. Is Jonathan Visser up to 7th? Yes, he is. The Wicks Filters and Origin Oil Polo has moved himself up into 7th place, just behind Holzhausen. Holzhausen still trying to close back at Mark de Toy. in the Trans Africa Racing Z4.
Yeah, Mark the Toy up to 5th. Yeah, I'm just watching, so that Ishmael Peck, it's a BMW 330i. That thing's fast.
Wayne Robb as well has got a good turnaround of luck there, being at the back of this pack at the end of turn 3 on lap 1. He's now back up into the top 4 overall.
Yeah, good stuff for Wayne Robb, recovering there after that bit of a off. There's Mark the Toy in the Z4 trying hard, coming through turn 5 at the top. They use all the room on the outside, keep it tight here. 6 and 7 the S's, then down the hill. Can't break too late for turn 8, otherwise you'll run too wide. It's quite a tricky corner, this, sharper than you think.
Onto the final lap. So Ishmael Peck timed that to perfection. Going to try and hang on for second place behind Mo Karodia. The 2 Chimeras are swapped out. Benningfield has got ahead now of Neil Lobb as Mo Karodia comes down on that back straight away. Flies through for Fos 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing. Mo doing a super job here on his welcome return to National and Regional Championship Motorsport. This, of course, is just bridging the gap for him to learn how to drive this car properly before he moves up into the Super Cup class. And I think that is the plan of action for him.
Yeah, I actually hope he does, Greg. I mean, he's got good space now. Hope he goes to the Nationals, the Super Cup, and yeah, that's just quite competitive. But he'll be happy with his work today.
Yeah, I think so. Here we come. Ticket flag. Done deal for Mo Karodia for Fast 5 Motorsport and Lee Thompson Racing. Wins out over Ishmael Peck for Mzansi Motorsport in the Mzansi Speedway. And it's Jared Rousseau who comes through right behind him there for Apex. Good effort there from Rousseau. Finishing up the top 3 in class GTA. GTB, by the looks of things, still got a long way to go. It'll be Jonathan Visser who's going to take the win. Incredible turnaround there from Jonathan Visser. As we see the rest of GTA coming through there in Wayne Robb, Mark Toy and Sean Holtzhausen. GTB, is it going to be Duvenacher or is it going to be... It is going to be Jonathan. Visser's got it. Visser takes GTB from the back of the pack and in an ailing car from this morning, fixed it up and comes through for the win. So another story of 0 to hero there for Jonathan Visser, for Wix Filters and
JP Norke hanging on for the 3rd place in Class B there. Or actually 2nd. What happened to Quentin Duvenacher? Something happened to him in the last lap there, Greg.
Yeah, he's dropped out of it. I think he might have had a problem, maybe a bit of damage on that car on the radiator because he slammed into the side of JP's left door, remember. So Duvenacher drops down to 4th. Richard Benningfield and Neil Lobb further back in the pack there for 10 and 11 in the 2 Chimeras. Good drive there from the 2 of them. Great to have them as part of the GT class this weekend. Getting a chance to be part and parcel of that. And we stand by now for M Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated Cup. But just a shout out once again to the boys and girls from First Race, all the way from the United States of America. Now they're bringing in the Dye Performance Systems Incorporated parts, and they've got the Dime, of course, Pro Spec No Nut Quick Release System and the Fatboy High Flow Thick Wall AN and ORB fittings that are now available at First Race. So big thanks to them for bringing it up and giving us a little heads up on it. Really awesome patent pending products that they're bringing in through First Race. So if you want to get some of those, you want to find out more about them as well as their other products, the Rattlesnake Toolkit and of course the Dime Methodix seals, custom hose assemblies and the application and advantages of that, get into First Race here at Zwartkops and go and see what they use in NASCAR, the top fuelers and drag races at NHRA in the US of A. in Performance Racing Series Naturally Aspirated Cup Race 2 making its way onto the circuit now for the final sprint race action we've got here at Zwartkops before we get into the ATS Zwartkops 200. That will be coming onto the circuit shortly after this, but we've still got 12 laps of race action to come your way. And Leon, looks like you're going to have to jump out of the seat there, brother. I didn't think Craig was going to make it, but he's got a monster in hand and he's fired up, and he's got a big smile after a massive win there for the team. It must have been that brand new map that a certain Herbst boy put together for you so that you could go racing. You're all good, you're all good, you're all good. Yeah, there we go. It's on. How did that new map work?
It's not the map, it's the brilliant mechanic that I was going to fire earlier.
Ah, you see, that's the difference, eh?
The great mechanic.
I heard it was all about the guy that was doing all the mapping of the car on its way to the pre-race area.
Yeah, something like that. But no, I found a loose earth strap on the engine, and that looks like it's been the common cause behind everything. So race 2 was fantastic. Car went like a dream. And and it's always kind of fun in a peculiar sense when you start from the back and you're able to get your way all the way to the front. It's really lucky.
Yeah, it gives you a little bit of a challenge as well, which really worked out nicely. So congratulations. But now it's up to your boy to go try and do 2 out of 2 if he can.
Yeah, and he'll be starting from 5th this time. So yeah, with all the reverse grid guys having to do some real work. Let's watch what happens.
Do you think De Gavea was playing a little bit of a strategy there to start on the front row for the second race? I think he possibly
That's what he'll tell us.
So was Olerato. I think Olerato was doing the same thing. Realizing he couldn't get through, he just hung back and realized that a 5th place would get him onto pole position for race 2.
He's going to be hard to pass. It's going to be great to watch.
I think there's going to be some good battles right through the pack as well, because there are some usual contenders that are in there. There's a couple of new drivers involved as well, and hopefully we get a clean race to get everybody through for the 12 laps without too many incidents, because
we certainly had our share of reds and the yellows and safety cars today.
We have. Starting out there for Duratec.
Yeah, it's Ferdy van Sarden again, really having a great race weekend. I think he's doing exceptionally well. I think he's got a big smile on his face as well, because the car is performing well. First time out with that new motor that I mentioned earlier, and I think he's doing really, really well.
Getting left and right, trying to get some heat into that Dunlop rubber. Olerato tucked right underneath the tailpiece of the leading car. Of course, our pace car there, the 330 BMW that's been given to us to use as the safety car. Here it goes. Man, he's looking to take the victory once again and potentially do a double on the day for Class C, but having to start from 5th place is not always the easiest thing to do.
No, he's got some tough competition ahead of him, there's no doubt.
I think there's going to be a lot to be said as well from Van Vuren's point of view to try and get through on Ignis, Gernalt, De Gavea and Olerato Sekudu. Ollie is looking for a chance here for a victory for Rampage Racing.
I think this is probably the first time Ollie's headed up a pole as far as I can remember.
Yeah, first time he's on pole.
So
not first time he's on the front row though. The first outing at Passion for Speed, he was on the front row.
Okay.
But he didn't make pole.
That's how he manages this place through turn 1, through turn 8 into the start finish.
So he carries it through there. Remember, there's no acceleration until the lights go out, so you maintain your speed until that lights go out. That's what the pole man can dictate what the speed is, and then drop the hammer as the lights go out. And he's got the whole shot by a long way as they go through there. So a good start there from him. Tiaan van Rooyen also with a good start as well. Looks like he might have just outgunned and got through slightly on the rest of the pack as they come through there, and found a way to go alongside Karabo Malamela, and they are both trying to close things down on Mitch Kutsia.
Well, Karaba's already hunting on the back of Mitch there, making a nuisance of himself, so Mitch will know that he cannot afford to make a mistake at this point.
Gernholz with some pressure coming from Van Vuren on his outside though.
Oh, and up comes Gernholz, look at that.
Yeah, exactly. And it was Ignis du Plessis who got sent onto the sidelines and onto the highway and long way around turn 4, which is not the ideal line to be on, that's for sure. And Claudio Jardim already under pressure there from Nick as they come up onto the brakes for turn 5.
You know, there's very little straight line difference between any of those cars there, so whoever's going to make a pass is going to need to do it out of racecraft.
Malamela putting pressure onto Mitch Kutsia. Kutsia just slams the door firmly shut and doesn't allow Malamela any room to play as they come out of turn 6 and into 7. Down the hill, there is a late dive.
Oh, Ignis is not leaving himself much room there.
Very lucky to avoid contact there between himself and Richard Gernholz. and that's allowed Van Vuuren back into the hunt and Trevor Long to join the party.
Yeah, Van Vuuren's really going to have to navigate a pair of cars side by side by the looks of things there.
And on to the brakes into turn 2 once again. Ignis just holding that inside line. Mitchie runs wide and now cuts the late apex coming out of turn 2.
Oh, he's gone a little wide though on the apex by the looks of things.
Didn't quite get that apex under the exit, which has allowed Malamela in. 133 coming through there as well, looking for a chance to get a little higher up there is Dirk van Lockenberg.
Oh, and here we've got Reinhardt with bumper off after his little skirmish in race 1, but back in the hunt.
Yeah, fortunately got a chance to get back into the hunt for potentially Class D's honours. Kent Swartz also with a much improved car there after he had a bit of gearbox issues, which they sorted out by the looks of things now.
It looks like it's going well, yeah.
And going slightly better, that's for sure. Let's see if he can close up onto the back end of the potential for what would be that of the battle. Nick coming together with Claudio. Claudio I think was slowing though.
Looks like
I don't think that was all Nick's fault. Let's take evasive action as Claudio stopped and Van Staden dives through as well on him. And then it's Kent Swartz leading what looks like the front end of the development category, that's for sure.
Yeah, Kent is definitely upped his game and he's really making a name for himself out of that crew. So yeah, some fantastic development happening in that.
I think also take into account that coming from karting, he's used to the rear-wheel drive, and then of course stepping up last year into Toyota Gazoo Racing's 86s, which are also rear-wheel drive cars. He's kind of learnt the talent on how to drive the rear-wheel drive as quickly as possible. Gernald's going defensive. Wow!
But look how Ollie's made some air between himself and the rest. So while they're busy scrapping amongst themselves, he's saying, right, I'm going to get on out of here.
Just get the job done at the front end. Gernald's goes defensive again. Van Vuuren around his outside. Is he good enough on the brakes? No, Gernald's is better on the brakes.
Great on the brakes.
Step it sideways. You know, we know those little 3 series like to drift and spin, but you don't want to be doing it in a race.
He's going to try and keep it.
Unfortunately, just losing out there as they came out at 7. So Van Vuuren up into 3rd place now, closing down onto Bernard de Gavea. Late dive from Ignis. Oh, that's the second time Ignis has gone up into the curb to try and get through on Gernald's, and it didn't work.
I'm just glad he left himself enough curb and both of them enough space there, because that's getting really, really tight.
Yeah, a little higher up over that curb and it would be sliding into the side of Gernald's. On a similar vein to what we just see there. Tian van Rooyen on Van Staden.
Oh, look at this pack.
And behind them, Claudio Jardim, and in the mix is Ken Swartz. Swartz on the inside, looking for turn 1. Can he get through? Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, I thought he might have a little bit of a later dive there, but he just backed out and tucked in behind Claudio Jardim, heading to 2.
But Ferdy is punching well above his weight. I mean, he is hanging on to Tian and keeping ahead of Claudio. This is an incredible performance. Really, really looking great.
And exactly what you said in terms of that engine change, it's working well for him. And it just shows you that potentially that could be the engine that a lot of guys are going to look to get into their cars.
Most importantly, I think he's getting the confidence that the engine's going to deliver the goods and hold together, and he can focus on his racing.
Yeah. Claudio Jardim still ahead of him though, and then Ken Swartz on his tail. Behind that looks like it's here Sidat, yeah, and then Shane Krobler.
Oh, and Kent's making the move.
He'll be late on the brakes and get it done easily. Yeah, thought so. A little bit of extra racecraft coming out of Ken Swartz. Oh, and a tag! A tag between Ken Swartz and Van Staden.
All right.
Well, if you can't make it stick, you're going to force your way through.
Ferdy said, you're not having that just yet, lad.
You're going to have to work harder for it. Ken Swartz is up for the challenge, but it's given Zahir Sidat a chance to close the gap down between the two of them and himself. So it's a 3-way fight now.
Well, that's given Claudio a bit of fresh air so that he can focus while these lot were scrapping.
Try and get away. Try and close the gap down on the top 3 there. It's Mitch Kutsia who leads Class C. Karabo Malamela is 2nd, and then Nick Hebst into 3rd. So Nick got a bit of work to do to try and get the top 2 right now. He won't be worried about what we're seeing on screen right now. He won't even see it. He'll be focusing all his attentions on closing the gap down on these 2 into turn 4.
Yeah, and he's lost some time. He's really going to have to pedal to close up that gap. So I think
Van Vuuren to the front by the looks of things, or to 2nd at least. There's a car off by the looks of things with the dust. I'd have to say maybe somebody off.
Somebody just go a little wide.
Maybe putting a wheel on the dirt, but the track of the dust looks like somebody might have run off there. I don't see, well, I can't remember who focused on it if it had. There's a great move from Karabo.
Made it through. What a pass. Great move.
Karabo stealing up the inside of Mitch Kutsia and making it stick. There's a Moscow car off. I'm not quite sure which one it was because I didn't see the number on it. But Karabo now leads out. Class C in the hands of Karabo Malamela with Mitch Kutsia with 5 to go. If they continue to fight out, it's going to be advantage Nick because he'll close the gap down.
Indeed.
Because he's definitely staying within the hunt there in terms of his lap times. He's doing 11s, they're doing 13s. So he's 2 seconds quicker than them. Ignis trying to get through, still on Richard Gernholz. Gernholz shuts the door again. De Gouveia has lost out, so it is a move there up into second place for Van Vuuren. Double yellows. There is a car off up at the top there. There must be a car off at the top of the hill. I'm not quite sure which one it is.
I'm not sure who's missing at the moment.
I'm looking through the field there to try and pick up on anybody that was in the front running there. Everybody else that should be B and C are all still B and C on track. So I don't see it being any of those front runners of the two classes we're concentrating our efforts on. Krobler Motorsport machine flying through turn 4. Here comes.
So that's Shane Krobler's old Mayfair racing car, from what I can recall.
Yep.
It's a car he was incredibly successful with about a decade ago. Back in his hands now, and he's trying to get it sorted and back into its old, original and very successful format.
Trying to close down on Justin Brown, who we see go through shot there. And on his tail, I think it's Chloe Stewart and one of the Moscow cars. That's the Class D battle, remember? So Class D battle in the front, and they're looking pretty tasty. With 4 to go for them.
Lovely looking car, this car of Justin's.
How far back is Morgan? There's Morgan. Now, afterwards, I don't know if you can tell us what the outcome was, but we saw that really sort of nose-cutting maneuver.
Yeah,
that young.
I think it was frowned upon by the COC, and I think a yellow was issued.
Okay, so he's going to have to watch over his maneuvering through the field in this one.
Indeed.
Which is potentially why he's backed out and not going to
keeping his nose clean. Yeah,
keeping his nose clean and trying to stay at least in the hunt at the front end between the two ladies he was fighting so hard with. This time it's a reverse of the roles in the ladies though. Chloe's ahead of Morgan. So a change up between the Pablo Clark 2 racing ladies.
Yeah, I can imagine there's some pretty good competitive rivalry in the team, particularly when it comes to the gender stakes as well.
Oh, for sure. And also, of course, to keep the sponsors happy, because each of them run their own separate sponsors on the car. And I believe through the week, brand new kit from Sparco being sent their way as well for the team too. So nicely done from them.
Great. Yeah, just shows that they're getting noticed.
Yeah, and just shows exactly what we spoke about in terms of that social media, presence that they've got. The sponsors are looking to pick them up and help them out. So nicely done.
Absolutely. So Chloe is really harassing that Moscow car. Now, who is that? Is that Philip Mostert?
Junior. So the battle resumes there between those three. Hopefully Mossad will keep it clean this time and stay without having to do any sort of late evasive maneuverages.
Oh, that's an interesting view.
That's some dust, and that is the Duratec car from started in turn 1.
Been pushing too hard.
Turn 1 in the kiddie. Potential safety car here.
Yep.
Although, what do we want? 7. We're going to have completed 8. Is that enough to... No, it's not enough. They'll keep it out for a couple of laps, I think, under safety before they can call the race.
But we've got Tian is close up on the back of Nick, so he's making his intentions known.
I think there's going to be some maneuvering here as Tian wants to try and get through here and see what he can do, but I think safety car board might have come out because, in fact, red flag.
There's a red, yeah.
Red flag has come out. All right, so that is 8 of 12. Is that enough? I don't think it is.
2/3. I'm going to pull out my pocket calculator. Yeah, so I don't think so.
75%, I think. Sorry, Paulie, say again. Oh, the race was shortened to 10 laps, so 8 out of 10 is enough.
Okay.
8 out of 10. Okay, I didn't see that notification. Sorry, Paul. Thank you for that, though. So that was a 10 lapper, which means your job's done, mate.
All over by the shouting. Lovely.
Craigie, thanks so much for joining us again.
Great pleasure. We'll
Great
see you the next one.
Here. As always, the insight come from a driver is a magnificent one to have, especially when you've been out on track and you can tell us about the conditions. So thank you for that, and we wish you all the very best for the next round. We'll catch you at the next one, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. Great. Cheers, man.
Craig Herbst there joining us for commentary for the second heat of Naturally Aspirated Cup in the BMW M Performance Racing Series. A shortened version of the race, 10 lapper. Unfortunately, I didn't see that notification go out about the change in the lap, so apologies on that, but there we go. 8 out of 10 is more than enough to declare the race, and the red flag coming out there due to the stricken car in turn 1. There are cars stopping there, but they're going to be waved on because the race has been declared, and it will give the win, of course, at the front end to the Rampage racing car, and that will be in the hands, of course, of Olerato Sekudi. So Ollie taking the win. he wins out. And I think, if I'm not mistaken, he won out over a big battle in Class B with Ignis du Plessis, Van Vuren, and I think it would have been pretty tight between Bernard de Gavin at the front end as well. Class C honours, I think, would have gone through to, just trying to work out who, Karabo Malamela. Malamela taking Class C, and then Class D was in the hands of Justin Brown. Justin Brown would have taken that one. So there you have it. Wrapping things up there for our sprint races for the day. We've got a few. So, all of our fans on Facebook, please stand by, because we are going to have to unfortunately stop the stream because of our 8-hour limit on the stream ability that Facebook provides us. So we'll be back shortly with part 2. If you're on YouTube, just stick around. You'll still be available, and we'll still be sticking around with the action as it unfolds here. And we get ready to go for the ATS Zwartkops 200 2026. Our Facebook fans, thank you so much, but come and join us in about 5 minutes' time for part 2 of the coverage here at round 3 of the Extreme Festival at Zwartkops International World of Motoring. Just also heads up to everybody in terms of action coming in the very near future. Don't forget that we've got the top of the hill climb challenge. It's a time attack hill climb event here at Zwartkops, and arguably one of the most prestigious events of the year on the 25th and 26th of July. We go down to PE Quebec for National Extreme Festival action on the weekend of the best weekend in the world, the 27th of June. It's National Extreme Festival action happening down at the Aldo Scribanti circuit. We then come back to Gauteng and look forward to that top of the hill challenge, as I said, at the end of July. And then from there we head into Regional Extreme Festival back in PE on the 7th, 8th and 9th of August. We then stay in the Eastern Cape at the East London Grand Prix circuit on the 15th of August for National Extreme Festival at East London Grand Prix circuit. We then come back up to Zwartkops for the 22nd of August for Zwartkops Annapolis, the big 500 miler, and big action expected there as well as we get into it. More importantly, we go then into, of course, the closing part of the season with a trip down to the Zwartkops Raceway once again on the 12th of September. We come back again for Regional Extreme Festival action, to be followed by the next weekend on the 19th of September down in the Mother City for the penultimate round of the National Extreme Festival. From there, we come back to Zwartkops, of course, for his Historic and Inland Championship on the 26th of September, and fantastic race action expected out of that category as well over that weekend. and wrapping things up with the Regional Extreme Festival at Red Star Raceway on the 10th of October. That's the penultimate round for that championship. We then come back to Zwartkops for the final round of the National Extreme Festival. That's on the 17th of October. And then, of course, into November, the final race of the season. That, of course, is this. When is it? I'm trying to pick it up now on my phone. 21st of November, the final Regional Extreme Festival. And that will be here at Zwartkops. So lots of race action still to come in 2026. Make sure you've got all those dates and times in your diary. If you don't have them, just make sure you stay tuned to the social media platforms that social media provides. And Zwartkops is on all of them. Instagram. They're also onto TikTok now, as well as on Facebook, and you'll get all the vital information with the upcoming events. Otherwise, just get straight onto Zwartkops website, and you'll get to see all the race dates provided there. If you're into the world of two wheels and you like some motorcycle racing, or you like cycling, don't forget that they do have brunch run crews happening here on a monthly basis or bi-monthly basis, and super track Sundays for all those four-wheel drive cars that like to have some fun on their own. And if you're into cycling, of course, every Tuesday and Thursday here at the Zwartkops International Raceway, 30 Rand for a cyclist. You can come and do some laps around the track and stay out of harm's way of taxis and all the other traffic on the main road. So, of course, that's all of the action that happens here at Zwartkops over the next couple of months, and we look forward to bringing all of that in the very near future. Big welcome back to our Facebook fans. Thanks for your patience and joining us once again for the second part of our live stream. It brings us into the sort of starter proceedings for the Zwartkops and ATS 200. It's a 200-kilometer endurance race that runs from now into the evening. We basically finish in the dark under floodlights, so stick around. Lots of race action to happen. And of course, you can run, if you've got two smart devices, you'll be about an hour into Le Mans 24 hour as we're about to kick off the 200-kilometer here at Zwartkops. So watch us and watch Le Mans at the same time. Have Le Mans on your TV and have Zwartkops on your smart device alongside you. It'll be worthwhile, I promise you. This is a really awesome event, and it usually tends to bring out some of the best out of these top drivers in 111 Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch. As soon as they're ready to go and out on track, we'll be back with commentary.
So we're going into a 200k race, endurance race into the night. What are you expecting?
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite tense at the beginning, and until the field can spread out and settle down. Fortunately, I have a young co-driver with me today, Mauro Deleuze, who, with a little bit of luck, I'm going to put a lot of reliance upon him in the second half.
Okay. And the car running okay?
Yeah, the car is very good. We did okay in the sprint, and we've got some nice firm tyres on, so hopefully they're going to last the distance.
Okay, and we're going to do some pit stops, driver changes, refueling.
Absolutely. Hopefully we will do one pit stop, with a little bit of luck, if there isn't any mechanical issues to deal with, and see how we go.
Well, good luck. We'll see you in the pits.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers.
Quite a substantial team there, I'd have to say, from Mauro Deleuze joining Lindsay Kleur. That could be a potential little dark horse in the race that Gareth picked up on down in pre-race. There are a couple of teams that are going to be, of course, with co-pilots, one of them being Mel Spur, who will start the race in the Origin Oil Polo, and her partner in crime, Wouter Roos, will jump in. Also probably on a one-stop strategy. Most of these teams will be on a one-stop strategy, depending on what happens in the race and whether or not a safety car comes out. One man I think is doing it all on his own is Louis Scholz. Let's go and find out from the Joker what his capabilities are and what he's looking forward to.
Louis, 200k race, endurance race into the night, driver changes, pit stops. It's going to be epic. What are you expecting?
Yeah, it's going to be epic. You are 100% correct. It's going to be fast. It's going to be light fading will give us issues. Pit stops is a 5-minute compulsory stop, so that doesn't matter too much in this race, as long as you get in and out. And obviously a 1 pit stop race is the way we need to go. But very excited to be here, glad to be in a car. This is what we love doing, and enjoy it with us.
Excellent, man. Well, good luck, eh?
Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Nothing wrong with the man from Car Care Clinic telling you that he likes to be in a race car.
Yeah.
So I think he'll be a man to contend with it at the front end as well, no doubt about it.
Yeah, I hope he's got a second headlight there, but on that 777
I think
car.
it's only got one, hey? To be honest with you, I think the other one is an intake for the air.
Yeah.
So he's only got one
I
headlight
guess,
on that car. So at least you know he's coming up behind you. It's going to be Louis with one headlight.
Yeah.
The car alongside him, though, that Martini Racing Golf doesn't look like it's got any headlights because there's no lights on that car at
But
all.
I'm sure they have to have headlights.
They've got to
Anyway,
have headlights, yeah. It's part and parcel.
Greg, but let's just give the viewers the basic rules of this 200 kilometer. One compulsory pit stop.
One compulsory pit stop has to be 5 minutes minimum. They have to stay in the pit lane, and that's from when they enter the pit lane to when they exit the pit lane.
Yeah.
In that 5-minute pit stop, they have to do a driver change if they need to, if they don't have to do one, if they're driving on their own. They have to do a refuel, and the driver has to be out the car if they are going to refuel the car. The driver then has to clean the windscreen manually, and they have to take one wheel off the car and put it back on. It doesn't necessarily have to be a change of tires or a change of wheels, but they can change the wheels if they want to. But normally they just do one change, and there's no power tools allowed.
Yes. Yeah, and I see there's a maximum allowed of 4 people allowed to work on the car.
Correct.
But yeah, those pit stops, that's where it really comes in because, well, most of the guys, depending on your strategy, but hopefully you wait for a yellow flag. A safety car pit stop is going to save you more time than a normal pit stop.
Yeah. And that's exactly what happened. I mean, I've done 3 of these now. 2 of them were at Pekisa when it used to be the Pekisa 200. And I've done 1 here at Zwartkops. And that's basically what you're kind of hoping for, is that the pit stop strategy works out with some kind of incident on track. You don't wish it on anybody, of course. But if it does work out that way, as you know, a pit stop under safety car is certainly a massive time advantage that you gain, as opposed to having to do one in normal conditions.
Yeah, I know there's you're almost guaranteed for a safety car usually. And the other thing is, okay, you're not allowed to do your pit stop in the last 5 minutes. We have to do it before, is it?
Yeah, last 5 minutes, pit lane closes. So if you're not out and your pit stop's done, pit lane closes with 5 minutes to go. And if you're stuck in pit lane and you don't take the checkered flag, you are not classified.
Oh, and then we've also, sorry, but
no worries, is that they don't only race for position, there's also a big trophy for index of performance, which I think is a big factor when it comes to endurance racing. So,
also what we saw in the rules, I think if there's any penalties occur, you lose a lap. So the guys do something wrong, they're going to lose a lap. But I mean, you can't afford that.
No, you don't want to be doing anything to lose a lap, that's for sure.
Yeah. So 200 kilometers around this racetrack, 2.4 kilometers, plus minus 83 laps.
I think that's Nicole Donker at the wheel of that car, if I'm not mistaken, eh? Yeah, it is. Nicole Donker and Wayne Spicer. Or is it Mimi LaRue? Maybe, no, it's Mimi LaRue.
Yeah, that's
Mimi LaRue and Wayne Spicer are sharing that car in the Wildnetics car. Looked like Nicole because similar overalls to what she's got in her race kit. So as you can see, the sun is starting to drop out the sky, as they say in the Avengers movie. Sun's getting low, big guy. You're going to have to get cars on track shortly because they're going to be finding that sunset at turn 5, at turn 6, and at turn 2.
Just one last question, because it's a triple one. They're not allowed to go faster than 111.
111 is all they're allowed to do.
Yeah. If they go faster, penalties.
So if they go breakout, they get a 1 lap penalty. Not a 30-second penalty like they normally get in the race. They get a 1 lap penalty, which of course is vital because it's about 83 laps, I think, in total over 200 Ks to get this lap done. And of course, it's exactly 200 Ks. So,
but
they
also
will only bring the checkered flag out once they've completed the 200 kilometers.
Being endurance race, they're not going flat cat. They are pacing themselves, so they should be well in the.
That's the plan.
But later, when there's cars.
But hold on a second, you're talking about racing drivers, mate.
These guys will.
You're going to eat your words.
Look at each other and
You're going to eat your
But
words.
it's usually very interesting, this, Greg. It's going to start with, like Lindsay Clare said there, in the beginning, it's a bit tense with all the cars. Then it settles down.
Yeah.
And then you wait for those pit stops. But it's all about bringing the car home.
That's what you got to do. Got to be there at the end, got to take the checkered flag, got to cross the line, and you have to finish. The endurance race is only classified if you cross that line. So you got to get the car across the line, and hopefully if you've got a teammate that has a similar skill to you or similar type of racing strategy, those are normally the people that you want to be together with. So I like the way that there's a couple of drivers and people that are involved, and also like the way that they've teamed up a couple of young drivers with older drivers, and getting them a chance to sort of cut their teeth into endurance racing as well.
Yeah, and like you said, some of the guys, there'll be just one driver for the whole race, but some people went 2 drivers.
Let's have a look and see what Peter's got in store for us, down with Piet Potgieter in pre-race.
Pit, 200k race, nice endurance, pit stops, going into the night. How's the car going? What you expecting?
Well, I'm going to circulate and complete the race. That's the objective of this exercise. I did it last year on my own. This time I'm doing it on my own again.
Okay.
Yeah, and I'm going to have fun. I'm going to enjoy it. Yes.
Obviously the car's going really well.
Yeah, other than the tires which aren't working too well, the car's going well. Yes. So yes, I'm going to have a job, I'm sure.
There's the whistle. Good luck for the endurance, and we'll see you afterwards.
Okay, cool. Right, have a good one, eh?
Always good to catch up with Piet Potgieter. Hey? Long-time stalwart here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring, but a man, of course, who's been behind a numerous amount of vehicles in his racing career. He's a big Alpha fan, of course. He races his Alpha on the hill climb, but today he's out there in his special Rocky liveried car. Ding ding. Seconds out, round number 2. Well, this is round number 1, and the final race of the day here for round 3 of this championship.
Greg,
Two Martini Racing Golfs out there. That's going to be
Piet's not sharing his car.
He's not sharing his car. He's on his own. Here we go. It's the ATS Zwartkops 200. He was quickest, and he put it on pole ahead of Mel Spur. And that comes out of course, the sprint race earlier on in the day. So that's kind of an indication of how things have gone. Just waiting for the second row of cars to make their way out. We go on board here with Josh DeToy. If I'm not mistaken, I think Josh and Mark might be sharing this car. They'll be father and son sharing the car here for Trans-Africa Racing. And, of course, looking for a victory possibly in the R classes. So you've got 111 classes A, B, C, and X. And then you've got Super Hatch T1 and T2 in Class A and B. So there are 5 classes that will be fighting on track in the next 200 kilometers and about 2.5 hours of race action coming your way.
But Greg, also remember Craig Priestley earlier in the race, he did a 1 minute 10.5. So he's capable of breaking out. You'll have to watch that.
Exactly.
Remember, track conditions are cooler now, but it actually makes the car faster once you got the heat into the tires. I was going to say on the tires, most of these guys would have put tires on. You're not going to do tire changes. Your set of tires will last you. So you need fairly good tires.
Is to take the wheel off and put it back on again. It doesn't mean that you have to change your tire strategy. But sometimes, if it's a hard-wearing circuit like Pretoria, there were a couple of teams that actually did a full set of tires on their pit stops. So, but it's a difficult thing to do when you're not allowed to use power tools. Manual tire changes are a lot longer than power tool tire changes.
No, but the guys, most of them their tires will last in the complete race. Yeah, they will.
Particularly on this surface, it's not a hard-wearing tire surface, so potentially could last the distance. In fact, if I go back to Pretoria in 2014 or 2015, in my Mini Cooper, we did the entire 200 on one tank of fuel as well. So a lot of guys won't even have to top up their cars depending on what size tank they're running. So there's a good chance that they don't even have to worry about a fuel filling during the pit stop.
So there we go, 83 laps. Tiaan van Rooyen is the man on pole from Melanie Spur. Yeah, we know Mel Spur starting. Bouter Roos will jump in later. Maris Leroux.
Yeah, it would have been Craig Priestley had he not broken out.
Yeah.
So I think Craig may be further down the pack there. We'll need to see if he comes through there. Lights ablaze already. We haven't even started the race. We've already got the headlights on. Later on in this race, spotting headlights and trying to find out who's who in the zoo around this track makes it very difficult for our cameraman, for our director, and for the two of us in here in this commentary booth as well. But we'll do the best we can to bring you all the race action and bring you up to speed as to exactly how things pan out here for the ATS Zwartkops 200 2026.
Yeah, I mean you'll actually see the sun is setting there, Greg, but it actually gets dark quite quickly. Yeah.
Sunset 1.
Yeah.
Sunset 2, and then down into turn 2 will be sunset 3.
Yeah. But won't be long. The sun will be completely set. Yeah, I'll have my headlights on as well. But yeah, Mel Spurs, she's starting. Wouter must be keen to jump in later.
Yeah.
And but watch out there, Maris Leroux, Johan van Heerden. Those two are on the Martini Livet Golfs.
Yep, that's right. Leroux and van Heerden side by side.
Oh, someone already pulling into the pits there.
Well, that's Portkeeter. That's Pete Portkeeter pulling into the pits, I think.
No, I don't think it's Pete. It's Polo. Not sure if it's Pete. Anyway.
Right, let's have a look and see. Here we go. Lights about to go out, and we're going racing for 200 kilometers.
Also, Greg, you can't do your compulsory stop too early either.
5 minutes before you can do it.
Okay, but away we go.
So down towards turn 1 we go. And everybody seems to have got through there relatively unscathed. Hopefully not going to be too much diving and dodging and trying to get through. You can't win 200 kilometers into turn 2, that's for sure.
Yeah, you can lose it, but you can't win it. There we go, Melspur in-car footage. She'll just try and stay here with Tian. Maybe you're pacing yourself. You know, sometimes you get a car with familiar speed, just stay there. Although Mel there looked like she wants to go for the lead.
She did have a look, so did Jonathan Visser. I think Ernest Heather has started the race and Visser will end it, but Ernest Heather really looking pretty dangerous as he gets ahead of the two Martini Racing coloured Golfs. The Golf 1's there in 4 and 5 as they come through turn 5. Past AMG Driving Academy, past the Zoo Racing HQ, and Louis Scholz has put himself as the meat in the sandwich in that Car Care Clinic Honda between those two Martini Racing Golfs.
Well, I just spotted another car with only one headlight. I was saying, I remember from last year, we spotted Louis Scholz's car with a one headlight, but ever looks here, I think it's the Alpha. Oh, someone locking up there, going into turn 8.
Troy Starr diving up the inside, getting through on Rob Clark. It's our
I wonder
first or
Troy
second
Starr
overtaking manoeuvre.
Troy Starr's actually sharing with Jared Rousseau.
Yeah. And Vimpy Rahman and Marius Chuta are sharing a car as well. The 95 car out there. Look out for young Keith and Mikey's as well.
Okay, but one lap completed. Tian van der Rooyen, Melspur, Ernest Heather, Maris Leroux, Louis Scholz, Johan van Heerden, Wimpy Rahman, Lindsay Kleur, Keith Mankies, Troy Starr, Rob Clark.
82 laps to go.
There we go.
Nice
it's exciting stuff. But the sun here is a bit of a problem, Greg.
It's low there, man. It's very low.
There's a few places now where the sun will be in your eyes.
Yeah.
It's not great as a racing driver, but hopefully they actually want that sun to set now.
Mal going for the lead. Takes it.
Yeah.
So maybe a bit of strategy there from Mal. Wants to get away. I think she realized that the Wix car is coming rapidly, so I want to try and get a little bit of breathing room between herself and her stablemate car, also sponsored by Origin Oil.
Yeah, also, I mean, if you look at the lap times, I mean, they were doing 1:16s in the first lap. So Mel, she decided now 1:30. So up the pace a bit.
On cold track conditions. It's not a bad run. Remember, all they need to do is stay away from that 110 something. Stay in the 11s or above.
I actually don't think they'll get close to those times. But yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, the only time they would have got close to them is now, because they've got clean air. If they don't get it into the 111s now, by the time they get into traffic, you'll never get back to those 111s. Already, problem
that's
there.
A second
car
car
into pit lane.
Yeah. We saw a car, a white Polo pulled in earlier. Here's a green one.
Just trying to pick up on the number on that car. Didn't see who that car was that went in because we didn't get a number on it, unfortunately. But yeah, certainly one of the green Polos parked in pit lane. And that's not where you want to be. Not at the start of a 83-lap endurance race. Great dive from Drickus up the inside. Thanks for coming. Who's he sharing with? He's a bit further back in that pack. So he's onto the back end of, I think it's the second of the Trans-Africa Racing cars. And Duplessis is with Freckleton. It's Freckleton and Duplessis that are sharing that car. That kind of maneuver, I think, would have come from Drickus more than Freckleton. So I think Drickus might be in the car to start the race. Also, while we're there, just keep an eye out. Aldrichs are sharing the car. Fenta and Veyers, Moodley and Moodley, Mazibuko and Ishmael Peck. Oh, Dumi Sani's here, so Dumi's in the house. Dumi and Ishmael Peck sharing the 247 machine. And then you got Josh and Mark de Toy, as I thought. Ishmael Beloy and Leon Brunenkamp. Johan Willemse and JP Nokia. Elke and Henry van Vledder. The Bat family.
Yeah, Rob Clark, Michael Sullivan.
Yeah. And then Keith and Des. Yeah, I thought Des Bloom would be joining Keith and Mikey. So it's Keith and Mikey's, I think, at the wheel of the car right now, and Des Bloom possibly going to take over from him later on.
Okay, so early days, 3 laps completed. We've got a bit of in-car camera here from Joshua.
So as they enter the flat-out part of turn number 4, one of the fastest corners on this track. That is Josh Totoy. Trying to get up as high as he can before he hands over the duties to his dad, Mark. Finish up today's race.
Oh, there's
1 out.
Yeah, that's 1, 2,
1, 2, 1, I think it is.
No, it's 1, 2, Johan van Heerden. He had a problem earlier as well in the sprint race, so pity there for Johan van Heerden. That's not great because he's out of the car and that's lap number 3. So he might have a terminal problem there, Greg. It's a pity.
It's not what you want at this stage of the race, that's for sure. You don't want to be retiring cars this far back.
Yeah, one of your the one goal is you want to finish this race, you know, and then you want to look at positions. But to finish an endurance race like this is an achievement on its own.
Yeah, for sure. That is exactly how it works. So 121 out of this one. 123.
1, 2, 3, yeah. He's 1, 2, 3 and Maurice Leroux is 1, 2, 4. His teammate. But already you can see the headlights now coming into play here.
Rob Clark pressurized by the SA Loop Golf and then the Bat Lady and Batman.
Yeah, Elke. I'm sure Elke's
started.
Elke would have started.
Double
yellow flag just for that car.
That's for the car on the side of the track. Just want to see if we can pick up here on Keith and Mikey's if we follow him through. No, we don't. See if it's Mikey's.
But I wonder, Greg, if they're going
Bloom.
to take that car and just push it further along, just out of the way.
Yeah, they need a safety car for that. So they're not going to do that until the safety car comes out, I think. And there's no safety car just yet. So they might just leave that car in the exit road because it's not in harm's way unless you have a situation with Gert van der Berg where he runs out of brakes. Then you're going to have a problem.
Okay, but after 5 laps, still Mel Spur, Tiaan van der Rooyen, Louis Coles, Ernest Heder, Maurice Leroux, Lindsay Kleur. Lindsay just went through turn 4 there. Yeah, also must just tell the viewers, it looks a lot lighter on the screen than it actually is outside.
Well, the cameras give us a bit more light than what we should have. That I can tell you for free.
And just good to see, because still quite a few people that sticked around or hung around for the...
Man op die wal is nog daar.
It's my mense op die wal. It's not my mannen nie, it's mense. It's ladies and gents.
A couple of guys still up here at turn 6 and 7 as well at Zok.
Greg Melspur, 112.4 is the quickest. She's quite racy, but they're all settling in the 13s and 14s now.
Those low or mid 12s are going to be where they're going to be sitting all the time. They're not going to even get into the 11s. Not at all.
So just want to see now, is Priestley in the race?
No, doesn't look like it. I haven't seen his car at all.
Yeah, I don't think he's here.
So I think his breakout moves him up into the GT class, which means
that's what we
disqualifies him from 111.
Yeah, if you break out from A, you go up to GT.
GTB, yeah.
Yeah. A little bit of in-car footage here from Troy Starr. Yeah, nice to see the in-car footage. Going through turn 3 here. Coming into turn 1. Number 71.
71.
Billy Cook, they're in 16th at the moment. They lost, Billy Cook.
Steering the car. So pushing hard here, as you can see. Josh Totoy sticking right up close and personal with his Trans-Africa Racing teammates there. The 2 Honda Civics. Those are some really, I think there must be at least 150,000 racing lap Ks underneath those 2 Hondas. They've been around for a while, along with Ishmael Beloy's black and orange one. I know I fought with him on numerous occasions here at this track in Super Hatch when I was still part and parcel of that category. But they've certainly done a couple of laps around this track, and they probably know the way around on their own. If you just put them out there, they'll continue racing all by themselves.
Ernest Heather there in the Oregon Colors polo. I was going to say those two Honda Balladas, they might have a strategy to stick together, keep some pace together there. A little bit of teammates. But let's see now, Mel Spur. Yeah, she's left Tiaan van der Rooyen a bit. Yes, our leader Mel Spur there.
And already
They're really lapping people.
There's
Yeah.
our first back marker. 007 about to be caught.
James Bond.
Quinton Costa. Super Hatch T1 in the Audi. And being outgunned. He's definitely going to have no issues with visibility because he's got those yellow windows in the car. So it's definitely going to enhance the light for him big time. Mel doing a superb job here. Fastest time is a 1:12.4, but she's doing 14.8 regularly now and staying ahead of Tiaan van Rooyen. But it is, as you said earlier on there, Leon, it's all about pacing, it's all about just consistency the entire time and staying on track with no issues. Coming up on back markers now means that you've got to negotiate traffic. And by negotiating traffic, you can't... problems for the Trans-Africa Racing.
Yeah.
Did I just give you a commentator's curse? I did. I've just given the commentator's curse there to that first Trans-Africa Racing Civic.
That was you.
It was me, it was all me, I'll take the blame. My bad.
Yeah, this could possibly be the first safety car.
That looks terminal, to be honest with you.
Yeah, that's
the 34
going to
car.
be a problem. Well, he did very well to pull off the track there, off the racing line.
I think it's the two Moodley boys that are in that car, if I'm not mistaken.
He's going to keep it on the outside. Okay, Greg, but let's say if there's a safety car now, I don't know, it's a bit early for the guys to do a pit stop. Some guys might take a chance, you never know, because you don't know how many yellow soft safety cars you'll get. But let's first see.
No, but it is a bit,
safety car
it's a bit
yet.
too early to come in for a safety car.
But we're 9 laps in.
There is a car coming out of pit lane. It's that green Polo.
Yeah.
So that green Polo is going to be about probably 4 or 5 laps down. You'll probably see it coming through shot. There it is.
Yeah, but at least they're back in. You want to,
pick up on
whatever
a
you
number
do,
on
you
that
want to
car
try
as
and
well.
finish the race. But I actually just want to have a look. Remember earlier you said it was possibly Piet Potgieter.
It was.
Yeah, you were right. Yeah.
And the other
That
one, I
car
think, is
on the first lap.
Yeah,
Piet
but the other one
Potgieter.
is Ewald van Rensburg. I think he's the one who's... No, he's in a Golf. So it would have been Christian Gerber. Christian Gerber's just started his first lap.
So pity for him, he had a problem on the warm-up lap.
On the first lap.
Let's hope he can get it back. He hasn't done a lap. Oh, but that green Polo is going
Gerber's
very
got
slow
problems as
again.
well. Yeah, it's going slow down that back straight away. Pulls out of the way, gets off the racing line. Good idea.
Yeah. Could be maybe electrical or something, they can't get it fired up nicely. Yes, Mel Spur on the back of
the Opel Corsa.
Mel is looking very good at this stage. In a good...
No, that's Hendrik Venter and Charles Veyers who are sharing that car, I think.
That Corsa...
Tiaan, wow, having to try and take evasive action on back markers now. The other big factor you've got to take into account with this is, while you're watching the light fade, take into account that blue flags, yellow flags, red flags are difficult to spot at night, which is why we've got those floodlights up. So when the floodlights, they're on at the moment, you're just not seeing their effect just yet, but they will be at most of the marshalling points, so that if they do have to put a flag out, at least you can see it.
Yeah, okay, especially when lapping the slower car, guys, Greg. These guys, the slower car, like that Opel Corsa, they must keep a lookout for those blue flags, because you could, if you miscalculated the wrong place or wrong turn, you could be detrimental to a faster car behind you.
And what the faster cars are going to do in relation to that, of course, is to time their run.
Yeah.
Try and get the driver that you're going to overtake, like Mel's just done on Josh. Time it so that you don't have to be hindered by the car in front of you, and you don't spoil their race at all either.
Yeah, rather be safe than sorry. Yeah, see Tiaan van der Rooyen is just keeping touch there with Mel Spur. He let the lead, say you can lead, it's okay. I'm just going to follow you. And
also see he gave a little flash of the lights there, which also helps out. Just warns the driver that you're coming. Gives you a heads up that a quicker car is coming up from behind. Give him a little bit of extra room, or her a little bit extra room, depending on if it's whichever one of the two.
Yeah, it's quite a few cars already, 1 lap down. But it's going to happen, remember, with the different classes, different cars here. But we only done 11 for 83. It's a long way to go.
Still a long way to go in this one, that's for sure. And still lots of pit stop action to come your way. not done just yet, that's for sure. But it can turn around so quickly, this race. That's the really cool part about the 200k endurance race that they have with Triple Ones, Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined, is that sometimes you have a little niggle in the middle and all of a sudden it just turns the race completely on its head.
Now, there's still a lot going to happen in this race. Remember, it's early days, the guys are settling down, trying to get a rhythm, trying to think of their tactic, but a lot's going to change. They can almost guarantee a safety car somewhere along the line. You know, it's not 100%, but most probably.
I'd like to take a bet that we don't have one.
I'm going to say we will have one. Okay. But
all right,
I don't say I want one. I'm just saying I think 200
lights
laps
on for everybody. So the
along
lights
the
on
line.
board has gone out. So everybody must turn their headlights on now as well.
You know, when you start, okay, when we run about an hour into the race, halfway, and there's when the people, you know, they get a bit tired, tires, this, that, darkness, and you start, as a driver, you start listening, noises, this, that.
Missing the apexes, missing break points, pushing yourself a little bit longer and harder into the race. If you don't have a partner, it means you're going to have to just double up on that mental capacity as well as the physical capacity of your body. The fitness aspect comes into play as well. Hydration, refueling not of the car but also of the body. Have you done enough fueling of that body to get you through the first part of the race as Louis Scholz comes up the inside in that Car Care Clinic Honda?
See, it looks like they did move those cars out of the way. So well done. So far, we just had yellow flags. Well done to that. I mean, that Honda Ballado, you say was the Moodleys.
They might have opened the gate at the top and just pulled them out of the back there.
Yeah.
And then took them around via the old Zoc and Kazoo Racing.
You also don't want to throw a safety car unnecessarily. If you can do something under yellow or double yellow,
do that.
You know, do that.
Rather do that. You know? Exactly. 13 down, 70 laps still to go. Miles per leading only by about 3 or 4 seconds or so. Coming up on Keith and Mikey's.
Yeah, also, maybe it depends on the lap times where they catch the traffic. Yeah. Don't take a risk. Don't charge or pass a slower car in a risky corner. Make it safe. You don't need risks here.
No.
It's way too early for risks. Any risks.
Tian coming up on the back of that number 71 BM again.
I must say, the only thing Tian wants to do, Tian wants to at least keep Mel's car in his eyesight.
Yeah.
You know, don't you want to? Once he loses, let's say Mel's car out of eyesight, he could get worried. But you've got your team; they can give you pit boards, and they can give you information.
Coming up onto the back of this Beamer as well. Starting to see those brake discs light up a little bit.
Yeah, that's one nice thing to see it. You still got a little bit of sunset there, maybe.
It was going through on Dumisani as well from Mzansi Raceway. So going through there, he's going to be partnered up, of course, with Ishmael Peck, if I'm not mistaken. Let's just double check there. The 247 car, yeah, National Motorsport Mzansi car. So Dumisani and Ishmael Peck in the 247 BMW.
There we go.
M3.
They're 14th at the moment.
So Miles lapped up to 14th. Sure, in 15 laps, that's pretty good. That's basically a car a lap. That's not a bad run there from her.
It's only the top 6 cars that's on the lead lap at this stage, 7.
Hardy losing another lap there to Mal. She gets ready to go. Leon, I'm going to leave you for a few minutes. I'm just going to shoot down and get that prize giving sorted out, and then I'll come back and join you for the last part of our proceedings here at Zwartkops International World of Motoring.
Okay, no problem. There we go, everybody. It's lap 14 here of 83. Just enjoy. Those of you still with us, thank you for watching our coverage. Those are still at the track as well. Good stuff. So we're into this 200-kilometer endurance race. It's 83 laps. We've done 15. Everything, the guys and gals are just settling down into a rhythm, into a time. Mel Spur, she's leading at this stage, her fastest lap 112.4. But you'll see later when we do start with some pit stops, or any safety car will definitely trigger some pit stops. That's Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic, Honda Ballada, going through. Louis, he enjoys his racing, he enjoys the endurance races. Remember, there are different classes. There's performance of index. But you want to bring your car home. That's what it's all about. Bring it home. Now we can see it's already starting to get dark. The sun's set. And those lights will come into play. Just to give you a bit of a rundown. Leading out Melanie Spur, Wouter Roos car, but Mel Spur behind the wheel. Tiaan van der Rooyen still second. Luis Cole's up to third now. He's moved up 3 positions. Ernest Heather down 1 to 4th. Maurice Leroux still in there. Lost his teammate Johan van Heerden. But Maurice Leroux down to 5th. Lindsay Kleur up to 6th. Wimpy Raman up to 7th. Freckleton down to 8th. He's sharing with Driekus. Troy Starr up to 9th. Johan Willemse up to 10th. Rob Clark up to 11th. Ashton David down to 12th. Elke van Vlede 13th. Dumisani Masibuku 14th. Billy Cock 15th. Keith Mankey 16th. Joshua Du Toit 17th. Hendrik Venter 18th. Diane Moodley 19th. Then we've got George Eldridge 20th. Wayne Spicer is 21st. Quentin Koster 22nd. Dean Parker is 23rd. There I can see Van Heerden's car now in the pit. Just want to see they might go down to. Can they maybe fix it? As I see, I think his teammate also just pulled in. So is there a problem? But out of our starters, yeah. Ismail Beloy, Johan van Heerden, Christopher Gerber, Piet Potgieter and Eebold. They had early problems. There's Maurice Leroux also pulling into the pits. Has he got a problem? Oh, there's another Honda pulling off as well. Another one of the Trans-Africa racing cars. Well, he pulled off, but then he got it going again. So 1 or 2 problems here. We'll just keep out. That's a Joshua Du Toit car. Might come into the pits as well. So remember, a few early problems for some of the guys. They'll come in, but they'll try and get it fixed up. Go out again. There we go. You can see Joshua now, as he's just been passed by the Driekus Du Plessis car. Could be Freckleton there behind the wheel. But, well, it sounds like he's up to speed again. Whatever that problem was, I'll have a look, see if he's going to go into the pits. But it looks like, no, he's up to speed again. So whatever that problem was, it got sorted. Good stuff there for the Joshua Du Toit car. And he can carry on. There we in the car with the in-car footage. Just in front of his Driekus Du Plessis car. 17 laps completed. Here we go. 361. Joshua Du Toit. I'm sure Joshua's behind the wheel now. Later we'll see, I think, Mark that'll jump in that car. Mel Spur from Tiaan van der Rooyen, Louis Scholes, Ernest Heather, Lindsay Kleur. I'll just keep an eye on Maurice Leroux car. He came in. I'll just see if he's going to make it out again. Johan van Heerden might have a problem from his earlier problem when he had to pull off. At least he got the car back to the pits. They obviously pulled it on the back roads back to the pit. There's your Driekus Du Plessis car going through turn 4 up the hill. The Golf Mark 1 in front of him. Catch a number now. There's is that a Renault? There we go. That's A69. It's a BW Challenge car from Driekus Du Plessis. I think Freckleton will be on the wheel now. Driekus will be in later. So sure it's Freckleton. If I look at there was maybe a move on the inside. Let me just see who that is. That's the Wimpy Raman car. Yeah, as we see, there's a 007, the number 007 car in the pits as well. So 1 or 2 cars into the pits. A little bit early, I think, for a compulsory pit stop. They might have problems. So, yeah, Quentin Koster, that 007 car. Okay, but in the meantime, back in the front, with now 19 laps completed, still Melanie Spur, number 64, Class A VW Golf 7 GTI. Oregon Oil, that's Mel Spur, 19 laps completed. In the Troy Star C31. Going through turn 4 there. Nice to see some in-car footage, but yeah, good to see that Honda Ballada there, Joshua Du Toit car. Whatever his problem was sorted, and he's up to full speed again. So that team will be very happy with that. Oh, here's our first pit stop, as you can see. Yeah, no power tools. I think that's all. While they had a problem, someone do their compulsory pit stop. Have to take the wheel off and then put it on again. Yeah, normal wheel spanners, the old-fashioned way. And you have to be stationary for 5 minutes. There will be people there with timing or the stopwatch, just to time the people. Remember, any penalties is going to cost you a lap. You don't want to go a lap down. So that is a number 007 car. So they're doing their pit stop. A little bit early, but you never know. Anything can happen, yeah. 20 laps completed, yeah. There's Melspur, number 64. Yeah, front lights are working. I don't see any rear lights working, but the brake lights I'm sure is working. I guess the rules say your front lights have to work. So as the mechanics working there on the number 007. That is Quentin Costa car. It's an Audi A3 1.8 turbo. Looks like they are doing a driver change. We'll just see. I don't know who's jumping in that car. On the timing sheets we only have the one driver, but we'll have a look, see, it might come up. Okay, I just heard in the background as well. If you are two drivers and you're doing driver changes, each driver has to do at least 28% of the race. So maybe that driver, 28 laps, yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I know when they do a pit stop, the driver actually has to get out of the car if they're doing any refueling. So they're just strapping him in again. That's at number 007 car. Yeah. As we can see, there's our 007 on his way again. That's his stop out of the way. If he's got enough fuel now, whatever, he can make it till the end. We'll just keep an eye on that. Just in car with Troy Star again. Up the hill. He's going to go for the inside overtake here on number 182. Let's just see where Troy Star is. Yeah, that Troy Star car just lapped the Dayan Woodley car. Just going to go down there to see it. Troy Star is running in 8th position, number 32, and he's sharing with Jared Rousseau. As you can see now, the lights are coming into play, so could be difficult sometimes also for the guys when they've got a vehicle behind them. And the headlights, depending how, they don't really set the headlights, but it could be in your eyes. So there's quite a few things that come into play here at night time in the ATS Zwartkops 200 kilometer. Thank you for everybody that's still with us here. Well, in car with Troy Star again. There's Troy Star. They're running in 8th. Number 31 Polo. There's 69. They're running 7. That's Freckleton. No. Sorry. It's another 69. Just have a look. That's an Opel. Let's have a look. See now that Opel Corsa. Just get a number as again when they come past, because I know 69 is Dirkus Du Plessis and Freckleton. There's number 18. That's the Ernest Heather car. So Polo 6N WIX filters Oregon oil. As you can see now, as it's getting a bit darker, you can just see there. Oh, we've had a problem. This could be our first safety car, people. I think, looks like, is it out of turn 1? Just gonna look, see, but that car definitely went into a tire barrier wall. Number 17, yes, it is turn 1. Yeah, that's a Mimi LaRue car. This people, okay, we do have our first safety car. You can actually see some fluid coming out the radiator there. So the number 17 car, Mimi LaRue, unfortunately, as we've seen today already, once turn 1 catches you out, you're going to either go outside or inside. So it's a safety car, and this could although we only done 23 laps, it could trigger some pit stop. For the guys who don't do driver change, they could possibly come in for a pit stop, but it might be early. But let's see how this pans out. There goes up a Toyota pace car, and the medical car will always go out just to make sure that the driver's okay. Yeah, pity there for the number 17. I'm sure it's Mimi Leroux there. Yeah, it's a Wayne Spicer Mimi Leroux car. I don't know if it's, I think it's Mimi Leroux Mimi Leroux that started the race. Pity, because that's quite a big shunt. I don't think that car will be back. But okay, see, that's what happens here in the 200 lap number. Let's just go to the top here. 24, and we've got our first safety car. The one thing a safety car will do to people is, especially for the front runners, remember, you're not allowed to overtake, but you can bunch up. So there's our safety car. They did pick up our leader now, Mel and his spur, but the guys behind them, they can all bunch up. But as you can see, two Honda Ballards coming in. Louis Coles is saying, hey, O'Sullivan, Rob Clark, what are you doing? Looks like Louis was exiting the pit, but O'Sullivan, that's O'Sullivan there with the green overalls. He's getting out of the car. He's might be too early for a driver change, but they're doing their compulsory pit stop. So as you can see, driver out, cleaning the windscreen. Oh, but it does look like Rob Clark is going to jump in. Oh, and just in front of them, it's Louis Coles. So Louis Coles also in for a pit stop. So yes, some of the guys now would have decided, listen, safety car, let's just do it. So as you can see, mechanic working now, manually taking the wheel off. The driver will be outside of the car. There they just refueling, especially on the refuel. Driver has to be out of the car, and remember they have to be stationed now for 5 minutes. So we're watching the Louis. Didn't take a lot of fuel there, but that should be Louis. Okay, well, they're just topping it up. They're just doing it's just a strategic play, if I can put it that way, from Louis Coles. He was running at that point. He was running 7th before that pit stop. So we'll see now what happens here after the pit stops. But it's not a bad time to come in under safety car conditions. So there, tire went off. Yeah, you can put it back on. You only have to take it off and on. But you've got 5 minutes to do everything. 5 minutes for outside the driver, clean the windscreen, take a wheel off, put it back on, and any refueling if you need to. So good stuff here by the number 777. That's Louis Coles in the Honda Civic Car Care Clinic. And in the meantime, we're still under safety car conditions. There's the recovery team. Yeah, as we saw today, people. Yeah, it is definitely Mimi. It's getting out of the car. The driver's okay. That's always our main concern. Thumbs up there from Louis. All good. Still early days. Yeah. We've gone a long time already, but it's only 25 laps. So yeah, Louis working the rest there a bit. As you can see, the guys will just go slowly past the incident now. But like I was saying, we saw earlier today, turn number 1, you get it wrong there. Most of the time, actually, if you just put a wheel on the outside of turn 1, it shoots you back into the inside. Then 9 times out of 10, you'll hit that tire barrier wall on the inside. And that's unfortunately what happened to Mimi Leroux there. So they'll recover that car. As you can see, some gravel, change of surface there on the track. They'll sweep it up. The marshals will do their job. And yeah, some of the guys, like I said, use this opportunity to make a pit stop. In the meantime, it's still Mel Spur out in the front. 25 laps completed. Tiaan van Rooyen, Ernest Heather, Lindsay Kleur, Wimpy Raman, Freckleton, Troy Starr, Johan Willemse, Ashton David. So top 9 is. So there's 1 or 2 guys that did opt to come into the pits. They're obviously dropping down a bit, but remember, if you're one driver like Louis Coles, that could be. Okay, let's go down to Michael Sullivan.
Mike, first part endurance race started in the light, went into the dark. Now there's a safety car. How was it for you?
Oh, it's wonderful. Having a great time. The car's behaving. It's doing everything proper. Just looking forward to the end. It's going amazing. Thank you.
Are you going to be doing another stint or?
No, Rob's taken over. He's going to go to the end.
Okay, well, good luck to the team.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, so we heard from Michael Sullivan there. But just one point now, and look, I must just double check maybe with my backroom team now from the rules, because that's not 28 laps. Michael Sullivan, he says Rob Clark is going to go to the end, but he hasn't done 28 laps. Is that now outside of the rules? I think so. Okay, yeah, so they're cutting it fine there. There's a certain percentage of laps a driver has to do. 33%, 30% or so. So because they're going to be lapped quite a few times, it might be okay. So Mark is giving to Rob, and there could be more safety cars, and we'll see. Okay, number 156 into the pit. They're doing a pit stop. Just get to that. That is a Dean Parker. Andriette van Wyk. There's another lady. There's quite a few ladies in the race as well. Pity that we lost Mimi Leroux now, but the Dean Parker car, the Alfa Romeo Giulietta, in the pits for a pit stop. Yeah, we're still behind safety car conditions here. It's going to take them a little while. For some of the drivers, not a bad thing. Gives you a chance just to reset, relax a bit, take a bit of a rest. Because, people, racing mentally and physically is very hard. You have to, especially at nighttime now, nighttime race. Although you'll know this track like the palm of your hand, but it takes lots of concentration. And the longer you go, you do get tired, you do lose a bit of concentration. So the guys and gals will take a bit of a rest. There we can see, it looks like the lady's going to jump in there, number 156. So they're doing a compulsory there. So that's going to be, I think, Andriette van Wyk. Yeah, Andriette van Wyk. Just talking to Dean Parker there. Or was it Andriette that got out? We'll have a look, see. But they're doing a driver change there. There you can see now the cars going through the S's. Behind this safety car, Pretoria Toyota safety car. Just remember, under the safety car conditions, the laps do still tick by, but we've only done 26. They go by just a bit slower. 26 laps, still miles per. But there's the guys. You've got 5 minutes. You could take nice and easy to do that tire change. No rush really, as long as you do it within the 5 minutes. You don't want to be stationary longer than 5 minutes also. As you can see, yellow flag, safety car still out. 56 laps to go, 27 completed, Melspur leading, and it's our first safety car of the night. There we go, everybody. Thanks for everybody that joined us on the live feed and at the racetrack. It's all happening here. It's the ATS Zwartkops 200 Digit FMS 111 Sports and Saloons, including Super Hatch for the Zwartkops 200 kilometer. Just a small little breather here while they're under safety car conditions, and like I said, 1 or 2 cars into the pits for a compulsory pit stop. Cars on the lead lap. It looks like there's about 6 cars on the lead lap. It's Melspur, Tiaan van der Rooyen, Ernest Heather, Lindsay Kleur, Wimpy Raman, Freckleton. They're all on the lead lap. As you can see, some refueling going. Driver not allowed to be inside the car when they do refueling. There's the Joshua de Toy car. Don de Ballada from Trans Africa Racing still out after they had a problem earlier, but got resolved very quickly. Back on the track and back racing. Just look at that, the wonderful view.
Andriette.
Say again?
Andriette.
Yeah.
Andriette, yeah.
Andriette, you're going for the second stint. Dark is a safety car at the moment. How's the car going? What did your teammates say? Give us some feedback.
So we have a game plan for the endurance. It's our first endurance of both of us. So we're just gonna keep it on track, take it nice and easy, full push, no risk. So yeah, but he says the car's feeling good, but I'm excited.
So just bring it home, drive safe.
Just bring it home. That's it.
Well, good luck.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Henriette. Yeah, that's a good strategy, I think, Henriette. Bring the car home. You never know what happens. So Dean Parker says the Alpha's going well. Henriette will jump into the car now after their pit stop, and all they want to do is bring it home. Yeah, you bring it home, you've got a chance. Okay, it looks like turn one. Things are looking good there. They're just obviously looking at the tire barrier. There we go. Henriette is excited for a stint. And thanks for talking to us. So Dean Parker will just help her get strapped in there. And as she said, it's their first endurance. It's an awesome experience, people, to do endurance race. If you ever get the opportunity, you know, it's not all just raw speed and pace. It's about bringing it home. You want to bring it home. A little bit of team play, strategy. Oh, as you can see, there's quite dark out. There's a more true reflection of what it looks like outside. We've got some spotlights out on the track, but I can only give so much light because it's quite dark. Yes, as a driver, you know the track off by heart, you know, but it's a bit tricky at night. Your brake markers, you know, your depth perception changes a lot. And there we can see just the safety car, the lights are blazing on the safety car. And Melspur, she'll be sitting there, just they'll have a strategy up. But too early for them to do a driver change. I'm sure maybe the next window. We've completed 28 laps now. 28 of the 83. Remember, halfway is about 40. But it won't be a bad idea now for these cars with the two drivers that's doing driver changes. If you get a safety car maybe again, that'll be a very good time to do a compulsory pit stop. You lose a lot less time. But just a running order at the top: Melspur, Tiaan van der Rooyen, Ernest Heather, Lindsay Kleur, Wimpy Raman, Freckleton, Troy Starr, Johan Willemse, Ashton David, and Elke van Vledder there. So the Batmobile up into 10th. Elke obviously sharing with Henry, husband there. See Dumisano and Ishmael Peck car, they're up to 11th. Billy Cock, Barendenen cars up to 12th. Okay, we're still under safety car conditions. I think not long to go. We'll have a look, see when those lights go out. Then these guys and gals will be ready to go racing again. But like I said earlier, the nice thing about a safety car for the front runners, you can bunch up. So Tiaan is now right behind Mel again. Ernest behind Tiaan. Lindsay Kleur, Wimpy, they're all close and they can keep in touch with each other. Yeah, almost 6 o'clock now. We've done 29 laps. So we're still way off halfway. Yeah, that was our first safety car. Sure, we're going to see, we'll have one or two more. But all the teams, they've got their plans, and you'll have a plan A, B, C, maybe, depending on how early or late the safety car came out. But we saw definitely earlier Michael Sullivan and Louis Coles and the Ballardas. They came in early. They did their pit stops. Michael Sullivan gave over to Rob Clark. Just going to have a look, see now. Where did Louis Coles after the pit stop is 15th. And Rob Clark after the pit stop now 18th. So Rob Clark, they actually lost one position. Louis Coles, he actually gained one position. So that's from his starting position. He was a little bit, he was closer to 7th overall. But he's doing well there in the Honda Civic car, Clinic car. And he's in Class B there. Here's our view from Melspur. Safety car still out, lights still blazing. So also now as a racing driver, you're sitting there, you're thinking, when is the safety car period going to end? As you come through turn one, you'll have a squish to your left, have a look, see, have they recovered the car, have they fixed the tire wall? And yeah, remember you're not allowed, in these rules also, you're not allowed to have radio communication, you can only do it by pit board signals. And you're not allowed to have timing devices to see what lap times you're doing. The lap times, everybody's safe. Mel Spur had a best lap time of 1:12.4 earlier. So yeah, all happening here. As I see Greg returns. But Greg, we had a safety car. First safety car for quite a few laps. So yeah, I knew it was going to happen. Well, it happened quite early in the play. But some of the guys did go into the pits. But we're still under the safety car condition. Completed 30 laps here. Mel Spur still leading. Yeah, unfortunately, Mimi Leroux had a big moment in turn 1 into the tyre barrier. That brought us our safety car. One or two of the guys.
I actually just saw her downstairs.
Yeah.
Just had a chat to her and she said she's all okay. She's got a little bit of a wrist injury. I think that's where the steering wheel might have caught her because it's her first big crash she's ever had in motorsport. So pity for her and also pity for Wayne Spicer, her teammate. But more importantly, the driver's okay.
Yeah, no, that's the most important, yeah. And we've already had 1 or 2 guys that now gone in for their compulsory pit stops. They've opted for that. So they're taking their chances. But I mean, look here, Greg, 30 laps completed of 83, still a lot of laps.
Yeah.
And I predict at least one more safety car.
Okay. I'm not going to go against you because you seem to have the winning formula right now. Safety car's coming in though. Safety car's in, so we're back under green conditions and Mel Spur lights the tyres up to get a little bit of traction, trying to get away from this field. She's got no rear lights on that car by the looks of things. She's got front lights but no tail lights. So
I don't know what the rules say about rear lights.
Brake lights are working, so brake lights work. It doesn't say anything about the tail lights exactly, but it is quite dangerous in a race like this not to have any tail lights because sometimes you can come up on that car in a dark area and you might not see it.
I almost think your rear lights have to work. I don't know if she's got a fog light button there or something.
Something has to go into that car for sure.
That could cost you, you know.
So Tian van Rooyen's still in second place by the looks of it, and it's Heather and Visser who moved up to third. Lindsay Kleur and his teammate, of course, is Mauro Deleuze. Wimpy Rahman and Marius Truter, Freckleton and Drickus Duplessis, Troy Starr and Jared Rousseau. And in fact, the top 10 cars are all split by cars that are sharing drives between 2 drivers. There's no single drivers other than Tian.
Yeah. And like I said, what the safety car period did gave the front runners on the lead lap all chance to bunch up again. So Tian could try and stay there with Mel Spur. 2 of the guys that opted to do a pit stop under that safety car was Louis Scholes and then Michael Sullivan already gave way to Rob Clark. I know you have to do about 30% of the race. So for Michael Sullivan, Rob Clark's touch and go, but they should be okay. Because it was 25 laps when they came in and did a driver change. But we worked it out. If you're doing 83 laps, you have to do 28 laps to have your 30% per rider, minimum.
It might be 30% of the time though, as opposed to the laps.
Yeah.
So that'll be okay. Should be able to fit in there. Yeah, race distance completed 33%.
33%, yeah.
There we go.
But that's what I want to see, Greg.
There's it.
There's a fire. A bright place fire.
I do like a little braai on the sideline there. Are you boys enjoying yourselves out there? Ah, that's my man. Well done. Yeah, let's just do the steaks medium rare for me, please. Just bring it up to the commentary tower when you're done. That'll be amazing.
Listen, you see, that's a Pretoria boy. It's cold, but he's wearing 2 short pants.
2 short pants and a long sleeve t-shirt. That's all good. But he's right by the fire. That's why he's not worried. He says, I'm warm by the fire.
But yeah, good to see some of the people still stuck around for the Zwartkops 200. But yeah, Greg, awesome stuff. Like I said, it does change. It will change. But at this stage, Mel Spur just pacing herself.
Just pacing herself before she hands over to Vota at their allocated time, which will probably be about the halfway stage of the race. They'll probably look to do their driver change, unless, of course, there's another safety car and that gives them a window of opportunity to capitalize on a safety car. Mel under a bit of threat there from the outside by the looks of things, or was that coming up on a back marker, just getting through on the back marker? I think it was getting through on a back marker. Yes, it was. What was it, Tian? No, that was Tian. That was Tian for position. That was...
Oh, that's Tian right behind Mel there. Yes?
That's Tian right behind Mel, and Tian attacking Mel as well to try and find a way through. Paulie, you got something for us in that year? Okay, so that could be a bit of a problem there for Mel. because the rules say they have to have one front headlight and fully operational tail lights and brake lights.
Yeah.
The brake lights are working for sure, but there are no tail lights on that car.
And if your wall lights aren't working, what's the penalty for that, I wonder?
I don't know. That's the thing. It's a rule from the start. So it might be a black and orange flag, and then once you've got them fixed. So they might have to give that car a black and orange flag, and that'll mean that Mel's got to bring that car in to have it fixed. Maybe they're waiting. No, they can't.
Yeah, but remember,
they haven't been given a black and orange flag yet, though. So they have to get that orange flag first.
Once the COC or they pick up on it, they're going to give them that flag, and that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. There you can see, great opportunity to see exactly how the wheel change has to happen. It has to be done with manual tools, not with power tools.
I was going to say, if we get any safety car now, Greg, most of the guys will do their pit stop.
For sure.
They'll opt for it. You know,
Yeah,
it'll be a good time.
It'll be the option to get in there and get it done.
But yeah, so we'll have to keep an eye on that one. But that could be a problem for the Melspur Voterus car. I mean, the rules are the rules, as we can see. But Tiaan van Rooyen now, he's staying there. He's actually putting a bit of pressure on Melspur. Maybe, you know, he wants to push them into something.
Try and push for a little bit of stake. Try and catch her out maybe with a bit of lights in the rearview mirrors. It's certainly a tactic that's working in some of the Polo Cup and Super Cup races that I've seen so far this year. They put their lights on, and as they come up onto the driver they're trying to attack, they'll just flash their lights just to sort of catch the driver's attention and let him try and miss his braking point. And at that point, maybe you capitalize on a mistake.
Yeah, or at that point,
it's certainly a tactic that could come into play, but it's not going to come into play there with Tiaan. Tiaan's going to try and fight it and attack on common ground.
Yeah, I wonder if Mel will know that Tiaan is behind her. Maybe because they're doing the same pace. But Tiaan's definitely trying to put the pressure there on Mel. So this stage now, 35 laps completed. There's the Wimpy Raman car. Checking his phone, maybe. Oh, they're just checking the time.
Just a heads up in terms of the fueling, you can see it has to also be done via a siphon pipe. It can't be put in on an electric fueling rig. It has to be done either poured in or siphoned in. Gravity fed is what they would normally say it's going to be done.
Yeah, not electric, but you can have a
siphon pipe. Yeah.
Or the rig, as long as it just flows, but not electric.
Yeah, it can't be electric one.
Wonder if that team is aware of the real light situation. But we'll keep an eye on that and see what happens with that situation.
Well, that looked like it was Keith and Monkeys into turn one there. Don't know if he's been in yet or not, and handed over to Des. Here's Louis Scholz making his way through there on the 42 car. It's of course Willemse and JP Nokia. Louis' brake discs.
Yeah, there's some brake. Nice to see them light up a bit. Well, Louis, when he came into the pits earlier, also they did do a top up. Didn't take a lot of fuel. I wonder if he's got enough fuel in that car to push till the end, because he can go to the end now. I want to see how some of these guys who opted for early pit stops, compulsory, how it works out, towards the end there, Greg.
Well, this is Lindsay Kleur handing over to Mara Deleuze. Lindsay out the car now. Mara about to get in, just waiting for the refueling to be finished. The driver has to be out of the car while it's refueled. And then once it is refueled, the driver that got out the car has to clean the windscreen as well. So it's just a little fun aspect that they throw into this little race.
Yeah, so just quickly, the cars we lost Piet Potgieter unfortunately on the first lap.
Hold tight, let's catch up with Lindsay.
First part of the race, went into the dark. How's the car feeling? How did you go?
Sorry, I didn't quite hear you, but the first part of the race went quite nicely. It gets a little tricky in the dusk. It's actually slightly better when it's completely dark. And then obviously the safety car came out, and we did quite a few laps under that. But for me, my job's done. I'm handing over to the youngster now.
Well, good luck for the second part of the race.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
So Lindsay Kleur hanging over to Mara Deleuze now to finish up that race. See if he can get the car a little bit higher up than what it is right now. Probably try and get it back up into the top 10 if possible. He's down in 14th place at the moment.
Yeah, Lindsay was saying that dusk period was very difficult. But I was just saying that the cars we've lost now. Okay, I see Ewald van Rensburg did not start. Piet Potgieter lost on the warm-up lap. Christopher Gerber.
He came out and then went back in, out, came back in.
And then unfortunately Johan van Heerden. Ishmael Balou, we saw the problem on the Honda. And then Maris Leroux as well. Teammates there. And then the Mimi Leroux, unfortunately, that hit the tyre barrier. Now Dean Parker, Andriette van Wyk. Andriette, we had a nice interview with her, Greg. It's her first endurance. She's exciting. So her strategy, just bring the car home. This is a good strategy.
That's not a bad strategy to have.
Whatever you do, bring it home, anything can happen. But good to see quite a few females in the race as well.
It is great to see. Women in motorsport is definitely growing in a big way. Just saw both Chloe and Morgan Jacobs Chloe Stewart and Morgan Jacobs on the podiums overall at the prize giving that I just attended to give out the prizes. So there's certainly some great racing action coming from our ladies in this country, and they are getting faster and faster. There is the official clock on the watch there. Has to go to 5 minutes before that car can go. So just standing by for 1 more minute to go. 5 minute minimum. Now, so he can leave in about 45 seconds time because it'll give him the 5 minutes as he exits the pit lane.
I
wonder from entering pit lane to exiting pit lane, the 5 minutes has to be part of it. But I think most of the teams will hold them for 5 minutes.
But I'm saying, I wonder how many of these guys actually took that in consideration. You don't want to take a chance there. I think you can send the guy 5 seconds.
Look, I think teams like Nathan's Motorsport would know that and would definitely be aware of the fact that they can send them out a little earlier. So stand by for that car to roll and make its way back onto track. But you know what? Spending that extra 15 seconds, is it really going to be a major factor? No. Unless you're fighting for the lead where there's only 15 seconds in it, different story. But if you're in that mid-pack, rather take the 5 minutes, don't chance it, and get the full 5 minutes in pit lane, stopped, and then get back out on track. Mara Deleuze in Lindsay Kleur's car now, making his way back onto the circuit as Mal Spur heads up towards turn 5.
Yeah, rather be safe than sorry. We're getting closer to the halfway mark, Greg, with Mal Spur now on 39 laps. And Tiaan van der Rooyen still there, Freckleton. Those three are on the lead lap. Ashton Davis there, Troy Starr, Johan Willemse, Elke van Vledder.
A good run there from Ashton David and Bilal Ahmed. They're in that GR Yaris, the Toyota GR Yaris. So Gazoo Racing represented in this category as well. And taking over from, of course, the cars that are built for the Gazoo Racing Cup. The GR SA Cup that runs at the National Championship. That's in 2 weeks' time, of course, down at the Aldo Scrimanti circuit. That Audi came out with a big puff of smoke, Bert. Did you see that?
The other thing I want to say,
T1, it's Foster, Quinton Foster, I think his name is.
The 007 car.
007 car. Yeah, massive plume of smoke out of the back of it there going into turn 1.
Yeah. The other reason I think Tiaan van der Rooyen might be sticking with Mal Spur, their tactic could be when they go in, we go in.
Yeah.
Maybe that's their strategy.
And maybe wait to see if they've realized that, as Paul said in our ears, that the timing starts from as you cross the beam coming into pit lane to as you exit the beam going out of pit lane.
Yeah. So we'll see. I think that's at this stage you see.
Oh, safety car. I think that's for the Audi. I can tell you right now.
Okay, great.
Spot on in terms of saying the Audi has broken down on the exit of turn 1.
We'll see a lot of pit stops here.
There was a massive plume of smoke out of that Audi as he came out of the exit.
There's going to be action now in the pit lane. This is now time. Those, believe me, those who haven't stopped. This
Gareth
is the time.
and Ivan, stand by because you're about to get busy.
Pit stops, driver changes, it's all happening here.
As soon as that safety car starts to roll, we'll know Mal's coming along. They'll try and pick up on Mal Spur if they can as they exit pit lane. Just have a look on the left-hand side. This is Mal going through turn 4.
No, that's Mark
it's Mark. Sorry, it's Mark du Toit, beg your pardon.
Yeah, Mark du Toit now jumped into
Josh's car.
Also, the Joshua car. They had a small problem earlier. He pulled off the circuit, Joshua du Toit, but immediately went back. Okay, Ernest Heather, that car's in the pits.
He'll be handing to Jonathan Visser to take over and take it to the finish line. They've come in probably at an ideal time because they could possibly get out before the safety car even gets the lead car under its control.
Greg, I think Mel Spur's gone into the pit. Yes.
Yeah.
Mel Spur into the pits.
in.
Tiaan van der Rooyen stayed out. This one's going to be interesting to watch.
All right, so Mel climbs down to the car now. Just trying to pick up on our onboard camera if we can hear any comments there from Mel, but I'm sure Gareth will go down to pick up on some of those comments. Did he pick up on the lead car?
I'm
Not
sure
quite.
Tiaan van der Rooyen's going to come in. They have to.
Oh, they have to. If he stays out too long, he's going to be caught out with traffic in the way, and traffic in the way is not ideal. So I thought it might be the Audi, but the Audi's there. Oh no, it's Keith and Mikey's. It's Mikey's. It's Keith and Mikey's who's got out of shape, I think, on the inside of the track there. That's where the incident is, out of turn 4.
Oh.
It's on the
'cause
inside of
there's
the
our
track
medical
into
car
turn 4. So Mel's car getting refueled. Mel helping Vote to get into the car. I'm sure we'll get a chat with her as soon as she's finished doing all her official duties.
Well, at this stage, Tiaan staying out. He's done
Oh
for.
yeah, that's the reason why. Pulling Voter out while they refuel. They couldn't refuel while he was in the car. I do like the fact they've got Keegan Nathan, the fire marshal there. He's standing by in case anything goes wrong. That's a good idea. So Vote's just waiting for them to refuel the car before he climbs in. Okay, we'll trust Mel. She says it's full. Is it full, Mel? Just want to check because she can probably hear me on the PA system. So let's get in close there once she's finished, and maybe she can pick up a comment from her to see how things have gone initially there for Team Origin Oil and Nathan's Motorsport. Meanwhile, safety car stays out. If you can spot it there in the glare.
Tiaan van der Rooyen, their strategy don't come in yet. Kijk, it is we're basically halfway now. So there is a good chance of another safety car.
How cool is this? Our reverse angle camera now is now into the light saving mode. So we go into negative mode on the camera, so we get a little bit extra light on it.
Yeah, Bouterus jumping in. So during this period now, Tiaan van der Rooyen, Troy Star, Elke van Vledde, Mel Spur, Bouterus has gone down to 4th. Louis Coles back up to 5th, you see. So yeah, it's this is really the time actually now that this endurance race get interesting, Greg. Very interesting.
Just interesting to see where Tiaan is in the queue, because I don't think he's the car behind the safety car.
Yeah,
he's not.
They should have picked him up, but
it's Mikey's who's behind him there. So I don't think it was Keith and Mikey's who was on the inside of that track who got out of shape. I thought it might be, but Keith and Mikey's is behind the safety car. He's right behind the safety car. So apologies there to Mikey's and to Des Blum. But from the shot that we had, it looked like it was the Renault that was on the inside of turn 4, between 4 and the exit road. I don't know if we can pick up on that car just on the right-hand side there to see exactly who it is. Or maybe just pick it up on the timing monitor, who's dropped off on the bottom there. Let's see if we can see who's at the bottom of the list, who could be in trouble there. Fab is out, Van Heerden's out. So
no, we up to there.
So it could be... It's not Costa, because Costa's too far back. I'm not sure who it is, but because we're not seeing laps tick away there. I would have to say it possibly might be Quinton Costa. But he's in the Audi, so he's in third place there, so he's still circulating. So it must be Dean Parker and Henriette van Wyk, or Wimpy Rahman and Marius Tuta.
Didn't look like a... I don't think it's Henriette van Wyk. Didn't look like an Alpha.
Here's Mel. Let's find out how things are gone.
So Mel, first part of the race, from the light into the dark. How's the car going? How are you feeling?
Well, you catch me at my best, so thanks for that, guys. Thanks, Dave, for calling this. It's superb out there. It's actually lots of fun. I only wanted to do 37 laps. I see I did like 2 or 3 more, but I actually felt I could have done more for a change. Lots of fun, a little bit greasy. A few guys who sadly, under the safety car, just didn't grasp it, but I haven't given Dota much brakes or rubber, so I hope he's going to do the best he can with it.
And the car going perfect, yeah?
That car is, let me not jinx it.
Yeah. Still a little while to go. Where are you guys lying?
I'm pretty sure we were still leading. I'm living in hope we were, and that's where we got to keep it. That's all that matters right now.
Good luck.
Thank you, guys.
So, on the paperwork, they're still leading, but they're in 5th place on the road at the moment, now that Wouters back on track. But it means that Tiaan van Rooyen, Troy Stark and Jared Rousseau, the Bat family, Alka and Henry van Vletter, and Louis Scholz still have to pit. They've not pitted yet.
No, Louis Scholz has pitted.
Louis has pitted.
Louis pitted earlier.
Okay, so how far back is he compared to Mel? Let's have a look and see as they come across the line. We'll see exactly what the gap is between Mel and Louis.
Well, Wouter now behind the wheel,
Wouter behind the wheel now.
There's it cost.
All right, so it's JP Nokier's car. It's JP Nokier, and he's piloting with Johan Willemse. It's Willemse and Nokier that were the car that were in trouble.
I remember Louis Scholz did come in earlier, but we'll just see the gap there.
Pit stop then. Definitely been in for his pit stop, Louis.
Yeah.
Okay, so the fight is basically on now between Louis and Mel, or Louis and Wouter.
Yeah, but without saying it too loud, I see the Audi, the 007, also doesn't have any rear lights. I mean, surely someone's going to pick up on it.
Car diving into pit lane.
We're just waiting
for
this
try and capitalize on this last part of the safety car scenario. That looks like it might be the Beamer. It is
71. Yeah, the timing's just gone away for a bit, but safety car conditions.
We're still under safety car for now. Also just getting confirmation that Des is in the car for Keithan from his missus. Thank you, Shah. So Des in the car to finish up. Looks like is that the Bat lady handing over to Batman, or is it the other way around? I don't know who got out that car first. I think it might be the Bat lady. I think Elka's going to get into the car now. And Henry's handing over to her because he looks like he's trying to help her out with the kit being put on.
Okay.
As they
timing's
refill the
back
car.
now, so I want to have a look here.
Yeah, as I said, so the fight, Elka and Henry are in now. So they're going to lose a lap to Mel and Louis. Troy and Tiaan's in as well. Right,
It
so
looks-
it should shuffle by the next time the safety car comes across the line.
Yeah. But the one thing we can have a look at, Louis Scholz and Wouter Roos, although they're different classes, but it looks like there's one lap difference.
So Wouter's got to catch Louis and pass him again.
But I think he will be able to catch it. Okay, Tiaan's in now, Greg.
Yeah, saw that.
So they waited
The
quite
only
a long
car that
time
hasn't
to
come in
do
yet
it.
then is Troy Starr and Jared Rousseau, unless he's in right now and we're not seeing him. Are we back under green?
I wonder why Tiaan and them waited so long.
We're back under green.
Because now we're under green and then the pits.
Yeah, exactly. They're
that's
going
not
to
good.
lose
Yeah,
chances here. This is where Wouter's going to make up that lap.
Yeah.
And he's right on the back of Louis Scholz's car. Look at that. So there goes the Car Care Clinic Honda, and right on the tail is the Polo of Mal and Voti, with Voti at the wheel.
I don't know if Tiaan and them waited for a fuel window there, but they waited too long to come in. They came in the end of the safety car, and that could be detrimental for the race, but we'll keep eye on that.
Tiaan's got about 30 seconds to get out before these cars come and pass him, and it's going to take about 30 odd seconds for them to get to where he comes out of pit lane.
But he has to wait for 5 minutes, remember? So we don't know how long he's been in.
Yeah.
If you
His
look at the
current
lap
lap time is
difference,
4:40, but because it's 5 minutes in pit lane that he has to be in there for, and they're still doing the wheel change, he's going to lose the lead here.
he could lose a lap or two here, Greg. So we'll have to talk to them later, but I wonder why they left that call for so late. It could only be a fuel window. The only thing that can stop you there is a fuel window.
All right, well, here they come. He's about to lose the lead. Louis Scholz about to take the lead of the race. With Keith and Monkeys on his tail, Wouter Roos not too far behind.
Well, okay.
It's Des Bloem, I beg your pardon, sorry.
It's one lap now. Next time around there, Tiaan's still on the lead lap, but next time around, Louis Scholz will then take the lead from Wouter Roos. So at this stage, so Louis made a good call earlier on to come in, but now Louis Scholz and Wouter Roos at this stage, that's where the dust is at this stage, but Greg, we're only 44 laps in.
Tion's timing might be right here, actually. Keep an eye on Tion. If he gets out before these two cars come through, he could have timed
one lap
that,
is 1
pit stop
minute
to perfection.
13. I'm sure he's only about 3 to 4 minutes. His pit window.
We need to keep an eye on that car in pit lane, that's for sure, to see how close they are to letting him go.
Yeah, once he exits.
Voter closing in on the back end here of the top two, which at this stage is on the road. Voter Roos, I beg your pardon, Louis Scholz and Des Blum, and then Voter Roos. As I said, I don't know if Troy and Jared Rousseau have pitted. I didn't see that. I don't know if you saw it.
Greg Voter?
We don't have an indication to see when those cars have been in.
See, there we go.
The timing monitor.
There we go.
Louis got it.
Louis.
There we go.
Voter is only 5 seconds behind Louis. But see now Tion's dropping down. They waiting. Yeah, they
waiting for the 5 minute bracket.
They came in a minute too late. 1 lap too late. At this stage. Okay, it's early, but at this stage. But like I said, maybe they were forced into it. He's actually going to go a lap down almost. The thing is, I'm just watching that gap now. Louis Scholz to Voter. Well, Mel said she left in no tires and brakes.
Have a look at Mara. Mara Deleuze going through on the inside of Louis Scholz up towards turn 5. Tion waiting to go. Okay, he's good to go.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Go.
Tion's going to come in about 7th place there if he comes out right now. They're sending him on his way.
Lost a few seconds there as well.
Yeah, he did.
So just at this stage, I must say, not a great pit stop there by Tion van der Rooyen. That could cost him. They were leading, but we'll see how it plays out. I think they left it a bit late. They could have come in 2-3 laps earlier.
I think so too. They would have kept the lead of the race if they'd done that.
Surely when you see that safety car and it's within your window, like I said, unless the fuel forced them a few more laps. That's the only thing but they did 44 laps. Yes,
standing by with the bat lady down in pit lane. Let's catch up with her.
Okay. Endurance race, you started in the lights, ended in the dark. How was your stint and how's the car going?
Oh, very good. I really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. It's a pity we had a lot of safety car laps, so I couldn't just play my car through all those laps. But good fun. The car's reliable, revving well, brakes are good, the lights are good, and hand it over to Henry now, so we'll see what he can do and if the car stays fit and whole.
Excellent. Well, good luck for the rest of the race.
Thank you.
Well, the dark night's normally good in the night, so let's see what he can do, Batman. Jared Rousseau about to be sent on his way. Just waiting for the timing monitor to tell him that he can go. So Troy Starr has now handed over to Jared to finish this one up. And they'll send him out. So that means everybody has pitted. There shouldn't be anybody else out there that has not pitted yet, which Louis Scholz has got a 5-second advantage over Voter Roos. Tion van Rooyen's dropped back to about a lap behind by the looks of it at this stage. Probably be a little bit less than a lap because by the time he crosses the line, it'll be a minute or so behind the top two.
That Louis Scholz has now opened that gap up to 7 seconds. So, well, we heard Mel did say she used the tires and the brakes. Voter will just get into his rhythm for now. Remember, bring it home. You want to bring it home. But at this stage, looking good for Louis Scholz, but still long to go. I want to see if Tion van der Rooyen can make a plan. If I can see he's doing good lap times. Maybe they realize that they've got some catching up. But we've got someone in pits.
Yeah, that's Troy Starr. Let's go and have a quick chat to him.
Troy, first part of the race, started in the lights, ended in the dark. How's the car going? How are you feeling? What's the story?
I'm feeling over the moon. The car is fantastic. It's performing well. The guys at ATS Motorsport did a good job with the car. Good pit stop. We were leading before I came in. Jared's gone out right now, so let's see. I think we're second now, but I think he can do it.
So it's still a long race. Anything can happen.
Anything can happen. It's a long race, and yeah, it was so much fun.
It's like, look at them. Let's cool you down real quick.
Well done.
Nice, Nathan getting involved there with the interview, just cooling his driver down, telling him to just take it easy, leave it in the hands of Jared now as we go on board with Jared, heading down towards turn 3, out of Cashel Corner. There's Tiaan van Rooyen, making his way through the traffic. Is he taking the lead there? He's taken a lap back there on Louis. He's got through on Louis. Yeah, he's ahead of Louis. He's got through on Louis there. So
he's
that's
a lap down.
the lap back on Louis. He's got to now try and get all the way around again and catch Louis again. So Tian's got a lot of work to do. Louis can just sit behind that car for the rest of the race and not have to worry about another thing.
Well, but if you look at the lap times here, Wouter's very chilled. Unless you can't go faster.
Probably can't go.
Louis got a good lap. Tian is pushing. Wouter's chilled, but maybe that's the car's pace at this stage.
If Louis just stays behind Tian for the rest of the race, he will still end up at the front and on the top step of the podium.
Louis now is actually staying there with Tian. Once Tian passed him, now he's staying there. But those brakes are working hard there.
Yeah. That brake disc lights up every time he climbs on the anchors into the corners.
Yeah, I must say, Greg, one thing about this race here, the brakes, it could be touch and go with some of the brakes, the guys. You don't know, to go 200 kilometers on the same set of brake pads, depending on how you use it, that could be hectic.
It's one of the reasons why they don't push it too hard at the start of the race, because they don't want to wear those brake pads and discs out too much. But you've also had a sprint race in these cars as well, so you've got to take into account that they would have worked hard in that sprint race for the 8-lapper earlier on in the day.
But surely everybody would have put a brand new set of brake pads.
Probably would have.
You start with a brand new set of brake pads, but brakes, believe me, is a factor, could come into play.
I don't think there's any doubt about that. So it's 50 laps up, 33 to go.
Yeah, so we'll watch those gaps. Yeah, Tian's got actually a lot of work to do if he wants to. He's unlapped himself, but to catch Louis again, it's going to be hard work. As you can see now, Louis is trying to just stay there with Tian. There's some work in the pits.
Certainly some work being done under the hood of this machine. Looks like it might be the Veyers Opel Corsa there. Oh no, it's not. It's Des Bloem. It's Des Bloem and Keith and Mikey's Renault Sandero.
Yeah, could be electrical there. He's fiddling there with the spark plug wires. In car with Jared or so. They 11th overall. We'll have a look at the classes a bit later.
Interesting to see what Jared's reaction is going to be like climbing out of this car, having spent the whole day in his Super Cup polo. He's slightly down on power compared to what he's done around this track so far today. But it's not stopping him from closing things down here and closing in the back markers rapidly. He's right onto the tailpiece of the Peugeot. The Peugeot is piloted by the Aldrichs. Gets through on them. Right behind him, I think that might be Dumisani and Ishmael Peck in the BMW. It is. Dumi and Peck fighting there with Jared Rousseau for position on track as well as position on the overall standings. And I think that'll probably be Ishmael Peck behind the wheel now. Dumi would have started the race and handed over to Boogeyman to finish the race.
I must say the Rob Clark car also looking good. He came in early for a pit stop. Marcus Sullivan gave over to Rob Clark and they're 4th overall. So good stuff. Louis Scholes leading and he's in class B. Melspur A, Tiaan van der Rooyen A, Rob Clark class C, Lindsay Kleur, you say it's Mauro Deleuze now behind the wheel.
Yeah, Mauro Deleuze.
And then Joshua Dutoy, Mark Dutoy, surely Mark is behind the wheel now.
Yeah. Jonathan Visser behind that car.
He's leading Super S class A, 6 overall, so looking good there. After that bit of a scare earlier.
They also took our advice from last year. Remember, we said it would be quite nice if they put the drivers in the order that they're going to drive on their entry list. And that's exactly what they've done, because every single one of those cars is now the right order. The starting driver is at the front, and the lady or man that's finishing will be at the back of that 2-driver lineup. other than Rob Clark and Mark O'Sullivan, who of course would not play the rules because they've been racing since 1970, so it doesn't appeal to them to stick to the rules.
Yeah, just having a look, see Dean Parker, Andre van Beek, shows they're in the pit. They're still running, just keeping my eye on that car. And Freckleton, Driekus du Plessis, must be Driekus behind the wheel now.
Maritz Leroux also into the pits as well, by the looks of things. And I think Mimi's car might be out for the rest of this race, along with Ishmael Malloy and Braden Kamp, Johan van Heerden, Chris Kerber, and Piet Potgieter. As we said, we lost him literally on the warm-up lap.
Yeah, I think Maritz also retired there, Greg.
Yeah.
15 laps in.
Yeah, it's all the way up to sort of Parker. No, it will be Freckleton and Driekus. That's our last car running.
Isn't it this Dean Parker?
I don't
Parker
think so.
and Andriette.
Or maybe, Parker and Henriette will be the last car on track.
Yeah, they're still running.
Yeah,
I think. Although it shows in pit.
and JP definitely out because they were the cars.
We'll have a look, see if we can find that car, that Alpha from Dean Parker and Andriette.
We'll keep an eye for it. It's the grey one with the white front bumper, I think, if I'm not mistaken.
It's an Alpha, I think. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna have a look, see if they.
Tian coming through on Rob Clark there. He's got away slightly from Louis now, so with traffic it's helping him get away from Louis, but I think Louis might be just rolling out ever so slightly and starting to nurse the car, realizing that we're into the final third of this race.
But I mean, I don't know if Louis will know where he was in relation to Tian. Yeah, and it'll be very difficult for him. He's just riding his own race. But like we said, Tian's got basically a whole lap to make up.
That's the Truter GR.
That's a red
Yaris.
car, yeah. Rob Clark.
With Louis on his tail. And now ahead of him into turn 2.
Well, Louis got actually 3 lights. He's got 2 fog lights there at the bottom working, so he's got enough lights.
The traffic, as I said, has certainly helped Tian out to get away, and a little bit of a gap there. There's almost the entire length of the back straight between Tian and Louis Scholz now.
And those Louis Scholz's brace discs really glowing, working hard.
I'm sure there must be some format of pit board that can put out just to give Louis an indication of where he is and what the gap is. I think they're allowed to
surely
use pit
their
boards,
team.
but they can't
They're allowed to use pit
they
boards.
can't
His
do
pit board
onboard communication.
will probably show him, give him some information. It's the Audi there with the one big light in the front. So Louis completed 55 laps.
Voto about to complete his 55th. And how far back is he? Across the line. He's now gone 12 seconds behind.
Well, Wouters, his lap times are better. So he's sped up a bit. Once he's in his rhythm now, I mean, the top 3 are basically doing the same lap times. Tian's still a little bit quicker. Also, Mauro de Luz doing good lap times.
And on board here with Vota, corner screen, you can see his onboard shot in the dark, and then the forward-facing camera shows you exactly what he's doing out on track to negotiate the conditions out there for the third running of the Zwartkops ATS 200. With the demise of Pekisa Freeway, of course, this is where this race used to be run, was the Pekisa 200. And unfortunately, with us not being able to use that circuit anymore, which is a sad state of affairs at the moment, gives us a chance to bring it here to Zwartkops, the home of Extreme Festival and Run, the Zwartkops 200 with ATS's backing.
Yeah, but it's awesome stuff to have it here at Zwartkops. As you can see, another car passing the Audi there.
The one thing I've got to say though about Pekisa's side of things is there were no floodlights for that race. They literally had a light at the start line so you could see the checkered flag, and other than that, when you're out on track, there was no lights at all, not even at the marshal points. It was very difficult to spot the marshal flags and stuff. I remember Jeff Kruger caught me with probably about 10 laps to go, and I didn't even know he was coming. And when he went up the inside, I got such a fright. But when he got past, I realized it was a quicker car, so I was like, okay, well, no problem. I followed him home. But it is pretty difficult. And even with the floodlights here, with Hermoinsa SA supplying us a little bit of lighting to the situation, still difficult conditions to drive in, because it's not full floodlights. And of course, some of these cars, as you said, have got lights, some don't.
Yeah, it's just you know this track off by heart. This track, if you've driven a few laps, you almost know it off by heart. Still in there with Wouter Roos.
Wouter's carrying on nicely there, I've got to tell you. Maintaining the sort of 14-15s, but then Louis sort of 14-15s as well. So not really any indication of that gap coming down as such. It was 12.7 on the last lap. Let's see if Wouter's been able to make up any ground here, knowing he's got about 30-odd laps to go. 14 seconds, so he's lost time on that lap.
And Tion's got hard work to do if he's going to catch Wouter. I mean, they're in the same class, so Tion's got a lot of work to do to catch Wouter. You'll have to push and push.
Guys, one thing I didn't mention, which I know that you've mentioned a few times, but it is a Class B car that's leading overall, with Louis Scott at the wheel.
Yeah, he's leading out, so... Wasn't it also last year, Louis came very close to the win? I know Louis was in there, and he was very close, so he did well last year as well.
Crosses the line, another lap completed there.
Greg, I think that Dean Parker, Andre Ed van Beek car is not running anymore.
So last car on track is going to be Freckleton and Drickus du Plessis.
Well, I must also double check, because they've been on 39 laps for a while. We'll just check if they complete any laps.
No, but if you look at that, it's 30 minutes gone past there, really.
Okay, but they're not in the pit, so...
Yeah, so that car's out.
Yeah.
So the last car on track is the Audi of Quinton Costa. That's the yellow one with the yellow windows. And he's down in 18th place.
Isn't this Freckleton and them in?
No, Freckleton is Drickus du Plessis' car. So he's out.
Oh, they're out?
Yeah.
Okay, so 18 cars, Quinton Costa, okay.
Keithan and Des Bloem's car is in pit lane at the moment. They were working on the electrical issue there on that Renault. Whether they got it sorted or not, we'll have to wait and see. Keithan and them are in the pits at the moment, so they're working on that car. Whether or not they can get it sorted, hopefully they can.
Yeah, some of the guys would love to just take the checkered flag later as well. Also, Greg, we're coming up to about 60 laps. And this is the time now where the guys will just go into try and bring it home mode.
Yeah.
Still 23 to
Survival
go after
mode.
that.
Yeah,
25 to
survival
go right about now.
Survival mode is the crucial part of this race. It's that last 10 laps that you start to hear noises that you don't know, that you don't recognize. Fisser is just looking pretty good at the moment, I've got to tell you. Could potentially catch the Detoys. It's only 1.7 seconds back on them, and he's got a much quicker car, I think, in that Polo than Mark's Trans-Africa Racing Honda Civic.
Yeah. But okay, if we look at the classes right now as it stands, okay, Louis Scholes Class B, Mels Wouter Roos Class A, Rob Clark Class C, Mark
Super
de Toy
H.
leading at Super H A, Ernest Heather B, Hendrik Venter, no, second is C, Domisane Class X, Aldridge Super H T2. Yeah, so it's still all to play for.
Yeah, no, there's still lots to play for there. And of course the index of performance is a big factor as well, which we don't have sight of until we get the results later on. Index of performance basically is your fastest lap time that's set by the quickest driver, and the ability of both drivers to try and stay as close to that fastest lap time throughout the 83 laps.
Yeah.
It's worked on a percentage.
Yeah. Okay.
How many times you can get as close to that lap time as possible and stay within the fast lap time.
Keeping my eye a little bit on that Wouter-Tiaan van Rooyen battle. I want to see what the gap is there when Tiaan goes over the line. Because Wouter's completed 60.
15 seconds behind Louis. Tiaan's on his way down there now. .49 seconds.
49.
Half a lap.
So it's coming down. It's coming down. That battle's going to go right down to the wire. And I think Tiaan knows it.
That's probably why he's pushing so hard. Getting through the traffic as rapidly as he can. Flashing lights on the slower drivers to warn them that he's coming.
Just like to know why they left their pit stop so late.
Yeah, 100%.
If they were forced into it or it was just a choice.
Maybe they just got the strategy slightly wrong.
Okay. Without now throwing anything around here, but
here we go.
If we get another safety car now, remember, that will close things up again. That a safety car
That's
could
exactly
change
the point.
everything up again.
That's why you don't stop pushing. You try and push as much as you can, because if a safety car comes out now, it's advantage the drivers in second and third.
Yeah, because it brings you
straight back
to the
into
lead,
contention. Depending on where you fit in the queue as well. I mean, they do try and pick up the lead car. It doesn't always happen though in a night race, because it's difficult to try and spot that and get the safety car out in time to pick up on the lead car.
But that's what makes this race interesting, Greg. I mean, right till the end, it's never nothing's final or set in stone till the end. Some blue flags waving there.
I'm glad you saw that. They didn't.
No, that yellow Audi knows he has to stay left.
That's Wouter going through on Mark into turn 1. Well, the brakes still seem to be there because there's a brake orange disc in that front right wheel. I don't know how much braking power it's got, but it's definitely still lighting up, and it's on the left as well. So he has got a brake disc in there. Whether or not the brake pads are working with the disc, according to Mal, there wasn't a lot left.
It just shows you how hot the disc gets, I mean,
and it's cool outside. It's not hot outside. It's not like a normal summer
day.
They're
going like 6 or 7 tenths now.
Yep.
They're not driving flat out, but the brakes are still hot, even there through turn 4.
And there's just a dab on the brakes through turn 4. Mark the toy through 4. There's Voti in the distance. Just climbs on the brakes into turn 5. Past AMG. Past the GR Academy. It's on the right hand side of our shot, and left hand side of your car if you're in the driving position.
Okay, so just a quick rundown of the positions here on lap 63. If someone's in the pit,
it's Ashton David handing over to Bilal.
Yeah, it's quite a late pit stop. But positions are Louis Scholes, Wouter Roos, Tiaan van Rooyen, Mauro de Luz, Rob Clark, Jonathan Visser, Mark de Toy, Charles Beyers, Jared Rousseau, Ismail Peck, Henry van Vleede, Maurice Trutte, Francis Aldrich, Suman Moodley.
Suman and Diane Moodley there. Also one of the top contenders in Super Hatch, but this is a late change here from the Toyota Gazoo Racing Yaris. Bilal Ahmed taking over there from Ashton. They're actually in 16th place at the moment, so not a bad little time there to come in. They're 7 laps down though, unfortunately. But I think in contention for a second place in Class X behind Dumi and Ishmael Peck.
So we still have, 17 or is it 18 runners?
It's 17 runners now, because I don't think Des Bloom has come back out again in the Renault.
17
It's
runners,
been there for a long
okay.
time. The 17 cars of the, 30 odd cars that started. So about a 50% attrition rate at this stage. Or just under 50%. At this stage, Louis doing everything to perfection. Just maintaining the 14s all the time.
Yeah,
It's
consistent
not
lap
allowing
times. That's
Voter
actually
to
what you
close
want to
that gap
do.
down.
To keep a good rhythm, consistent lap times.
Yeah, but also get
keep
through
it
the
there.
traffic unhindered. The time your traffic run. Because there's 4 cars that Louis got through in that last 2.5 corners, and he's got through with no problems and not having to come on the brakes at all. So it's allowed him easy access through the traffic. And that's also a big, big factor. Watch out.
Look now, Tian 46 behind Voter. He's not bringing that gap down big time now.
No, not at all.
His last few laps actually were a little bit slower than Voter.
Louis on the inside of the Toyota down into turn 2. Got the inside line, gets through. That's 1 done and 4 to go. 4 cars up ahead of him, still to be passed. One of them is Dumisani and Ishmael Peck by the looks of it. The other one might be the Golf 1. And I think that is Elka and Henry, yeah.
Now, if you're some of the leading cars now, all you praise those
There
slower
goes
cars. They see you in time, just make safe passes, overtakes.
Got through on Dumi, coming through now on, I think that's the Renault that's out there as well. I'm not sure who's in that Renault. There's another Renault out there. There are 2 Renaults, the Renault Clio. It's the Mudleys. Mudleys just gone past. I suppose with first race in the corner there, we can give them a final little shout out for their new products there. The Dime Performance Systems Incorporated parts that are being brought in now by First Race. They'll be available in about 4 weeks' time at First Race here. It's the stuff that's used by NASCAR and the NHRA drag racing and top fuelers. And they've got their Pro Spec quick release systems and Fatboy AN and ORB fittings that you can get in about 4 weeks' time there from First Race, one of our associate sponsors for this category. So big thanks to them for their assistance.
.66 laps down, Louis Skoll still leading out.
Have a look in the background as well. Check that little Mercedes Benz. All of a sudden the lights are on. I think Clint Weston might be watching from home saying, listen, whoever's at AMG Driving Academy, turn on the big rotating silver star. Or silver arrow, I should say.
Tian's got that gap down to 43 seconds behind
About 6
Voter, but it's
seconds.
slowly but surely running out of laps.
Yeah. 6 seconds in 6 laps though. So what have we got? 66 laps, 67 laps completed. So that's 20 odd laps to go still. 16 to go. My maths is not that good. Thanks, Paul. 16 means you've got 16 to 18. There's not enough time. I don't think he's got enough time to catch Voter.
Yeah, he's going to have to push hard, but yeah.
Depending on traffic, depending on safety cars, as you said. Right now, survival mode is done and dusted. It's now just listening in for anything that could potentially ruin your day. Hitting the apexes, hitting the brake points, getting through traffic, keeping your concentration levels up. There's the Alpha.
They back
on
out,
track.
yeah.
So the Alpha is back on track there.
So whatever they add, they back out. That's good to see. Henriette
and Dean Parker. It's a Giulietta, if I'm not mistaken, eh?
Yeah. Alpha Giulietta.
Here it is. White bumper, silver rear.
Yeah, so good to see them out there. Try and take the checkered flag if you can.
Is that Boogeyman? It is. I think Dumi's at the car then. So Ishmael Beloy is there and he's in to have a refuel. They've got a change up here again. So maybe Dumi's had enough and they're going to hand over now to the Boogeyman. Yeah, it is.
Ishmael Peck.
Ishmael's going to get in for the last part. So he must have started, handed to Dumi, and now Dumi's brought it in for him to finish. National Motorsport in Mzansi car there. Just going to top that car up, make sure it's got enough fuel to get it to the end.
But drops them down to second in Class X.
I think with Ishmael behind the wheel, he could potentially catch the second of those Class X cars. Vinny and Quarantine. Yeah, there he gets into the car.
Louis calls 69 laps. When you get into the 70s, you start counting down.
Yeah. "13 seconds to Vota. Vota's turned the wick up as well. He's brought it down by almost 4 seconds in those last 6 laps. So maybe Vota's decided, right, let's turn the wick up here and have a last-ditch effort. See if I can catch his good friend Louis Scholz up the road from him. It's the Batman behind them. Come out of turn 4. Followed by Rob Clark in the Honda. Jared Rousseau just ahead of them, actually. It's not a bad car for Vota to use as a target. Jared Rousseau is lapping pretty rapidly as well, I'd have to say. I think he's also sort of in the sort of 16s and 17s. In a car that he's probably not used to driving, but probably would have got used to it by now.
Tian pushing hard again now, doing 1 minute 13s.
Tian also trying to close that gap on Vota, that's why.
So those front boys, maybe they got some pit boards and they need to push a bit. Tian's got one last push here maybe to see if he can put any pressure. Also depending on the traffic they get.
Traffic now is not what you want.
70 laps down now, 70 by Louis Coles. Vota's 14.5 behind. And Tian's trying to push. But he won't have enough laps.
Yeah, he's running out of laps. He now needs a safety car. So does Vota. Safety car right now would play directly into the hands of Vota and to Tian van Rooyen for a last-minute sprint race between those 3 cars.
I almost think now we won't get a safety car. Must say that Mauro de Luz, he's pushing as well. He's putting in lap times. He's been the quickest on the track for the last few laps.
He's also made his way up into 4th place overall there for his team. This is Jared Rousseau getting past on Ishmael Beloy, or trying to.
Ishmael Peck.
Peck, I beg your pardon. I don't think Boogie was going to fight him too hard there. Now puts himself in the meat, in the sandwich between the 2 polos. Just for Vota to come alongside, squeeze through. Like I said, I think Vota's been using Jared as a target. Try and use that to sort of bridge your closing speed and the ability to close the gap down.
Yeah, the gap between Vota and Louis sort of been the same, 1 or 2 seconds here and there. But it's by Tian van Rooyen 37 seconds.
Sure.
That can still happen, Greg. I'm sure his team gave him a pit board push. I mean, he's got nothing to lose.
Louis and Vota.
Push.
So that's basically just that's ebb and flow. It's kind of gone up and down the entire time.
But that's about the let's say the biggest.
Somebody?
Oh, yeah. At this stage, not the greatest. Can't be a. Almost looks like the Audi, but I'm saying Tian was the man who's working Voters in the pit.
That was Voti. Voters in pit lane. Yeah, it is. Voter Roos
I
coming
wonder
in
if
the pit
they
lane
need a
with,
dash of fuel, maybe.
Yo, that's not good. Wonder if Mal, or did he get a drive-through? He got a drive-through possibly. Okay, so he could possibly exited pit lane under red light conditions. Does that give Tiaan van Rooyen a chance to close the gap down? Yes, it does. It's going to be to the tune of a couple of seconds less than what it was earlier on. So Wouter Roos is now 38 seconds behind Louis Scholz. Louis Scholz has got this in the bag.
And look at Tiaan.
But how close is Tiaan?
13
seconds. Whoa. Here we go. And it is on for second place.
There's still 11 laps here.
Yeah, but it's on for second.
Things are going to happen now.
Yeah. And how far back is...
Like it usually does this now. This is now nail-biting for the teams. This is nail-biting stuff now. I mean, if you lose Scholz's team, you just want the laps. Let's get the laps down. Just bring it home.
Yeah. Tick them off.
But I must say that if Louis wins this race tactically, I mean, in that first safety car, boom, he was in.
He came in,
that was an awesome move.
Yeah. Get the splash and dash done. Stay in
came
for 5
in
minutes.
and he did it.
Stay out knowing that you're on your own. You don't have to do a driver change. Great strategy from the Car Care Clinic team. How far back is Mara? Is he?
But we're going to keep our eye on that battle now, Wouter from Tiaan. Because...
Yeah, that's the only thing that could change up here, is whether Tiaan can catch Wouter. There's Wouter.
Everybody else looks fairly stable.
Tian's gone to 16 seconds now, so Wouter's got back up to pace.
This is a bit
just a drive through.
But Wouter Roos just did it 1 minute 10.8. How can that be?
No way. No way.
What does that mean?
That means that it's a 1 lap penalty. He broke out. If he breaks out, it's a 1 lap penalty. If that's a
could
correct
have done
time,
a 1 minute 10.8.
Wouter's in trouble. Wouter has just broken out of this race. A 1:10.8 is more than allowed for the 1:11s that 111 allows around Zwartkops. And a breakout means a lap penalty. It's going to drop him completely out of the running and move Tiaan van Rooyen into second and Mauro and Lindsay into third.
Yes, but how can he do that 1 minute 10.8? He just went in for a drive-through. I don't know.
Makes no sense to me either.
We'll have to just check that. But
but he did have a clear lap there, so he might have been pushing to try and make up the time and didn't realize he pushed too hard.
No, okay, but now look there. Now
the next lap is a 15.
Yeah, but there's the best time.
Oh, it might have picked up his lap time incorrectly though. I think it might have.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
For pit exit, it's picked up the incorrect lap time, so he's lucky there.
No, but I was going to say at this stage. No, not at this stage. That car wasn't able at this stage.
Not a chance of doing 10.8.
So he's okay there, and Tiaan now 14 seconds. So Tiaan's not.
Yeah, it's gone back to a 1:15, so it's corrected itself.
Yeah.
Must have been on the pit exit that they picked him up on. Right, are we going into the last 9 laps or last 10 laps? Yeah, we're into the last 9. And this is a late little dash effort in here, because remember...
This is looks like a late compulsory pit stop.
Yeah, where did these guys decide to come in for the compulsory pit stop? Or was this one not part of the compulsory range? Ooh. Back in, stepping out there on Wouter as he came out of turn 6 into 7. And he's back into pit lane. Back into pit lane here for Wouter for a second
Wouter's not happy with...
Wonder that's for a second drive-through. Okay, well, the pit board goes out, but he's now coming into pit lane, and this looks like it might be... This is a retirement.
Oh. Well, Wouter's not happy with something.
Let's have a listen.
I thought it's a drive-through because they showed you the same thing.
Exactly what we said. Brake lights. There's no brake lights on the car.
Tail lights.
And tail lights, that is. So they've got to have to make a plan here, and they can't send him out until they've got something on the back of the car that'll work as a tail light.
Yeah, it's a pity.
I don't understand how they've only worked that out now, this late stage in the race. Tiaan van Rooyen has gone to second. Lindsay and Mauro could go to third. Potentially.
It could be that some of the other teams picked it up late, but
we got brake
Because
lights.
they picked it up earlier, they could have tried and fixed that on the compulsory driver change, you know.
Let's have a look and see. But there's no tail lights.
Yeah.
I think they wanted brake lights.
Yeah, it's tail light. But remember, you have to have tail lights. Okay, Greg, but I didn't want to talk about it again, but I knew that could be an issue.
Yeah.
And it probably is going to cost them dearly.
Well,
now,
it cost them dearly because they've lost third place as well to Lindsay and Tamara. So Mara and Lindsay are up to third place. Tion's up to second. Louis leading the race with, what are we now, on 7 laps to go.
yeah. Now it's just countdown times. These guys yeah, it's a pity for Wouter and them. They look good. They're still third in Class A, but I mean the win was on.
Yeah.
Tian, they'll be happy. I mean, he was catching Wouter at a big pace. 46 seconds behind Louis.
Now the door's wide open on the left-hand side of that car. Opening doors as he goes through turn 4. And that's not a motorsport term. It's literally an open door. Look at the door. It's just flung right open there as they came out of turn 5. I think it's slammed shut though. Yeah, slammed shut. He's made a plan to slam it shut. Just a little tweak of the wheel there. Now they have made a plan. Look in the back of the car. You get a shot of it now. You're not going to see it along the... There's a white light in the back of the window. There it is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they've just mounted a light in the back of the car, strapped it on with something and said, right, there you go. You've got a light on the back now.
Because the other car I saw earlier was that 007, that Audi. He had no rear lights. I don't know if he's still lapping.
Voti won't be happy about that, though. It's cost him a podium, cost him a class win as well. Mara is circulating rapidly at the moment. He's going to have to watch out he doesn't drop too far down towards those hot lap times.
Because that Quentin Costa Audi is also in the pit. Could be for that problem.
Yeah.
And André van Wyk, they're still lapping. It'll be nice that they can see the checkered flag. That was their goal.
5 laps to go. Louis Scholz comfortably in the lead, and I don't think he's going to be troubled at all here into these closing stages. Know how reliable that little Honda Ballard of his is, or Honda Civic I should say. He's going past the Ballard there of Rob Clark and Mike O'Sullivan.
So Louis Scholz leading out, and he's Class B. Tian second, he's leading Class A. Rob Clark, they're 6th, but they're leading Class C. Mark de Toy leading Super S Class A. Billy Koch leading Class X. Yeah, so still a few laps to go, Greg.
Laps ticking down here. Rapidly. This is exactly what Louis Scholz wants. Every time he crosses the line, he'll look across and go, right, 4 to go, 3 to go, 2 to go, 1 to go. Chicken flag. That's what I want. That's what
I think they're going to get now 4 to go.
Yep.
Yes. 4 to go, there we go. Now it's, listen, counting down. But if you're in a lead car now, you're really just listening to every noise, everything, counting the laps. It's the longest lap.
Just getting information. That white light in the back end of the car is a cell phone with its flash on. Well, you got to make a plan, you make a plan. That's exactly what you do. And well done to the team there. I think, probably put whatever you've got as a light. All right, take a cell phone, put the flash on, strap it on with some duct tape and zip ties.
Is that
will work. Thanks, Tanya. Great information there from the pit lane. So Alpha on its way on its 4th last lap. Louis coming to the closing stages. About 3.5 to go.
Greg, I still say Tian van Rooyen, their strategy is going to cost them the overall.
Yep.
You know, maybe we must ask them later.
No,
was it a fuel problem? Because they could have gotten the overall. Louis Scholz, his strategy was very good. They came in early.
I think if Tian had done the same thing, he could have been in contention for the win. I think if you're a single driver and you don't have to do a driver change, if a safety car comes out, come in, get the thing done, get back out again. Certainly what I would have gone with.
They waited 3-4 laps to come in, and it was a lap or two too late.
Yeah, my strategy always was to run as long as I could on a fuel of tank. A tank of fuel, I should say. And if it meant a safety car came out, well, then I'd just have to sacrifice what I'd done earlier on.
But that was a window to come in on the safety car. I mean, you can always save fuel out on the track. But that was the window.
I think Tion should have come in when Louis came in. Considering they don't have to do the driver change.
When
got the fuel
Mel
change
came
done,
in.
done the 5-minute, got it done and dusted behind you and get back out on track.
Yeah, I should have followed Mel in at that stage. 80 laps.
3 to go.
Now we've run for 1 hour 54. 3 laps to go.
Yeah, it's kind of a 2-hour race that we kind of work with here. 200k is 2 hours, 83 laps.
2 laps
Give
to
or
go.
take. Give or take a bit here and there. That's Tion on the brakes on the inside of the Aldrichs in the Peugeot.
Oh, Greg Bouter they still got a podium in Class A. Not an overall podium, but they're third in Class A. But 1 or 2 things did cost them.
Yeah. Ernest and Jono will get second in Class B, and it'll be, I'm not sure who's third in Class B at this stage. Winning Class C will be Rob and Mike. Hendrik Venter and Charles Veyers, and Troy Starr and Jared Rousseau will take the Class C. Third podium. And then it's the toy for Super Hatch, winning out the Super Hatch Class A category. 2.5 laps to go. Behind him will be the Mudleys. And then a long way down to the Aldrichs. But they, of course, are in T2, so they're not in Class A of Super Hatch. Class B third. It's all the way down to Wimpy Rollman and Marius Truta. They'll still be classified.
Yeah. You want to bring it home, you want to get a podium in your class.
You've got to finish and you've got to take the checkered flag. Louis onto the final lap though. Here we go. Down towards turn 2 for the last time in anger. The Joker in the Car Care Clinic Honda Civic on his way to a victory here at the Zwartkops 200. Proudly brought to you by ATS and all the Digit FMS associate sponsors that are part and parcel of 111 GD Sports and Saloons and Super Hatch combined. As you said earlier on, Leon, perfect pit strategy here from Louis Scholz. Took the window of opportunity and has used it to go to the front and has not been troubled since.
Yeah, he took the first safety car, came in, got it done, and that was the extra. So, good strategy there.
Yeah, 1 headlight, 2 fog lights, 2 working tail lights, so no issues there from him in terms of penalties that could be.
He can smell that checkered flag. He's foot flat.
It's round the corner. Can back off now, Louis. The checkered flag is on standby, and stand by for your
checkered flag time.
ATS 200 winner for 2026. It's Louis Scholz from Car Care Clinic who takes the win.
Well done.
Brilliant drive there from him. Great pit lane strategy from him as well. And as you said, Tion van Rooyen, who will be kicking himself slightly there for a mistimed opportunity on the pit lane strategy. Forget second. He'll be first in Class A though, will be Tion van Rooyen. And he'll win out.
There's the Audi, they made a plan as well.
Yeah, they also
made a plan with a real light.
Also a cell phone with a flashlight on.
It's just strange that the guys had to wait so late to do it. But maybe they were informed earlier, but they made a plan late.
Yeah, kind of the double pit lane activity there for Vota also was a costly one.
There's Tion over the line now.
It was a drive-through penalty, but meanwhile he had to come in and fix it. So Vota Roos coming through there with Malspur as his teammate, the 2 partners in crime. They will finish up 3rd overall in Class A and 4th overall on the standings. It's Heather and Jonathan Visser win out Class B, Rob Clark and Michael Sullivan win out Class C. It's Super Hatch Class A that go to the DeToys, Mark and Josh, and Class X to Willie Koch and Byron Tenning. Good drive there as well from Dumisani and Ishmael Pick for 2nd place in Class X. And it's Wimpy Rahman and Marius Truta will get 3rd place in Class B. T2 goes to the Aldrichs, and then it's Class D to Parker and Henriette van Wyk in the closing stages. Quinton will come through for T2 in Super Hatch. So wrapping things up there at the end of the day for the Super Hatch category. And that Audi managed to survive incredibly.
Yeah.
So well done to him to try and get to the end of the day's racing.
So well done to everybody who took the checkered flag. I'm very glad for Andre van Beek. They brought it home. That's what they wanted to do. But there we go, Greg.
Unofficial results. Class B, an overall win to Louis Scholz in the Car Care Clinic Honda Civic. The Joker takes the overall win in the ATS Zwartkops 200, beating Tiaan van Rooyen and Lindsay Kleur for third overall. In Class A, it's Tiaan van Rooyen, Lindsay Kleur and Mel Spur partnering up with Wouter Roos for the top three. Class B, Ernst Heather and Jonathan Visser ahead of Wimpy Rahman. And then in Class C, Rob Clark, Mike O'Sullivan taking the victory there as our winner goes down into the paddock. And hopefully we'll get a chance to catch up with him and get a quick interview before we wrap things up here from Zwartkops.
Yeah, from our side, thanks to everybody that joined us, that tuned in. All the spectators that stayed, we had a wonderful day. Thanks, Greg. It was awesome to be here. Long day for us. But thank you to Tanya, the whole team at Zwartkops, marshals, medics, everybody. Yeah, it takes a lot of effort. Thanks to the sponsors, everybody involved. And well done to Louis Scholz. From our side, see you next time, 11th of July, for the Historical Inland Championship.
Thanks, Leon, for joining me and being part and parcel of the day. It's been awesome to have you alongside here for the live stream. There is your winner, Louis Scholz, and some high fives from the team. Let's see if we can get that helmet off him and maybe get a quick interview before we wrap things up here from Zwartkops International World of Motoring and the Zwartkops ATS 200. There's your winner. Gareth's down there. Let's have a quick chat to him and see how he feels after a magnificent effort there from his team to bring it to the end of the day's racing with the win.
Race winner, 200 Ks. How was it for you? How'd the car go?
Car went beautiful. My team was great. Competition was fierce. We went like hell. Halfway through, we thought, oh, we got a safety car. We came under safety car. I think that's what gave us the race. But if it wasn't for this team and my mechanic, we would not be there. So thank you very much.
Excellent. Well done.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, magnificent effort there from Louis Scholz. Congratulations for the win in the Zwartkops and ATS 200. And also a fantastic effort from our entire team behind the scenes. Thank you to Dave and Paul and all of our cameramen who brought all the action to you throughout the day. A magnificent day's racing as always. And a massive thanks to, of course, Zwartkops and their team, the marshals, the medics, race control, and everybody else out there. We do appreciate your support on our online as well as on the social media side of things. From the Zwartkops and ATS 200 and round 3 of this incredible Extreme Festival Regional Championship. We'll see you soon on the 27th of June down at Aldo Scribanti for the next round of the national side of Extreme Festival. From my side, Greg Maloney, the voice of choice. Take care then. Bye-bye now.